All right, what's going on, everybody? You guys should, or maybe you can't hear me. I don't know. If you can't tell, I'm not in the studio today. I am sick, but we're still going to bring you the live broadcast. We originally had plans to do like a show during the lunch recess. I may not do that depending on how I feel. You guys will hear kids running around because there's no school today, but my wife had to go to school for some reason. So there's that. The trial should start any minute. We've already got all the feeds up. We're just waiting for it to start. So also on Facebook, our feed on Facebook is supporter only on the main page, and that is because we're a monetized platform and we need to try to keep it. Also, Facebook is running I don't know what you would call it, like a bonus for creators where if you become a supporter, which I think is $5.99 or $4.99 a month, they actually pay us $20 on top of that, up to $10,000. So it's a good way for us to be able to actually make money for once on Facebook. So I encourage all of you guys, if you haven't already, do that. Alternatively, you guys could also visit citizenstringer.tv and watch a live stream there. We do have our own live streaming platform with live chat as well. That's obviously where we'd prefer you guys go and watch. But for right now, I know the picture is kind of crazy. Like I said, I'm in my living room here. There's my yard. There's the dogs on the couch. They always sleep together right there. But yeah. And I'm trying to use a Macintosh. And if any of you guys know about me and MacBooks, well, we don't get along very well. So hopefully the stream is okay. Maybe I'm going to have another cup of coffee. If you guys haven't had the Pure Truth Coffee French blend, well, I suggest you do it because it's delicious. And what else? That's it. I'm going to go into the office tonight, even if I have to wear gloves and a mask, and print out all the sweatshirts that people bought yesterday. To follow through with what I said and that you guys would get your sweatshirts on time. I was planning on going in and doing it today while this was on, but I literally feel like 50% right now. I feel like crap. Luckily, I don't have headaches, but I'm super congested. And it's like 50 degrees outside. It's super cold, which I kind of like. It's like sweatshirt weather, but I don't even know where any pants are anymore. So I got to go buy more pants. I'm used to Florida. Anyway, we're just waiting on this trial to begin. They did select the entire jury yesterday, which I was pretty surprised at. I think it was right around 9:40. They announced that they have 20 jurors. I believe 11 of them are women, 9 of them are men. All of the potential jurors are white except one who is Spanish or Mexican of nationalities, Spanish. So that was kind of interesting that the entire jury was picked. I did not think that they would get a jury seated in 12 hours. That kind of surprised me, but that is the major news that came out last night. Today is the opening statements of the trial, so we'll have to wait and see where this is going and what it's going to be like, but we will wait. We do have a camera feed from outside the courthouse right now. I'm not going to show that at this point because it doesn't really matter. Where'd my overlays just go? I don't know why the overlay isn't on here. There. And it's hard because Adam is also producing this, so he's doing stuff on the back end. So I think he's fixing my audio. I guess maybe my audio is bad. I don't know, but I could see what he's doing on the back end from Atlanta. But yeah, we're just waiting for this thing to begin. I can't hear myself through this. I could if I really wanted to, but I don't want to. At lunch, if depending on how I feel, either I will go live or I'm going to throw that on Adam to talk about what we've witnessed for the first part of the trial this morning. Depending on how I'm feeling, we'll either both do it or he'll just do it. Maybe it'll be both of us. I don't know. And yeah, because I'm commandeering my living room, my kids can't play Xbox, and they're all ticked off at me because they want to be able to play Xbox. But for right now, what we're going to end up doing is I'm going to switch back over to the placeholder until the trial actually begins, and we will go live with the trial. So we're staying live, but we'll go live with the trial as soon as the cameras inside the courtroom turn on. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in Make sure you follow us on citizenstringer.com. We have a live blog going that April and myself will be live tweeting, blogging, whatever you want to call it. And we'll go from there. Anyway, we'll bring the trial to you here as soon as it starts. Until then, enjoy the chat.
This is the case of the state against Kyle Rittenhouse, and the appearances are as before. And I sent instructions sometime between 1:30 and 2 this morning, and lest the rumors start that Schrader can't sleep at night. I sleep in shifts, which is actually the normal way to sleep. And I fell asleep during the Blackhawks game, which I shouldn't have. And then I awakened and did my work, and then I went back to sleep. What's going on with those instructions?
Judge, if I could, initially I was hoping that the court would take up our motion for reconsideration, which was filed a week ago Monday.
Right.
And once that's done, depending on how you rule on it, I would have an objection to 2176 because in my reading of 2176, the notes set forth what is to happen or how the court is to do it when there is an alleged exception, which we are alleging here. And I think that exception has to be put into and part of the instruction. And as it reads now, I don't think there is an exception. So I think that has to be included in the instruction if the court does not grant our motion for reconsideration.
And the response is that I have not been able to complete what I wanted to do on your motion for reconsideration. I didn't get it until later last week. Didn't mean you didn't file it. I mean, I didn't get it. And I didn't have a chance to, I looked at it somewhat, but not all of it. And there's one other thing I would definitely want to check, and some other maybe. So I'm not in a position to give you a final ruling on that. I think I should instruct on it. But what you're asking for is actually exceptional language, which the instruction is not going to be frozen at the time that it's given this morning. So I think in order to acquaint the jurors with that particular case, well, I don't know, maybe I just should leave that one alone because I'm leaving the ordinance violation or the forfeiture action alone, and I can just tell them I'll instruct them on everything at the end of the case. How do you feel about that?
Judge, I feel as though we've gotten a little bit lost in the weeds here. What the defense is alleging is an affirmative defense. If they want to raise that as an affirmative defense, they're welcome to do so. It is not the subject for a motion to dismiss. The complaint need not deflect or address every single affirmative defense. And so I believe there's no basis to challenge the complaint to actually get the complaint dismissed. If they wish to present a case, if they wish to raise an affirmative defense, which is that he was compliant under both of those subsections, that if he had a hunter safety permit or the certificate of completion that the second part of that, third part of that statute calls for, they can do so. But until they do that, I don't see why that should be in the jury instruction. We don't have the self-defense in the jury instruction because that's another affirmative defense, and they should raise that. And if they raise that, which they certainly will attempt to do so, then it can be in the charges at the end, or in the jury instructions at the end. So no, I don't believe that at this point there's any basis to dismiss it. I do have a brief that I could submit. I did not want to. I didn't want to be untimely, but that does lay out why we believe it's an affirmative defense and not a subject for a motion to dismiss. In terms of the curfew violation, we're wondering how we're going to do that because that would be a 6-person jury, not a 12-person jury.
You don't think I can just pick a 12-person jury to decide it?
Well, it's a different standard of proof.
Well, that
confusing. Any Anyway, I can submit this brief and send it to the defense if the court would find it helpful, but it's an affirmative defense. I mean, it's clearly what it is. I understand the defense may not want this to be addressed at trial and may not want the evidence in front of the jury, but we've met our probable cause, we've met our standard in the complaint, and it's been bound over. And now it's up to the defense if they want to try and raise this affirmative defense. We disagree that being 17 in and of itself raises affirmative defense. The state believes he'd have to present the certificate of completion of a hunter safety permit as called for in the statute. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is refrain from giving any instruction on either count 6 or count 7, and tell the jury that I'm not going to give them an instruction at this time on those. Well, I don't know if then that's probably not the best thing to do either, because then they don't know what we're talking about. What's your reaction to the claim that it's an affirmative defense?
It's not an affirmative defense. For 16 and 17-year-olds, it's not an affirmative defense. The information that I've provided to the court through the legislative history makes it clear it's an exception. It's not an affirmative defense. It is an affirmative defense for people under the age of 16. I'd agree with that 100%. But if you look at the Senate Bill 7 and the 1991 Act, in 3 different places it tells you in plain language that it does not apply. Not for hunting purposes, it does not apply, period, to 16 and 17-year-olds who possess firearms. That is, and I've provided that to the court both in the Act and in the Senate bill, Judge, and in the Legislative Reference Bureau information.
Well, I'm going to give the instruction as I've stated it. These are educational. They don't get a written copy, and they're just so they know what we're talking about when we talk about these charges. And at the close of the case, I can add whatever language is necessary, assuming that the motion is denied, which you shouldn't assume. But if the motion is denied, then I'll add the language that clears up what exactly the full scope of the charge is. But I don't think. I don't want to leave them uninstructed on the one hand, and I don't want to misinstruct them on the other, but no matter what it is exceptional from the general language of the statute.
And Judge, I'm not going to argue with you about it. It makes it a strict liability offense today. If you're under 18 and you have a gun, you're guilty. And I don't think that's what the law is. So that's the problem that I have. The statute clearly lays out exceptions for that. And to just say he's under 18 and he had a gun, those are not in dispute, then he is, the way the instruction reads, there is no affirmative defense, whether it is or not, there is no defense.
No, unless he has the
No.
safety certificate. That's the last part of the statute. In Wisconsin, if you're under 16, you need to be accompanied by an adult to hunt, as long as you have hunter safety. If you're 16 and 17...
That's how you read it.
Right, not how
He reads it differently.
That's how the DNR reads it. And that's how they cite it.
Yeah, okay.
So in
All
16
right.
and 17-year-olds, you can hunt alone with a hunter safety permit, which is what the last part of that statute calls
Yeah,
for.
well.
And that's being completely ignored in Mr. Trofsky's argument.
Okay. I am going to give some very incomplete language to acquaint them with the fact that there's a charge on the information respecting the possession of a firearm, and that I will instruct them concerning the elements of that offense at a later point. Okay. And the same thing will happen with respect to the forfeiture action. So, any other objections or problems with the proposed instructions?
Judge,
Yeah.
I didn't see on count 5 that you, on 1, 2, 3, and 4, you put an you give the self-defense instruction in some level. I didn't see that for count 5, however.
Didn't I have a general instruction on self-defense?
You listed him specifically for the charges or for the counts?
I did?
That's what I saw.
Well, it was early this morning. It says counts 1 through 5. Oh, no, that's not it. You're right. Let's see, count 5 is attempt to commit murder. That is going to have the same self-defense instruction as count 1, 3, and 4.
Very good. I just wanted to make sure that...
you were correct in your observation.
Well, you tell me when you're ready, Judge.
Okay, what else?
One last issue, and that's the court has included, as it relates to, I think it's count 3, Mr. McGinnis. Count 2? Count 2, I'm sorry, 820. Jury instruction 820 is mentioned in there. Mm-hmm. So I guess the language in there that I'm having, maybe it's just me, difficulty kind of coming to some type of congruence with is the first full paragraph, the last sentence says the defendant does not have a privilege of self-defense as to Richie McGinnis. I don't know if you see that. However, later on in the instruction, it says if the defendant was acting in lawful self-defense, his conduct does not create an unreasonable risk to another. So I guess the concern I have is one portion says he doesn't have a privilege of self-defense. Then another portion of that same instruction says he does have the privilege.
I stumbled over the same language. Yeah. And what I ultimately decided was intended, and I think I might add correctly, intended by the instructions committee, was that he does not have a privilege of self-defense as to the third person, but the fact that he was, if he was, in exercise of his privilege of self-defense is a factor for the jury to consider in determining whether his conduct was criminally reckless, and also was a factor for them to consider in determining whether it was done with utter disregard for human life. That's how I read it. I certainly don't think I would want to get... you could put a law school test together on this, But that's how I read it. Now tell me where you think I'm in error.
Well, I'm not saying you're in error. I'm saying if he's in self-defense as it relates to Mr. Rosenbaum, according to 820,
It appears we just lost the feed. I'm not quite sure why. Let's check.
I think this is how I reconciled that reading in my mind was that when the jury decides about the charges involving the 4 children, the jury is to consider whether I was acting in self-defense with respect to the bad actor. That's a consideration in determining whether my conduct was reckless with respect to those children, and also whether it was showed utter disregard for human life. And the jury might reconcile that by saying, well, you should have tried to change positions so that your shot wouldn't have the children in the background. That's how I reconciled it. But I agree with you, it's confusing.
Because I read 820 to say that if the bad actor in your situation, if you were acting in self-defense, the instruction says that you did not then create an unreasonable risk to another. It's what it says. So I don't think then.
Well, why did they? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. So I guess what I'm saying is I don't think if it's self-defense on the bad actor in your scenario, then by that fact, according to 820. The instruction says your conduct did not create an unreasonable risk to another. So if we're talking about the children behind that bad actor, the statute says, or the instruction says, then if it's self-defense, it did not create an unreasonable risk. And then there's a period. So.
Well, why does it say up above that the in the second sentence, the fact that the law may allow the defendant to use force in self-defense as to Joseph Rosenbaum does not necessarily mean that recklessly endangering the safety of Richard McGinnis was lawful.
I agree. That's what I said to you.
No, what you're telling me is that the fact that the law may allow the defendant, the fact that the law may allow Schrader to use force in self-defense as to the bad actor does not necessarily mean that recklessly endangering the safety of the children was lawful. Why isn't, you're telling me there's an absolute privilege of self-defense not only as to the bad actor but also as to the children.
Only if, according to 820, only if the conduct against the bad actor was self-defense. That's the part I've read to the court. If the defendant was acting in lawful self-defense, his or her conduct did not create an unreasonable risk to another. Period.
If you look at the comments from the instructions committee, on page, well, I don't know if you've got the pages there, but well, I have them, but near the end it says, for example, assume that a defendant is charged with causing reckless injury to the victim and raises the defense that he was acting in self-defense against someone else and thereby injured the victim. Criminal recklessness requires that the defendant's conduct created, quote, an unreasonable and substantial risk of death or great bodily harm, unquote. In considering whether the risk was unreasonable, the jury should consider the evidence that the defendant was acting in self-defense. So that's what I'm thinking is that what they mean is there is not what you're arguing, I think, becomes a perfect self-defense as to injury to others during the exercise of perfect self-defense, and I don't think that's the law. It maybe was what we once thought, but I don't think it's the law now, and that the jury, when they approach the McGinnis case, looks at whether the defendant, even if exercising perfect self-defense with respect to Mr. Rosenbaum, that he doesn't have a self-defense as to Mr. McGinnis's endangerment, but instead the jury is told you consider, because, and I'm interrupting myself, because one of the things we tell the jury, and you've referred to it several times right here in our discussions in the last couple of weeks, one of the things the jury considers is what the defendant was doing, why he was doing it, how dangerous was the conduct. When they weigh those things with respect to the count involving Mr. McGinnis, they consider, if they decide that it was perfect defense, self-defense as to Mr. Rosenbaum, then they consider that in deciding what the defendant was doing, why he was doing it, how dangerous was the conduct, and then they make their determination whether the fact that Mr. Rittenhouse was, if they find that he was acting in self-defense, they can weigh that in deciding whether or not he recklessly endangered the safety of Mr. McGinnis. That's how I read it, and that's how I'm going to say it. But I'm going to try to skirt around those 5th, 6th, and 7th counts because we don't have an instruction for number 7 and number 6 is. I've had lots of statutory issues come up over the years, and this is the knottiest. Okay. Other than that, any problem with the instructions?
Nothing. Nothing else from me, Judge.
State?
No.
Okay. Let's get the jury down.
Your Honor, before you do that, Your Honor, I do want to put something on the record with regard to the jury.
Oh yeah, I got something here too. Yeah, what's up?
Your Honor, at the end of the proceedings last night, Brian Stute from our office came in to begin the process of setting up the audiovisual equipment and whatnot. While he was, I think, entering the courtroom from the hallway, he passed by one of our jurors, and I'm going to identify this juror as juror 52. I can say more about that person's identity, but I don't want to do it openly in court. My understanding is that juror 52 recognized Mr. Stute, said something like, hey, how you doing? Like they knew each other, and I think Mr. Stute responded, politely in response, and that was the extent of their interaction. Mr. Stute has explained subsequently that he had a previous employment where he remembers juror 52 from, and so that's the extent of their prior knowledge of one another. So I wanted to lay that on the record so that everybody's aware of that. I did tell counsel about that this morning before we went on the record as well.
All right, any question or observation?
Judge, do you feel the need to ask her if that would have any impact on her ability to serve?
I don't. You can ask you can ask me to ask her if you want me to, but I'll probably tell you no. Well, might as well be honest. It doesn't sound like anything, unless you have question about the accuracy of the report to me. I think it's a non-issue.
That's fine, Judge. We are ready to go forward.
Splendid. Okay, anything else? And I did get a note Do you know from whom this came? Well, I don't know which one though.
She didn't put a turn number on there?
Yeah, thanks.
You know you have to kill switch.
Does this thing only... I can't be. Does this only suppress the sound while I hold it down, or does it click on and off? Press. And then if I put, and now I'm live again, right? Okay, I've got the nice hand signals here from the respectful hand signals from the Court TV crowd. Thank you.
It's on the back.
I agree with your observation. Okay, you know what? Give them it all makes sense once you...
I'm guessing.
Okay, well, I guess too, but... Okay, let's ask the lawyers to come up, please. Huh? What did he say?
Sure. It's
Okay. Make a copy of both sides and then pick it back up, please. All right. I'll wait long enough for that to happen. You know what? You can give it to her when she comes down. All right.
Hello,
Would you come down, please?
you got it.
Thank you.
We need the door open. I don't know if somebody's standing over there or not.
One to a chair, please.
No, we're not using those. We're just using this area. One person can still sit up there. And then push that chair back. Yep.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you very much. Well, give one each side. Okay, there we go. Oh, wait a minute. My response isn't on there. Is my response on the ones you've got there?
No.
Okay. Give each side, if you can hunt it down, the photocopy of with my response. Make a copy for each side, and then we'll take care of it. You can be seated. Good morning, everyone. And
This one. The gentleman with the scooter.
okay, and then we have to swear the jury.
Yep.
All right. Maybe you can. building is almost 100 years old. We're going to have our 100th anniversary, I think, the year after next. And then the chair is original equipment and some of the furniture here. And then can you move that, which is the most comfortable location? Would it be comfortable down there? Right there in front of the officer there?
We'll just have to move the chair.
Yeah, well, that might... Will he be able to see everything from there? That's my only concern.
Your Honor.
Okay, yeah.
I just want to put the TV right in front.
Okay, perfect.
So, okay.
All right, great. I'll talk more about the building later. And that chair, when there's a break, we're going to move that out of there because I don't think I like it there. Yeah.
Did you fill in the sandwich?
I did. I gave it to Tim. Yeah. Thank you. That can go to the... Thank you. And then one of these... Okay, one of those to each side when there's a break or something. Good morning, everyone, and I'm glad I told you not to come in until 9:45. I did tell you that, didn't I? Oh, okay. All right. No, we were doing some legal stuff, and that happens periodically throughout the trial, and it's nothing exceptional. In fact, it usually ends up saving some time. Some of your valuable time, and so we hope Oh, I see how it's laid out. Okay, we hope won't have too much more of that today. Would you? We're going to swear you now your oath to reach a fair and just verdict. So, if you would please, Mrs.
Can I ask all
Lehman.
the jurors to raise their hands, please, to take the second oath? Do you and each of you swear that you'll well and truly try the issue joined between the state of Wisconsin plaintiff and Kyle Rittenhouse defendant, and unless discharged by the court, a true verdict give according to the evidence given in court, so help you God?
And please silence those phones if you would, if you've got them on an audible signal. And before the trial begins, I want to give you some instructions which I hope will help you better understand your functions as jurors and how you should conduct yourselves during the trial. Your duty will be to decide the case solely as the evidence develops, presented at the trial, and the law is given to you in my instructions. Anything that you see or hear outside the courtroom is not evidence. Do not let any personal feelings about race, religion, national origin, sex, age, or politics affect your consideration of the evidence. Do not begin your deliberations and discussion of the case until all of the evidence has been presented and I have instructed you regarding our law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. There are times when I need to discuss legal matters with the attorneys that do not necessarily concern you, or in some cases, it's something needs to be discussed outside your presence, and you'll be excused at that time. Usually, if it's going to be short, I'll just put you into the conference room back here, it might be a little bit tight, but I think you'll be okay. And otherwise, we may take a break, and you'll be up in your jury room. When you're in the jury room, you need to stay there. You can't be wandering the hallways. You can't be coming and going, except when you have permission from the bailiffs. And you do have, if you have permission from the bailiffs, you may go to the break room across the hall here, where they've got some vending machines. And you can also go outside if you want to get a little fresh air, or smoke if that's what you want to do. The bailiffs will escort you, so you need to go as a group, and they know the procedure, and then go back directly to the jury room and remain in the jury room until you're dismissed for the day. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues which are presented. Do not investigate this case on your own or visit the scene. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio or television about the trial. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, websites, or other reference material for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of anyone involved in this case. Any information that you may obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate, or incomplete. Relying on this information is unfair because the parties would not have the opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experiences as jurors while you are serving on the jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device with communication capabilities to share any information about the case. For example, do not communicate by blog, email, text message, Twitter, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you, and if anyone does so despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. It will be tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this with members of your household, but you must not do so. This case must be decided by you jurors based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. People who are not serving on the jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After the trial has been completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to ensure that you remain impartial throughout the trial. If any of you has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. You are to decide this case solely on the evidence offered and received at this trial. Evidence is defined first as the sworn testimony of witnesses, both on direct and cross-examination, regardless of the party who calls the witness. Second, any exhibits which are received, whether or not they accompany you to the jury room. Third, any facts which the lawyers have agreed or stipulated, or which I direct you to find. Attorneys for each side have the right and the duty to object to what they feel are improper questions asked of witnesses, and to the receipt of other evidence which they believe is not properly admissible. You should not draw any conclusions from the fact that an objection is made. By allowing testimony or other evidence to be received over objection, I am not indicating any opinion about the value of that evidence. You jurors are the sole judges of the believability of the witnesses and of the weight of the evidence. You are not required to take notes during the giving of evidence in this case, but you are welcome to do so if you wish. If you do decide to take notes, please take care that it does not distract you from carefully listening to and observing the witnesses. You may use your notes during your deliberations to refresh your recollections. Otherwise, you should keep them confidential. The bailiffs will supply you with the materials. You may rely upon, after the trial, your notes will be collected and they will be destroyed. You will not have a copy of the written transcript of the trial testimony available for use during your deliberations. You should therefore pay careful attention to all of the testimony, because you must rely primarily upon your memory of the evidence and the testimony introduced during the trial. It is your duty as jurors to scrutinize and to weigh the testimony of the witnesses and to determine the effect of the evidence as a whole. You are the sole judges of the credibility, that is, the believability of the witnesses, and of the weight to be given to their testimony. In determining the credibility of each witness and the weight you give to the testimony of each, you should consider these factors: whether the witness has an interest or is disinterested in the outcome of this trial, the witness's conduct, appearance, and demeanor on the witness stand, the clarity or lack of clarity of the witness's recollections, the opportunity which the witness had to observe and to know the matters and things about which testimony is given, the reasonableness of the testimony, the witness's apparent intelligence, bias or prejudice, if any is shown, possible motives to falsify, and all other facts and circumstances during the trial which tend either to support or to discredit the witness's testimony, and then give the testimony of each witness the weight you believe it is entitled to receive. There is no magical way for you to evaluate the testimony. Instead, you should use your common sense and your experiences in life. In your everyday lives, you determine for yourselves the reliability of statements which are made to you by others, and you should do the same thing here. The first count of the information in this case charges that on the 25th of August of last year at the city of Kenosha in this county, the defendant recklessly caused the death of Joseph D. Rosenbaum under circumstances which show utter disregard for human life. First-degree reckless homicide, as defined in the criminal code, is committed by one who recklessly causes the death of another human being under circumstances that show utter disregard for human life. Before you may find the defendant guilty of this crime, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following three elements of this crime were present. First, that the defendant caused the death of another. Cause means that the defendant's act was a substantial factor in producing the death. Second, that the defendant caused the death by criminally reckless conduct. Criminally reckless conduct means that the conduct created a risk of death or great bodily harm, which was unreasonable and substantial, and that he was aware that his conduct created the unreasonable and substantial risk of death or great bodily harm. The circumstances of the defendant the third element is that the circumstances of the defendant's conduct show utter disregard for human life. In determining whether the defendant's conduct showed utter disregard for human life, consider these factors: what the defendant was doing, why he was engaged in that conduct, how dangerous the conduct was, how obvious was the danger, whether the conduct showed any regard for life, and all other facts and circumstances relating to the conduct. The second and third counts of the information, respectively, charge that at the same time and place the defendant recklessly endangered the safety of Richard McGinnis under circumstances which show utter disregard for human life. And the third count charges an identical crime involving an unknown male, and to each of these charges as well the defendant has pleaded not guilty. Reckless endangerment of the first degree, as charged in these counts, is committed by one who recklessly endangers the safety of another human being under circumstances which show utter disregard for human life. Before you may find the defendant guilty of reckless endangerment of the first degree as to either of these counts, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following three elements were present. First, that the defendant endangered the safety of another human being. Second, that he endangered the safety of another by criminally reckless conduct. Again, criminally reckless conduct means that the conduct created a risk of death or great bodily harm to another person, and that the risk of death or great bodily harm was unreasonable and substantial, and that the defendant was aware that his conduct created the unreasonable and substantial risk of death or great bodily harm. A great bodily harm means injury which creates a substantial risk of death or which causes serious permanent disfigurement, or which causes a permanent or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ, or other serious bodily injury. And the third element is that the circumstances of the defendant's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. Again, in determining whether the circumstances of the conduct show utter disregard for human life, you should consider what he was doing, why he was engaged in that conduct, the danger of the conduct, how obvious was the danger, whether the conduct showed any regard for life, and all other circumstances relating to the conduct. The fourth count of the information charges that at the same time and place the defendant intentionally caused the death of Anthony M. Huber with intent to kill him. First-degree reckless homicide, as defined in the criminal code, is committed by one who causes the death of another human being with intent to kill that person or another. Before the defendant may be found guilty of intentional homicide of the first degree, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following two elements of this crime were present. First, that the defendant caused the death of another, and cause means that the defendant's act was a substantial factor in producing the death. And second, that the defendant acted with intent to kill another human being. Intent to kill means that the defendant had the mental purpose to take the life of another human being, or was aware that his conduct was practically certain to cause the death of another human being. While the law requires that the defendant acted with the intent to kill, it does not require that the intent have existed for any particular length of time before the act is committed. The act need not have been brooded over, considered, or reflected upon for a week, a day, an hour, or even for a minute. There need not have been any appreciable time between the formation of the intent and the act. The intent to kill may have been formed at any time before the act, including the instant before the act, and must have continued to exist at the time of the act. You cannot look into a person's mind to determine intent, which must be found, if it is to be found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all the facts and circumstances in this case which bear upon intent. Intent should not be Intent should not be confused with motive. While proof of motive is necessary to a conviction, while proof of intent is necessary to conviction, proof of motive is not. Motive refers to a person's reason for doing something. While motive may be shown as a circumstance to aid in establishing the guilt of a defendant, the state is not required to prove motive on the part of the defendant in order to convict. Evidence of motive does not by itself establish guilt. You should give it the weight you believe it deserves under all of the circumstances. The fifth count of the information charges at the same time and place at the city of Kenosha in this county. The defendant attempted to cause the death of Gage P. Grosskreutz with intent to kill that person. This is a charge of attempted intentional homicide of the first degree. The crime of attempted intentional homicide of the first degree, as defined in the criminal code, is committed by one who, with the intent to commit first-degree intentional homicide, does acts towards the commission of that crime which demonstrate unequivocally, under all of the circumstances, that he had formed the intent and would have committed that crime except for the intervention of some other person or some other extraneous factor. Before you may find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must prove, by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt, that the following two elements of this crime were present. First, that the defendant intended to kill another human being. Intent to kill means that the defendant had the mental purpose to take the life of another human being, or was aware that his conduct was practically certain to cause the death of another. Second, that the defendant did acts towards the commission of the crime of intentional homicide of the first degree, which demonstrate unequivocally, under all of the circumstances, that he intended to kill and would have killed another, except for the intervention of another person or some other extraneous factor. Unequivocally means that no other inference or conclusion can reasonably and fairly be drawn from the defendant's acts under the circumstances. Another person means anyone other than the defendant and may include the intended victim. An extraneous factor is something outside the knowledge of the defendant or outside of his control. While the law requires that the defendant have acted with the intent to kill, it does not require that the intent have existed for any particular length of time before the act is committed. The act need not have been brooded over, considered, or reflected upon for a week, a day, an hour, or even for a minute. There need not have been any appreciable time between the formation of the intent and the act. The intent to kill may have been formed at any time before the act, including the instant before the act, and must have continued to exist at the time of the act. Again, you cannot look into a person's mind to determine intent, which must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all the facts and circumstances in this case which bear upon intent. Intent should not be confused with motive. While proof of intent is necessary to conviction, proof of motive is not. Motive refers to a person's reason for doing something, and while motive may be shown as a circumstance to aid in establishing the guilt of a defendant, the state is not required to prove motive on the part of the defendant in order to obtain a conviction. Evidence of motive does not by itself establish guilt. You should give it the weight you believe it deserves under all of the circumstances. The sixth count charges that at the same time and place, the defendant was a person under the age of 18 years and was armed with a dangerous weapon. The seventh count charges that at the same time and place, the defendant intentionally failed to comply with an order issued by an agent of the state or of a local government unit which was engaged in emergency management activities under Chapter 323 of the statutes. The defendant has also pleaded not guilty with respect to each of those charges. I'm going to give you a more complete instruction about those offenses which are alleged at the close of the trial. Basically, the sixth count deals with the circumstances under which it is lawful for a person who is under the age of 18 to have a firearm in his possession. And the seventh count deals with special circumstances in which emergency management edicts are issued and the requirements which are imposed for obedience to those edicts. The first 5 counts of the information allege not only that the defendant committed the crimes which are charged in those counts, but also that he did so while using a dangerous weapon. If you find the defendant guilty on any of those counts, then you must answer the following question. Did the defendant commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Dangerous weapon means any firearm, whether loaded or unloaded. A firearm is a weapon which acts by the force of gunpowder. Before you can answer the question yes, if you are called upon to answer it, then you must be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the crime while using a dangerous weapon. Self-defense is an issue in this case, and the law of self-defense allows the defendant to threaten or intentionally use force against another only if the defendant believed there was an actual or imminent unlawful interference with his own person, and that he believed that the amount of force that the defendant he used or threatened to use was necessary to prevent or terminate the interference, and that his beliefs were reasonable. The defendant may intentionally use force which is intended or likely to cause death or great bodily harm only if the defendant reasonably believed that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. A belief may be reasonable even though it is mistaken. In determining whether the defendant's beliefs were reasonable, the standard is what a person of ordinary intelligence and prudence would have believed in the defendant's position under the circumstances existing at the time of the alleged offense. The reasonableness of the defendant's beliefs must be determined from the standpoint of the defendant at the time of his acts, and not from the viewpoint of the jury now. The state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act lawfully in self-defense. That is with respect to counts 1, 3, 4, and 5. So those are the charges of reckless endangerment, reckless homicide, and intentional homicide, and attempted intentional homicide. A separate instruction applies to, I misstated that. The reckless, the instruction I just gave you on self-defense applies to the first count of reckless homicide involving Joseph Rosenbaum, the third count involving the unknown male, the fourth count involving Anthony Huber, which is a charge of intentional homicide, and the fifth count, which is attempt to commit intentional homicide involving Gage Grosskreutz. There is a different rule applicable to the charge involving Richard McGinnis, the second count, and that is that there may be evidence in the case that the defendant was acting in self-defense as to Joseph Rosenbaum. The fact that the law may allow the defendant to have used force in self-defense as to Joseph Rosenbaum does not necessarily mean that recklessly endangering the safety of Richard McGinnis was lawful. You must consider the law of self-defense in determining whether the defendant's conduct as to Richard McGinnis was criminally reckless conduct which showed utter disregard for human life. But the defendant does not enjoy the privilege of self-defense as to Richard McGinnis, because Richard McGinnis was not any way acting with aggression towards him. The law of self-defense allows the defendant to threaten or intentionally use force against another only if the defendant believed there was an actual or imminent unlawful interference with his own person, and that he believed that the amount of force he used or threatened to use was necessary to prevent or terminate the interference, and that his beliefs were reasonable. A defendant may intentionally use force which is likely intended or likely to kill or cause great bodily harm only if the defendant reasonably believed that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. So that self-defense would be applicable to the defendant with respect to Mr. Rosenbaum, if you find that it's sustained by the evidence. But that doesn't follow through with respect to Mr. McGinnis, who is in the area of the gunfire. And so you have to analyze that separately and determine, well, I'll get further into it. And keep in mind that a belief may be reasonable even though mistaken. In determining whether the defendant's beliefs were reasonable, the standard is what a person of ordinary intelligence and prudence would have believed in the defendant's position under the circumstances then existing. The reasonableness of the defendant's beliefs must be determined from the standpoint of the defendant at the time of his acts and not from the viewpoint of the jury now. You should consider the evidence relating to self-defense along with all of the other evidence in the case in deciding whether the defendant's conduct created an unreasonable risk of death or great bodily harm as to Richard McGinnis. If the defendant was acting lawfully in self-defense with respect to Mr. Rosenbaum, his conduct did not create an unreasonable risk to another. The burden is on the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act lawfully in self-defense, and you must be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt from all of the evidence in the case that the risk was unreasonable. You should consider the evidence relating to self-defense as to Mr. Rosenbaum in deciding whether the circumstances of the defendant's conduct with regard to Mr. McGinnis showed utter disregard for human life. The burden is on the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act lawfully in self-defense, and you must be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt from all of the evidence in this case that the circumstances of the defendant's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. In reaching your verdict, examine the evidence with the utmost care and caution. Act with judgment, reason, and prudence. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence. The law presumes every person charged with the commission of a crime to be innocent, and this presumption requires a finding of not guilty, unless in your deliberations you find that it is overcome by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. The burden of establishing every fact necessary to constitute guilt is upon the state. Before you may return a verdict of guilty, the evidence must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. If you can reconcile the evidence upon any reasonable hypothesis consistent with the innocence of the defendant, then you must do so and find him not guilty. The term reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It is a doubt for which a reason can be given, arising from a fair and rational consideration of the evidence or want of evidence. It means such a doubt as would cause a person of ordinary prudence to pause or hesitate when called upon to act in the most important affairs of life. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt which is based upon mere guesswork or speculation. A doubt which arises merely from sympathy or from fear to return a verdict of guilt is not a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt such as may be used to escape the responsibility of a decision. Examine the evidence and search for the truth, giving the defendant the benefit of every reasonable doubt. We're going to hear the opening statements of the lawyers now. And we follow the procedure where the state speaks first. You know, sometimes you see these actress judges on TV, and they just destroy my enjoyment of the program when they tell the lawyers we're going to have the opening argument now. And I think, well, the only argument you're going to have is with me, because there's no such thing as an opening argument. It's opening statement. The argument is for the end, and that's when they're going to make their pleas to you to return verdicts in accordance with their beliefs. At this point, they're going to briefly acquaint you with what they think the evidence is going to show, give you an overview, alert you to the things they especially want you to watch for in the evidence, and they can be very useful to you for those purposes. And they're brief. And then we can right into the evidence right after that. Mr. Binger, I think, is going to address you first on behalf of the state, and then Mr. Richards will have the opportunity to make an opening statement now, or if he prefers, he is entitled to reserve his opening statement to a later point in the trial. And with that, again, no note, well, you haven't got the papers yet anyway, but no note-taking now because this is discussion by the lawyer. But please give them your attention. And with that, Mr. Binger, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The evidence in this case will show that on the night of August 25th, 2020, here in our community of Kenosha, the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse, who was 17 years old at the time, had armed himself with an AR-15 style semi-automatic rifle loaded with 30 rounds in the magazine. And using that rifle, he shot and killed Joseph Rosenbaum, an unarmed man. The shot that killed Mr. Rosenbaum was a shot to the back. This occurred after the defendant chased down Mr. Rosenbaum and confronted him while wielding that AR-15. The evidence will show that the defendant fled the scene of the dead body of Joseph Rosenbaum without stopping to offer any aid whatsoever. And as he's running, word spreads from the crowd on the street that there is an active shooter running through the area. And the citizens there attempt to stop him. They approach the defendant. One person hits him in the back of the head. One person takes a swing at him with a skateboard. That individual is Anthony Huber. Eventually, the defendant loses his balance and falls to the ground. An individual who is the subject of count number 2, the unknown individual, runs in at that point and attempts to kick the defendant in the face while the defendant is on the ground. This unknown individual is unarmed. The defendant, in response, points his AR-15 directly at this individual as this individual is literally flying over his body and discharges that gun twice. Luckily, that individual was not hit. But clearly, if he had been hit, the wound would have been severe and perhaps even fatal. Immediately after that, Anthony Huber, who is holding a skateboard, comes in and reaches for the defendant's gun. He grabs hold of the gun and tries to pull it away from the defendant. The defendant is wearing his AR-15 strapped to his body. There is a nylon strap around his entire body, and the gun is slung from that, so it is essentially attached to him. Mr. Huber's efforts are unsuccessful because of that strap. And in that struggle, the gun winds up pointed directly at Mr. Huber's chest. The defendant pulls the trigger one time and discharges a round into Mr. Huber's chest, killing him instantly. A final individual by the name of Gage Grosskreutz has followed this chase on foot and has approached the defendant at this time. Mr. Grosskreutz is holding his cell phone that he'd been using to record the night's events for a live stream on Facebook in one hand, and a Glock semi-automatic pistol in the other hand. He runs up to the defendant. The defendant turns towards him with the AR-15. Mr. Grosskreutz raises his hand. The defendant then turns his rifle over, begins to examine it for a second. Mr. Grosskreutz takes this opportunity, and you will see in the photos and the videos, that he blades his body with his left hand, reaching towards the defendant. His right arm is pulled back. This is the one with the gun in his hand. And as he's reaching for the defendant turns the AR-15 and discharges the 8th and final round into Mr. Grosskreutz's right arm, the arm with the gun. Mr. Grosskreutz runs off, screaming for a medic. The defendant gets up and walks away. On that night, he killed 2 unarmed people, shot at a third at very close range, and wounded Mr. Grosskreutz in the arm, who was armed with a gun. It is the state's position that this evidence demonstrates the criminal charges against the defendant: his intentional homicide of Anthony Huber and his reckless conduct towards the other defendants. Now, what I've just given you is the snapshot, but there's a wider context here. As we all discussed yesterday, this occurs during the context of the events following the shooting of Jacob Blake, which occurred on Sunday night, August 23rd, 2020. And we all know that within a short period of time after that, the community erupted in protests, looting, rioting, arson, and violence. Sunday night and Monday night were 2 of the roughest nights that our community has ever seen. We are well aware of the damage that the uptown area along 22nd Avenue suffered. The probation and parole office on 60th Street, the furniture business there, Car Source, one of their locations on Sheridan, and other properties around town that were damaged. Fortunately, in the entire sequence of events, this was all property damage. And one of the things we all agreed on yesterday is life is more important than property. Up until Tuesday night, despite all of the things that the community had experienced, no one had been killed. But what happened as the time went on was that the people of Kenosha, who felt a sense of outrage, began to protest. But like moths to a flame, tourists from outside of our community were drawn to the chaos here in Kenosha. People from outside of Kenosha came in and contributed to that chaos. And it caused many of our citizens to fear for their safety, fear for their homes and their families, fear for their businesses, and take steps to protect themselves. Whether it is to arm themselves, board up their windows, move, or take time away from the community, all of those reactions were entirely understandable and reasonable. And no one here is going to tell you otherwise. As long as those are what you're left doing, there's no issue. But out of the hundreds of people that came to Kenosha during that week, the hundreds of people that were out on the streets that week, the evidence will show that the only person who killed anyone was the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse. The evidence will show that hundreds of people were out on the street experiencing chaos and violence, and the only person who killed anyone was the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse. We will show you videos of some of the events that night, of police, tear gas, rubber bullets, and yet the only person who killed anyone was the defendant. There are fireworks going off, which is a loud noise, sounds like gunfire. There are guns being discharged, the sound of gunfire throughout our community that night. Hundreds of people are there experiencing this, and yet the only one who kills anyone is the defendant. We will show you video of hostile confrontation between literally hundreds of people on one side of the issue and on the other side of the issue. People getting up in each other's faces. And yet the only person who killed anyone is the defendant. Hundreds of people experienced those nights, experienced the night of August 25th, experienced that chaos. Hundreds of people. And yet the only one who killed anyone is the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse. Recently I heard someone sort of tongue-in-cheek joke that jury service is bringing in folks from our community and paying them $8 a day to help solve a murder. We're not asking you to solve a mystery in this case. In most homicide cases, the elements that I need to prove might be a little challenging, but here, there's no doubt, there will be no dispute in this record that the defendant had that gun that night, shot 8 bullets, 4 of them hit Joseph Rosenbaum, 2 of them at an unknown individual, 1 into Anthony Huber's chest, and 1 into Gage Grosskreuz's arm. That will not be in dispute. The central issue in this case is going to be self-defense. And the judge has given you an instruction, which I want to highlight here, because there are some factors that I'd like you to keep in mind when you hear the evidence in this case. The defendant used deadly force. There is a privilege under our laws to use deadly force, but it's a very limited privilege. That privilege, according to the law, indicates that the defendant can only use deadly force if he reasonably believed that the force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. In determining whether or not those beliefs were reasonable, the standard is what a person of ordinary intelligence and prudence would have believed in the defendant's position under the circumstances that existed at the time of the offense. The reasonableness of the defendant's beliefs must be determined from the standpoint of the defendant at the time of his acts and not with the benefit of hindsight. You are essentially the people of ordinary intelligence and prudence who will apply that standard of reasonableness to the defendant's behavior and make a determination as to whether or not his use of deadly force was reasonable. Was it reasonable for the defendant to believe that the force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself? So, let's talk about the context of that evening. And I'm going to try and go in a little bit of chronological order to set things up for you so you understand the evidence as it comes in this trial. The first witness you're going to hear from in this trial is a man by the name of Dominic Black. Dominic Black was, at the time of this incident, dating Mackenzie Rittenhouse, who is the defendant's sister. And through Mackenzie, Dominic Black got to know the defendant. And they spent a lot of time together in the months leading up to August 25th, 2020. In fact, on May 1st of 2020, Dominic Black bought the AR-15 for the defendant. That occurred up in Ladysmith, Wisconsin. Dominic Black used money that was given to him by the defendant to go to an Ace Hardware up in Ladysmith and buy the gun in Dominic Black's name. Now you might ask, why was it necessary for Dominic Black to do that? Why couldn't the defendant do that? Because the defendant was 17. And Dominic Black and the defendant knew that because the defendant is 17, he cannot purchase a gun. He cannot legally own a gun. And so this was in effect a straw purchase on behalf of Dominic Black, on behalf of the defendant. After the gun is purchased in Ladysmith, Dominic Black and the defendant spent a little time up there at Dominic Black's family's hunting property. And they fire both that AR-15 and one that Dominic Black already had. And the two of them are practicing using their AR-15s at a shooting range that they have on that property. And Mr. Black will tell you some more about that. Then they agreed that that gun would not go home with the defendant to his home in Antioch, Illinois. It would stay here in Kenosha at the residence of Dominic Black's stepfather in a locked gun case. And in fact, after the two of them returned from Ladysmith in early May of 2020, the gun stayed at that residence here in Kenosha until the day of August 25th, 2020. On the night leading up to August 25th, that Monday night, the defendant stayed over at Mr. Black's residence here in Kenosha. And the two of them decided on that next day, Tuesday, August 25th, that they would do something about what was going on in Kenosha. So at one point earlier in the day, they come down here. They work on cleaning up some graffiti on some buildings here downtown. Then they decide they want to come back later that night and protect a local business, a business called Car Source, which is located at 59th and Sheridan. Now, as I talked to you a little bit about yesterday, Car Source actually has 3 locations very close in this downtown area. One of them was on the east side of Sheridan Road at 58th and Sheridan. And either on Sunday or Monday night, I think it was on Monday night, August 24th, that entire property was pretty much destroyed. There were multiple cars in the parking lot that were set fire and completely burned out. The building itself was damaged as well. Right across the street from there is another Car Source location that also sold used cars. And some of those cars had been damaged on the night of Monday, August 24th. So on Tuesday, when the defendant and Mr. Black are out and about, they encounter one of the owners of Car Source. And they talk to him about protecting their 59th Street location that night. And there's some discussion about that. In the afternoon, Mr. Black and the defendant go out to Jelinski's out on Highway 31, Green Bay Road. And they acquire straps so that they can sling those guns around themselves when they come back to the downtown area that night. And eventually, later that evening, they return. They meet up with some other folks that are interested in protecting Car Source. Originally, they start out at 63rd Street Car Source, which is the third and final Car Source location. But then they agree, we're going to go to the 59th Street, 59th and Sheridan location, and protect that location to make sure no one damages the cars, no one damages the property. And I want to be clear, there's nothing wrong with that. Protecting that property is entirely lawful, totally understandable, and it's something that many people here in Kenosha did. And there's a group of people, including the defendant and Dominic Black, that take up positions at 59th Street. Some of them, like the defendant, are on the ground in the parking lot, where as people are walking by on the street, they're having interactions with these people. Dominic Black will testify he took up a position on the roof. He did that because he didn't want to be on the ground, close to where other folks were, close to where potential issues might arise. He wanted to stay a little bit removed from all of that. Didn't want to get directly involved in it. You will hear and see videos of a sequence of events going on around Kenosha that night. The evening begins with large-scale protests, large-scale, no other way to put it, rioting that's occurring right outside these windows, right in front of the courthouse here at Civic Center Park. There is a crowd of police that have lined up to protect this building, to protect the public safety building, which is right next door. And there are a large number of protesters that are agitating. They are screaming at the police. They are throwing projectiles. Police are shooting rubber bullets, tear gas, etc. It is a very volatile situation at Civic Center Park. Now, that's at 56th and Sheridan, about 3 blocks north of the Car Source where the defendant was. But as the evening goes on, the police decide to move the line of protesters south on Sheridan. And eventually, they pass the Car Source at 59th and Sheridan. The police establish a line at 60th and Sheridan, 1 block south. Now, as that process is going on, many of these protesters pass by the defendant and the people that he's with at 59th Street. Words are exchanged. There is confrontation. There is a little bit of hostility. No one is hurt. No one fires a gun. No one is injured. But clearly there's antagonism. It is clear that this is a crowd that is not on the same side as the defendant, that does not see him as an ally, does not see him and his group as someone that they identify with. And as I said, there is a hostile exchange there for a while. In fact, at one point, members of the crowd pull one of the dumpsters from the property out into the street and attempt to start it on fire. And some of the other folks that are there with the defendant go out and put the fire out and have some very harsh interactions with those people in the street. I believe the evidence will show that it is this process that demonstrated for the defendant that this is a crowd that is not a safe crowd to be in. This is a crowd that does not view him as an ally. This is a crowd that if he ventures out into it, there could be problems. Now, once the police pass by and the protesters are pushed down south of 60th, I believe the evidence will show that the car source that the defendant is stationed at is no longer in danger. There's no one there who's attempting to damage the property. There's no one there who's going to do anything to harm anyone there. The situation has moved on. Does the defendant stay there? Does he decide that he's done what he set out to do and it's time to go home? No. The evidence will show that the defendant, another individual in the group by the name of Ryan Balch, who you will hear from, decide to venture out into the crowd. They cross the police line at 60th and Sheridan, and they walk amongst this group of hostile protesters. At some point, they both wind up at a gas station on the southeast corner of 60th and Sheridan called Ultimate Gas. And you'll see some video of the scene there. It is a scene, again, of groups of people that are clashing with one another verbally. There's some shoving going on. And in the midst of this is Joseph Rosenbaum. And you will hear some testimony about Mr. Rosenbaum and his activities that night. Mr. Rosenbaum had been discharged from the hospital that very day and had come back to his home of Kenosha, had met up with his girlfriend, Carrie Ann Swart. He couldn't stay with her, so he left her and came downtown and got caught up in the midst of these protests. You will see him on videos. You will see photographs of him as he's walking around. He is carrying a plastic bag. Part of that plastic bag is clear and see-through. It has a string, white string, drawstring to it. It is the type of bag, I believe the evidence will show, that you get at the hospital when you're asked to put all of your personal possessions in a bag. Your shoes, your watch, your phone, your jewelry, etc. That's the type of bag it is. And I believe the evidence will show that he was carrying it around most of that evening. And at various points, the evidence will show that Mr. Rosenbaum is agitating. He is getting in people's faces. He is using obscenities. He is essentially daring people to respond. In fact, at Ultimate Gas, I believe the evidence will show that he actually gets right up in the face of armed people who are similarly armed as the defendant, who have similar AR-15 type rifles on. And he is literally confronting them in their faces. None of those folks shoot him. They push him away. He's 5'3", by the way, 150 pounds. They push him away. No one appears to take him as a serious danger. The defendant is at the Ultimate Gas station during part of this, so is Ryan Balch. I believe Mr. Balch will testify that there was an understanding that when we cross south of 60th, we stay together. We try not to intervene in anything. But if we get separated, head back to 59th Street, where our original group is. Mr. Balch does. The defendant attempts to. He comes up to the police line. They won't let him pass. He says, "I work at that business," and points to 59th Street. And again, they won't let him directly through the line. Now, I believe the evidence will show that he could have easily gone a block in either direction if he really wanted to go back, but he turns away from the police line, returns to the Ultimate Gas station. And a few minutes later, we see him on the video of a man by the name of Corey Elijah, who will testify very shortly here in this trial. Mr. Corey Elijah was one of these people out on the streets who was Facebook live streaming the events of that night. And he catches the defendant passing right in front of him with a fire extinguisher. The gun still slung around his body, strapped to his body. And Corey Elijah will testify, this caught his attention. Where's he going with this fire extinguisher? And so Corey Elijah decides to follow with his video, recording the entire way. And we will show you that video. You will see that as Corey Elijah leaves the Ultimate Gas station at 60th and Sheridan and heads south, he passes by the defendant, who by this point is walking, holding a fire extinguisher in his hand, all by himself. Corey Elijah, I don't think, registers that that's the person I originally saw, and he keeps on passing him, and as he continues, he passes by Joseph Rosenbaum, who at this point has taken his shirt off. He's got shorts on, and he's taken his shirt and kind of wrapped it around his head. And Mr. Rosenbaum is still carrying that plastic hospital bag and walking down Sheridan towards the 63rd Street car source. The defendant is behind him at some distance. As they get down to the 6200 into the 6300 block of Sheridan Road, that block on the west side of Sheridan has a house right at the corner of 62nd and Sheridan. And then on the south end of that block, the south half, is the car source lot. You will hear testimony from someone from the FBI who was up in a plane that night taking video. And we will show you the video. It is an infrared video, which means it picks up heat. This is at nighttime, so regular cameras, especially from an airplane, aren't going to be able to see everything. So the infrared helps us to see in the dark. The video picks up Mr. Rosenbaum. It is quite clear to see him because he is a white blob. Infrared picks up heat. He doesn't have his shirt on. So the cloth of a shirt would help conceal some of that heat, but when you don't have your shirt on, that heat radiates, and the infrared picks it up more clearly. So he's very easy to see in the video as a white dot. You see him running towards the 63rd car source. And behind him, running in the same direction, following him, is the defendant. As they get to the 63rd Street car source, there are some cars on the north side of that lot. Mr. Rosenbaum peels off behind those cars, and the defendant stops on the other side of those cars and turns towards Mr. Rosenbaum. Now, obviously, in an infrared video from a plane overhead, we don't know exactly what was going on at that very moment. We don't know what words were said. But what's clear is whatever that confrontation that was initiated by the defendant started, it caused Mr. Rosenbaum to come around the cars and start running after the defendant. The defendant drops the fire extinguisher right there and runs, carrying his AR-15. At some point during that foot pursuit, the defendant turns around, points the gun at Mr. Rosenbaum, who puts his hands up in the air. Now remember, he has got no shirt on. He's got his hands up in the air, almost like, what are you going to do? The defendant stops, pointing at Mr. Rosenbaum, continues to run. And right around this time, there is a gunshot from someone else, who we have identified by the name of Joshua Zeminski. This is an individual who's walking on the sidewalk, probably 30 feet away from where the defendant and Mr. Rosenbaum are running. Mr. Zeminski, for reasons only he can explain, decided to take his handgun and fire it one time in the air. As I said, this is in a different direction and many feet away from where the defendant was. Mr. Rosenbaum continues to pursue the defendant, and we will have Detective Martin Howard testify that he's timed the gap between Mr. Zeminski's shot and the eventual gunshots is about 2.5 or 2.6 seconds. Mr. Rosenbaum closes on the defendant. The defendant turns and fires 4 shots at Mr. Rosenbaum. You will hear the testimony from the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner, Dr. Douglas Kelly, that Mr. Rosenbaum suffered 5 wounds total from 4 bullets. Dr. Kelly will testify that the first 2 wounds that were inflicted upon Mr. Rosenbaum were to his lower extremities. We're not sure which order they were in, but one was to his right pelvis, fracturing his pelvis, and one was to his left lower thigh. Dr. Kelly will testify that these wounds caused Mr. Rosenbaum to start falling face forward. And you will see video of his body where it is found. He lands on his face down on the ground. As he is falling, the defendant fires 2 more shots. One of them hits the defendant in the back, Mr. Rosenbaum in the back. And that is the shot that kills Mr. Rosenbaum, according to Dr. Kelly. You will hear testimony from someone by the name of Richie McGinnis. Richie McGinnis is a reporter who came to Kenosha to cover the events of that night. And at some point shortly before these shootings, he encounters the defendant at 59th Street and interviews him. He talks to the defendant and then follows the defendant down Sheridan Road and is right behind the defendant as these shootings are occurring. In fact, he is in the car source lot. He is behind Mr. Rosenbaum when Mr. Rosenbaum is shot. And Mr. McGinnis will testify that one of those rounds came close to him, which is the basis for the count that we've alleged that Mr. McGinnis was recklessly harmed or placed in danger by the defendant. Mr. McGinnis will testify that when he saw Joseph Rosenbaum shot and fall to the ground, he immediately ran up and attempted to treat Mr. Rosenbaum. He took off his shirt. He used it to try and stem some bleeding. He rolled Mr. Rosenbaum over onto his back, and he's attempting to administer first aid. Many other people respond at that very moment to that location and attempt to help Mr. Rosenbaum. They eventually lift him up. They carry him across the street to Frederick South, formerly known as Kenosha Memorial Hospital, KMH, which happens to be right across the street. These folks load him into a hospital SUV that's there in the back of it, and it races off towards the emergency room to try and save Mr. Rosenbaum's life. That's what Mr. McGinnis does. The defendant, after shooting Mr. Rosenbaum, gets on his phone, calls Dominic Black and says, "I just shot somebody," and starts running away. Now, one of the things that you will see and hear in this case is that the defendant throughout this entire evening held himself out as an EMT, as a medic, that he's carrying a medical bag with him, strapped to his body. And yet, in this time of Mr. Rosenbaum there on the ground, injured, potentially dying, the defendant offers no aid, but instead runs. He runs up Sheridan Road. He encounters another member of their group from 59th Street, who you will hear testify, by the name of Jason Lakowski. Jason Lakowski is similarly armed. He's a former Marine. He had been with the defendant at 59th Street and had come down in response to the gunshots. Mr. Lakowski will testify that he met Mr. Rittenhouse as the defendant was fleeing the scene. And Mr. Rittenhouse said to him, "I didn't shoot anybody, but I need help." And Mr. Lakowski says, "Head up towards the police." So the defendant starts running north on Sheridan. The crowd starts yelling, "That guy, the defendant, just shot somebody," because that's all the knowledge they have at that point. And it's true. So they begin to chase after him. They clearly believe he's an active shooter, and they try and stop him. And I've already described to you the events that followed. Mr. Huber, the unknown individual, and Mr. Grosskreutz. So, when we talk in this trial about the nights of August 25th, we need to keep in mind the context of that night. We need to keep in mind the fact that there were hundreds of people on the street that night, experiencing the same chaos, the same loud noises, the same gunfire, the same arson, the same tear gas, the same hostile confrontations with people who believe the opposite of them. And yet, out of these hundreds of people, only one person killed anyone that night. Only one person shot anyone that night. When we consider the reasonableness of the defendant's actions, I ask you to keep that in mind. Now, in this trial, you are going to hear from a number of witnesses from the state. I've already told you about a few of them. We are going to begin the testimony with Dominic Black, and he will tell you a little bit about the acquisition of those guns. You will hear from Corey Elijah, who was live streaming the events that night. You will hear from Detective Martin Howard, who worked diligently to gather evidence, including many different videos, many different photos of the scene that night. We are going to use that television to show you these things so that you can see them yourself. I know many of you alluded to the fact yesterday that you've watched or read things about this. You will get the full story here in the courtroom, and you will see some things that have not been made public yet. We intend to do that by moving the TV as central as we can so that you can see it as up close and as well as possible. And we will show you as much as we can about the events of that night. You will hear from the FBI individual who was in the plane taking that infrared video that shows the defendant chasing Mr. Rosenbaum and initiating that confrontation. You will hear from other individuals who took video that night. You will hear more about Joseph Rosenbaum from his girlfriend, Carrie Ann Swart. She will tell you about his hospital stay. She will tell you about that bag. She will tell you about what was in that bag. You will hear about Anthony Huber. You will hear that he was a skateboarder, that he lived for skateboarding, that he was at the skate park at Penoyer Park all the time, that he actually knew Jacob Blake personally, that he came out that night because he wanted to show support for his friend, Jacob Blake. You will hear what sort of person Anthony Huber was. You will hear from other witnesses who have been affected by that night. You will hear from law enforcement witnesses who did a lot of investigative work to assemble all of the evidence against the defendant in this case. And you will hear from Dr. Douglas Kelly, who will testify regarding the cause of death of Anthony Huber, the gunshot wound to the chest. And you will hear that the shot that killed Joseph Rosenbaum was a shot to the back. And based on all of that evidence, I think you will agree with me that the defendant is guilty of all of these charges. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bingham. Let's take about a 10-minute break. Please don't talk about the case during the break.
Well, I don't know about you, but man, they lied. There's no other way to describe it. They kind of lied. Hold on, I got to mute this because it's going to play my audio in a second. 1 second. Because they're going on a break for 10 minutes. And then they'll be live. So we heard the opening arguments from the prosecutor's office there. I think they should have counseled Kyle a bit more. I'm not big fans of how Kyle is. He's yawned a couple of times without covering his mouth. At one point, I thought he fell asleep when they were showing it. You would have thought that they would have spent a little bit more time trying to go through it. I just want to make sure my audio was on. For anyone, if you can't tell, I'm at home. My kids are upstairs. They don't have school today because it's voting day here in Virginia. I'm also quite sick. So, of course, that's usually what happens. But we were listening. They're doing a 10-minute break, and I'm not sure if at that point the prosecution is going to come back or the defense comes and gives their opening statements. I was also trying to think, too. I tried to find the video because I'm pretty sure we were live when this whole shooting took place. I'm pretty sure we were live. Hold on 1 second. Never mind. I thought it was something pertinent, but it was not. It was a auto warranty call. It's hard. It's hard to watch this stuff because, part of me wants to get mad at it. You know what I mean? Part of me wants to be like, hey, they're lying to you. I would like to say that, but it's not really my call. I think everyone knows they're lying. I guess what I'll do is I'll read the chat for a little bit. and see. Obviously, the camera is not the best camera right now. I don't know how good the audio is because, like I said, I'm working remotely from home today. But let's check out the comments and see what's going on. Someone said you were yelling at the TV. I was doing that too. You were watching. So I was live. So that means Facebook either deleted that video because I don't have the video anymore. I went on to Facebook to see because normally I don't delete the videos from Facebook. And normally I get confirmation that the video is on Facebook or that it's been deleted, but I don't have it because unfortunately, I don't know if Facebook took it down or what happened, but the video is not there. So I do have like a 10-minute video I made after where I was talking about it, about the shooting. And then I have another video because when I talked about the old man being punched, because he said no one else was killed. I mean, they left out the fact that the city of Kenosha burnt down. You know what I mean? Oh, it's the night I wanted the cat, the armored machine. Gotcha. That car or truck thing, someone said. But yeah, because I wanted the video because what I was going to do is just put that video up so we could watch it live. I was going to put that video up tonight on Citizen Stringer, except I don't have it anymore. It's gone. So unfortunately, I can't do that. And there could have been a chance that I deleted it because you can't show those crimes. And I know we watched it live, or at least I did. You guys are saying that you watched it live. But I know we heard the gunshots live because I remember the first time I'm like, were those gunshots? Were those gunshots? And I remember CJ saying it as well in that feed. So, and then we watched CJ render aid as well as soon as the guy's arm was blown off. But they talked about how the guy had a gun, but he wasn't trying to shoot Kyle, which, I mean, doesn't make any sense because if you've actually seen the photos, it tells a completely different story. They talk about how the guy had a skateboard, but then they said that he wasn't armed. They literally, the MSN mainstream media right now says that if you have an American flag, that's a weapon because you have the flagpole. So you can't say a skateboard isn't. You know what I mean? It's absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy what's going on. But that was a very long day. We were modding over here in at Freedom Flashpoint. Yeah. Jack Pacific on Twitter has been sharing the video. Yeah, all the videos are online. I mean, they can try to delete the videos, but it doesn't work. All the videos are online right now. So you can see them, but it's just crazy. It's crazy stuff. See the dogs? They're just kings. They just sleep right there. You want to see? What's that? I don't care. Those are the dogs. Let's go back to the chat. Guy that got popped in the arm even said on the news he regretted not pulling the trigger. Yeah, I know. I mean, maybe they'll play that clip in the news. They should. But side note, the couch looks comfy as hell. It's actually not really. Because it kind of makes you slide forward. And he said Kyle didn't render aid. He did. We saw him stay with the guy that he shot. And then when the mob came. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's very odd. This whole thing, I mean, it's just the waste of money. And what about all the threats? Like, I mean, yesterday we got 50 pieces of hate mail addressed to the judge, and some of these things are pretty bad. We know that Antifa is already, because Andy No has rapidly reshared it, but we know Antifa factions from Portland, Oregon are saying that if he's acquitted, that they're going to burn down the country or something like that. And there's all sorts of stuff. I'm worried that he's not going to get a fair trial. That's my personal belief. It could be a hung jury. I really don't know. I wish we were able to watch the Void whatever last night where they're interviewing the the jurors separately. I would have liked to watch that because that would have given us a good perspective on what was going on, what was said, what the opinions of some of these jurors are. I feel like we actually lost a huge portion of this trial. When this is such an important trial, this is such a big trial, you would think that they would have included that. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see what happens. But I think they said they're just doing a 10-minute break. They are going to go on lunch in an hour, which is surprising. They're doing a break. I guess they're going to let the defense give their opening statements and then probably go to lunch for an hour, and then they'll be back. During the lunch portion, I'm just going to leave the feed live, but we're not going to – it'll just be like a hold-up screen until they come back. I'll make that once it does start again. But what else? I don't know. I haven't really been paying attention to the news or anything today. I've just been listening to this trial and orchestrating some things that we're doing on our end that we got to keep secret. But we got a lot of stuff. If you haven't already, you can get a December Patriot box. Those are on pre-sale now. If you visit Pure Truth Clothing, you'll be able to see them on the main page usually. I think that's where it is. Also, next on the 7th, I believe it's a Monday. Someone said it could be Sunday night, whatever the night is. On the 7th is our 1-year anniversary from opening our on-demand platform. Citizen Stringer TV is what it's called now. It used to be PTNN. So we're going to be doing a huge show there. It's going to be Adam, myself. I'll try to see if Pete Santilli will come on for a little bit because he's on the network now. Scott has been on it. I want to try to just get as many people. We're going to do a bunch of giveaways and things for that just because that's our year mark. So we're pretty stoked about having that happen. And I'm trying to be lazy and just lay back, but I can't figure out a camera angle. Is that my good side? Wonder if Facebook would say that this sweatshirt is sexually suggestive. I don't know, like they did with the Let's Go Brandon one from the other day. This is really professional, though, right? For news, just lounging back in my couch. Oh, I'm so stuffed up. It's so annoying. It actually is one of the most annoying feelings ever, just to be stuffed up. I'm just reading the chats. Someone said, don't worry about the camera. Don't tell me what to do. Did I vote already? No, because I'm not going to bring my kids because they're crazy. So I'm not going to be bringing my kids when I go and do it. So my wife is going to come home after she's done with her day, and then I'm going to go and cast my vote. And then I'm going to go and try to print off these sweatshirts that people ordered yesterday, the Let's Go Brandon sweatshirts. I'll try to get those out to you. I got to print off one of these bad boys for April. And, send Adam some shirts. I also got to send Bruce coffee. I've got to send Adam and April coffee as well. So I still got a ton of stuff to do, and I can never relax or anything. It's just not there. If you guys want to try our coffee, I saw someone just purchased Invader coffee, which you're more than welcome to still do. But if you want a better coffee, check out puretruthcoffee.com. It's amazing coffee. We do have a subscription plan as well. So if you sign up to have coffee delivered every month, it's works out better for you. You get, I think it's 10% off if you sign up for the subscription plan there. So we like that. And I think you can use PayPal or the credit card there. You can't hear them, but the dogs are snoring. See, they're just snoring. That's how they sleep all day. They share a mattress. We have a dog mat, and they just share that mattress, and they both sleep on it. And they're big dogs. The darker one is probably 80 pounds. The smaller one's maybe 55, 60. They just sit there and snore louder than me or my wife. And they sleep right in our room. Right. All right. Well, I don't have anything else really to say. So this hearing should be live in the next couple of minutes. So I'm going to throw that over, and then we will just wait and see what happens.
Ready to go?
Your Honor, before we proceed to the defense opening, it's my understanding that counsel is going to be showing videos to the jury.
Okay.
These aren't evidence yet. I don't know what's going to be shown, and I think it's unusual procedure. I've often considered using exhibits in my opening statement, and I think it's generally accepted that they're not evidence yet. So we can't be showing them to the jury unless they're in evidence, and we don't have any of this in evidence yet. So I would object to that.
Well, he does need to tell you what he intends to show. I got to turn things on here. He does need to tell you what he proposes to show, and me too. But the rule does not preclude their use during opening statement at all. What's up, Mr.
Your Honor, the first slide is a jury instruction, part of self-defense. The second slide is a picture of Joseph Rosenbaum wearing the maroon shirt for identification purposes. The third is a video at the Ultimate Gas of Mr. Rosenbaum having to be restrained. The fourth is a still photograph of Mr. Rosenbaum walking down the street after arming himself with the chain. The fifth is a picture of Joseph Rosenbaum taken from the video at the Ultimate Gas Station of him and Mr. Zeminski. The sixth photograph is once again a picture taken by Nathan DeBrune of Joshua Zeminski and Joseph Rosenbaum starting a fire at the trailer. And in that one, Mr. Rosenbaum is wearing a blue mask. Number 7 is a picture from the Ultimate Gas Station taken from a video of somebody who's commonly been referred to in this as Yellow Pants Man. Kelly and Joshua Zeminski, showing Joshua Zeminski armed with the weapon that was the first weapon fired at car source number 3. Number 8 is a picture for identification of Richie McGinnis. Number 8 is a picture of how Richie McGinnis was dressed that evening so he can be identified in the videos. Number 9 is Gage Groskowitz and his backpack, taken from a video that has been agreed to be introduced into evidence. Number 10 is a still photograph of Gage Groskowitz running down Sheridan Road towards my client, arming himself. You can see him pulling the gun out of his back waistband. Number 11 is a still photograph of Anthony Huber holding his skateboard. And then number 12 is a picture of Anthony Huber holding his skateboard, so you can see the whole skateboard, but dressed the same way as it is in number 11. Number 13 is Anthony Huber holding Mr. Rosenbaum back at the confrontation at Ultimate. Number 14 is the photograph of Jump Kick Man, the non-complaining witness, kicking my client in the head. 15 are 2 close-up photographs taken from that of the shoes of Jump Kick Man. 16 is a photograph of 11:40 p.m. when Kyle Rittenhouse is going out with Mr. Balch, and he's confronted by Yellow Pants Man and 3 other armed individuals that evening. And those photographs are blown up in 17, showing one individual with a noose, the other individual with rocks in each hand, and the other one a picture of the individual in the blue shirt armed. 18 is a video where Mr. Rittenhouse tried to return to the 59th Street car source and was stopped by law enforcement and the Bearcats. Number 19 is a still photograph taken from Mr. Rittenhouse at Ultimate as he's leaving with the fire extinguisher, his medical pack, and his gun, heading towards car source 3. 20 is the video, what's called the infrared video, with Kelly Zeminski, Joshua Zeminski, Rosenbaum, my client, and Richie McGinnis circled and identified. 1148 is a still photograph of Mr. Zeminski's arm in the air, firing the first weapon, the first shot. 22 is that same photograph from the video, same video, a photo just a couple of seconds later with two circles, one identifying Mr. Rosenbaum in yellow and another one showing Mr. Zeminski with his arm raised firing. 23 is a video taken from, and I always forget this gentleman's name, Lucas Zanin, from 63rd Street, right west of Sheridan, which forms the south edge of car source, and that's what Kyle was running to. There's approximately 100 people there bashing all the car windows, in there with pipes, bats, things like that, jumping on the cars. And you hear the first shot, which is Zeminski's, and people kind of stop a little bit. And then you see Kyle, you hear the next shot, and all of those people start taking off from car source. 24 is the video where Kyle begins leaving car source 3 after the shooting. And on that video, you hear somebody who has been identified as Kelly Zeminski yelling, "Get him, kill him," things like that. He just shot him. 25 is Gage Grosswitz's video where he runs up to Kyle. It's about 7 seconds. Runs up to him as he's running down Sheridan. At that point, Mr. Grosswitz is unarmed. He asked Kyle what he did. Kyle said, "I'm going to turn myself into the police. I had to." Photograph 26 is for BG on the screen. Photograph of an unidentified individual in a white sleeveless, or what's commonly referred to as a wife beater shirt, hitting Mr. Rittenhouse in the head, knocking his cap off. And then right after that, you see the next photograph from that video of circled Mr. Huber picking up after a skateboard, which he had used to strike my client in the head. The next photograph is a still photograph of an individual running up to Kyle as he's on the ground. There are several individuals in that photograph. One of those individuals being Jump Kick Man, approaching from Kyle's right. And the next photograph is him kicking Kyle in the head. 30 is the picture of the close-up of that and the shoes. 31 is a photograph of Mr. Huber striking Kyle Rittenhouse in the head with his skateboard, held by the trucks in his right hand.
Held what?
The trucks of the skateboard.
Does I look like I skateboard?
They're called trucks.
Okay, wheels. To me, they're wheels.
Fine. The wheels with his right hand while he's grabbing Kyle's gun, his bare hand, touching Kyle's gun with his left hand. The next photograph is depicting Jump Kick Man getting up from the ground, Mr. Huber with his hand once again on the gun going forward and still having his skateboard. 33 is a close-up of that photo. 34 is, you can see the strap on Mr. Rittenhouse's gun being pulled taut. Mr. Grosswitz running into the frame from the right of the frame. Next is Gage Grosswitz standing in front of Kyle Rittenhouse with his hands up. Kyle does not shoot. Next, Gage Grosswitz lunges forward with his right hand pointing directly, and that is when the shot is fired. And then there's a picture of Kyle Rittenhouse on the ground, individuals approaching him, one with a pipe, one with his hands up. He backs them off, does not fire. 11:51 him video trying to turn himself into the Kenosha Police Department and turned away. And the final is a photograph from the Antioch Police Department surveillance cam at 1:20 a.m. of Mr. Rittenhouse and his mother turning himself into the Antioch Police Department.
You know, I guess we don't need any witnesses. We've got the whole trial there. I thought the opening statement was supposed to be a summary of the evidence, not the evidence itself. This is, I think we're up to 41 videos and photos that are going to be seemingly introduced through the testimony of Attorney Mark Richards. This is a highly unusual procedure, Judge. Both sides will have the opportunity to call witnesses to talk about these things. We will have an opportunity in closing arguments to characterize these things. But to give the jury what the defense considers, and I'm not conceding that these things are all the evidence or even that a lot of these things are relevant, but for the opening statement to essentially be the entire defense case and all the evidence, showing it to them is highly unusual. I took the approach in my opening statement, and I guess I was not pushing the envelope as far as I should have, but it's always been my approach that I will describe what I believe the evidence is going to be, but I'm not the witness. I'm not giving them the evidence. That's what the testimony's for. We've had a stipulation as to the authenticity of a lot of the things that counsel's talked about. That does not mean that they're admissible into evidence. It does not mean we're conceding relevance to those things, and I anticipate that there will be some arguments as to the relevance of a lot of these things. We've already had some arguments about some of these things. You stressed to the jury that the opening statements would be brief. It took 5 minutes for him to list all of those things, let alone what it's going to take to actually show them and play them for the jury. I think as a general policy, Your Honor, and I understand it's not necessarily the law, but witnesses should be presenting evidence, not the attorneys in their opening statement. I object to this procedure. I think it's overly long. It's duplicative of what the evidence is going to be. There'll be an opportunity through witnesses to present all of that. I think counsel should be describing what he thinks the evidence is going to show. That's appropriate. But showing them all the evidence this way, why do we even need witnesses at this point? I'll get up and I'll play all the videos I want to play. They'll play all the videos they want to play, and then we'll just be done without any testimony. That's not the way this trial should work. So I don't think this is a proper procedure, Your Honor, and I do object to it.
Okay. First of all, are you going to be able to authenticate each and every one of these?
All of these come from exhibits that have been agreed or stipulated to the authenticity.
And they're all going to be relevant?
They all are relevant. They've all been...
It sounded like what I've already heard about, by and large. The standard is not what you did or what you can do or could do. The standard is what the law allows, and I can remember studying this 50 years ago, that this was an acceptable way, with judicial permission, to make an opening statement. We see it more in civil cases than in criminal. It's not customary in criminal cases, but I've seen it done by your office. And I have to say that you're right. This is a record number in terms of the numbers. But on the other hand, there's a large number of crimes being charged and separate acts that are being asserted with respect to both the acts that the state alleges were unlawful and the defendant's claim of self-defense. So given that they do appear all to be relevant and they've been agreed as authentic, then I don't see any reason that I should interfere with his right to make an opening statement. Mr. Binger makes a good point in reinforcing my comment that this is supposed to be brief and informative. So
I don't think I'll be any longer than him, Your Honor.
Bless you. All right. Anything else?
Yes, Your Honor. One of the motions in limine I filed, which was not objected to by the defense, is that there be no reference to any pending or prior criminal cases or convictions with regard to Joseph Rosenbaum. The parties are aware, the jury is not, that there was at the time of his death a pending criminal case between Joseph Rosenbaum and his girlfriend, Carrie Ann Swart, and there was a bond condition that prohibited Mr. Rosenbaum from having contact with her. The purpose of my motion in limine, which, as I said earlier, was not objected to by the defense, was we're not going to talk about that. Now, I made a reference in my opening statement to the fact that Mr. Rosenbaum saw Ms. Swartz that night and was basically was not allowed to stay with her, was not able to stay with her that night, so he left her residence. And I purposely worded it that way, Your Honor, because there are many reasons why someone may not be able to stay at someone's residence. It could be because of a bond condition. It could be for a myriad of other reasons. It's my understanding from an off-the-record discussion with counsel that he intends to go into this. He believes I've opened the door to it. I wanted a pretrial ruling from the court on this issue. We got one. And I'm now raising it because if it's going to be mentioned in the opening statement, I think this is the time to address this issue rather than in the middle of an opening statement. So I'm bringing it back up again. I do not believe that my statement opened the door to it. And frankly, my statement is not evidence, so I don't know that it can really open the door anyway. But by and large, I was very careful in the way I worded that, and I don't think it opened the door. I don't think, regardless, this is a relevant issue for this trial. Mr. Rosenbaum's conduct with regard to Ms. Swartz has nothing to do with what was going on the street that night. So it is completely irrelevant, and I would ask that the court reaffirm its prior ruling on my motion in limine.
Your Honor, he can't have it both ways. He can't go and say he was at the house and he couldn't stay there and not. Why can't we tell the jury why? Because there was a no contact order. It's not appropriate. He thinks he didn't open the door, but he danced through the door. And he also talked about the hospital, got out of the hospital. He was in a mental hospital. And he's going to put her on the witness stand and we're not going to get to ask that? I mean, that's insane.
I was very careful about the word hospital, Your Honor. I believe it was actually St. Luke's in Racine, which is a medical facility. It is not a mental institution. This wasn't Mendota or Winnebago or something along those lines. And frankly, I'm not even 100% certain why he chose to check himself in. But again, whether or not Mr. Rosenbaum needed a new kidney or needed medications for mental illness or was going in to have his blood pressure checked has nothing to do with the events of this night. And frankly, it's just a backdoor way of attacking his character and suggesting to this jury that somehow because there's going to be an allegation from the defense that he had some sort of mental illness that had something to do with his behavior that night. I'd love to hear an expert on that, I guess, if they want to try and present that, and we can go down that line and we can talk about whether mental illness contributed to his behavior. What was his diagnosis? What medications were he on? We could open that door and go all the way through it, but that's a mini trial on an irrelevant issue, and if it's going to come in, there's a way to get it in through an other acts motion, which was never filed by the defense, and I certainly have not opened the door when I talk about the word hospital. This could be COVID treatment. It could be a kidney transfer. It could be anything. It does not open the door. And again, I was very careful in the way I worded that, Your Honor. You know, if I start talking about his medications or I start talking about, seeing a psychiatrist or something like that, that's different. Hospital is a very nebulous term that could mean a myriad of things.
Help me out here. I thought when I read the pretrial motions, and I know there were a series of them on which there was agreement, so I probably may not have the best recall of those because I didn't have to put too much thought into it. But I thought that the references or the statements which were attributed to Mr. Rosenbaum were, "I just got out of jail today." You're telling me that there was also a discussion about hospital? No? Or
there's no video or statements or audio of Mr. Rosenbaum talking about the hospital. The only relevance it has, Your Honor.
Well, wait a minute. So
sure.
It was. Is there testimonial? Are we going to hear testimony that he made statements that he had just gotten out of jail that day?
There's going to be statements to that effect.
Okay. In fact, your statement on your opening statement was. And I will tell you this. I'm going to ask you to try to reconstruct for me, or if necessary, I'll have the reporter read it. But I don't recall the exact statement. I do know that I thought at the time, I'm surprised he's going into this, because it may trigger a response. So what exactly did you tell the jury?
What I said, Your Honor, is that Mr. Rosenbaum had gotten out of the hospital that day
Right.
and was carrying around a plastic bag,
Right.
which is the kind of bag that hospitals give you to carry around your personal belongings. The only relevance that has to this case
Well, I
is
don't know.
that's the bag.
I just wanted to get
Sure.
the statement.
Yeah, and I
Now,
was doing that because
okay.
the bag comes in, and
Okay.
that's the only
I understand.
relevance.
Okay, now, and you also made a statement about his being with the person by whom he was allegedly bound not to have contact.
That's true.
And do we know the exact scope of that order?
I believe it was a straight, typical, no
Don't tell me
contract.
typical. No.
We can look it up, Your Honor.
Yeah. Well,
was
what
a
did you
bond
say
condition.
about it? What did you say about it?
What I said is that he had seen her after he got out of the hospital,
Right.
that he couldn't stay with her, and so then he left and essentially came downtown. And Ms. Swart will testify,
Why
and
did
she
you
will
say
talk.
that he couldn't stay with her?
I'm sorry?
Why did you say that he couldn't stay with her?
I said that because it explains why he left and came downtown. He's got a hospital bag, Your Honor. It's a little unusual, I think, for someone to be released from a hospital, have a bag of their personal belongings, go to their girlfriend's place, and then continue to walk around with it. That's a little unusual. We know what was really going on.
And by the way, how do we know that he had been there and had left? Is she going to testify?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and so she's going to talk about seeing him, she's going to talk about that bag, and she's going to say she saw what was in that bag. And this comes into play, Your Honor, because this is the bag that was thrown at the defendant. There's been some allegations out there that this is a Molotov cocktail, or it's got chemicals in it, or it's got something that could cause the defendant harm. It had toothpaste, mouthwash, a water bottle in it. That's the narrow relevance of this bag.
Well,
That's why the
I'm not
hospital...
concerned. The relevance is not something I want to talk about now. I want to talk about what you said and
Sure.
why he thinks it is worthy of response.
He's misrepresenting the facts of the case to the jury by saying hospital when it was a mental hospital. Mr. Binger knows full well
Why isn't that a hospital?
he had gotten out for a suicide attempt.
So?
And
It's a hospital.
And let the jury know what type of hospital it was. Why he was acting the way he was. He was not acting appropriately. That's part of the defense. And then he goes and says, can't stay there. Why can't he stay there? Because there's a court order that says he can't. He wasn't supposed to go there in the first part.
And if he was on trial for violating his bond, then we'd have that trial. But he hasn't been tried or convicted of that because he's deceased. But, Your Honor, and by the way, we have the bond condition here. It's no contact, including the residence, electronic or third party, with Carrie Ann Swart and the Park Ridge Inn, which she stays there, and they had been staying there together until that criminal case started. So, you know, if we want to charge Mr. Rosenbaum with violating his bond, what good would it do? He's deceased. But yes, that is true. But again, it doesn't make him a criminal on this evening. It doesn't make his behavior help explain any of that stuff.
I don't think, as far as your opening statement, you need to respond to his statement about the hospital. I'll have to separately decide at a later point as to whether he had been hospitalized and for what. I don't know if that's admissible or not. I suspect that it is not, but I'll keep an open mind. As far as his not being there or not supposed to be there, again, I'm not sure that I want to hear about that in your opening statement. Again, I'll hear you later as to why you think that would be relevant.
Just because he's talking about my client traveling here from out of bounds,
Right.
and he's trying to say, oh, he had a good... Well, the jury should know why he couldn't stay there.
Well, I don't know. If he can't stay there, he can't stay there. She could have kicked him out because she didn't like his having a hospital bag. I don't know. I'm not sure it's necessarily relevant. He was where he, like the defendant, was not supposed to be, allegedly, and we'll let it play out. But don't talk about those two things in your opening statement. Anything else?
No.
Okay.
Hello?
Would you come down, please?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, real quick. I don't know if this switched over. It doesn't look like it did. What the hell? What the hell? I can't tell if this switched because this thing is not working. I think it is live. It says it's live. Anyway, I don't know how they're not letting that in. I really don't. I don't know how they're not letting in the fact that he was released from a mental hospital for a suicide attempt after he's chasing after Kyle down the road, asking for Kyle to shoot him. How is a prior suicide attempt not relevant? How is a protective order and a history of mental health, how is that not relevant? Sorry, this video is, because the picture is bad. How is that not relevant? How did the judge even just make that determination? I have no idea. No idea whatsoever. It's back on though, and I had the wrong feed up, so here.
Was present in Kenosha, Wisconsin on the evening of August 24th. He stayed at his friend's residence, Dominic Black. He saw on the live streams and things like that the events of the 24th. He saw Car Source number 1, as I refer to it, the one that's on the east side of Sheridan Road, burn, all of the automobiles burned, destroyed. He saw the looting going on. He saw the other businesses burnt down. And the next morning, he went down to downtown Kenosha to look at the damage. He stopped and he helped clean up at the old Ruther High School. I think it's called something else now, but when I was around here, it was called Ruther, and before that, Bradford. And he saw that. He met one of the owners from Car Source, and they talked, and they decided that they would offer their services, him and Dominic Black and Nick Smith, to help protect the property of Car Source. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence will show, in spite of what the media and public statements and things like that have been, the evidence will show that Kyle Rittenhouse had strong ties to Kenosha. His father lived in Kenosha. His mother lived in Antioch, Illinois. Kyle worked here in Kenosha County at the Recplex in Pleasant Prairie as a lifeguard. He went downtown to clean up the graffiti. Him and Nick left there, and they decided to come back that evening and help Car Source Lot 2, which is at 59th and Sheridan, and initially Car Source 3 at 60th and Sheridan. And when they were doing that, they met other individuals who had come to town at the urging of websites and things like that, and then just a general, I would say, distaste for the destruction. And those guys from the West Bend area, Ryan Balch, Lukowski, Joanne Fiedler, agreed that they would all help protect the Car Source lots. And initially they went to the lot at 59th early in the evening. And what will end up being, you will see the events of that night unfold in video and still photographs. But ultimately, what this case will come down to, it isn't a whodunit, when did it happen, or anything like that. It is, was Kyle Rittenhouse's actions privileged under the law of self-defense? That is, that the defendant believed that there was an actual or imminent unlawful interference with his person. The defendant believed that the amount of force which he used or threatened to use was necessary to prevent or terminate the interference, and that his belief was reasonable. You as jurors will end up looking at it from the standpoint of a 17-year-old under the circumstances as they existed on August 25th of 2020. And Mr. Binger makes a big thing out of Kyle Rittenhouse was the only person who shot somebody that evening. True. Mr. Rittenhouse was the only person who was chased by Joseph Rosenbaum that evening. This is Joseph Rosenbaum. And what's important in this photograph is, one, it will allow you to identify him throughout the course of trial. Notice the belt, the baggy, lengthy jeans, and there will be a fair amount of testimony, I'm sure, regarding the maroon shirt. He's obviously currently wearing it. Mr. Rosenbaum was at a location, and Mr. Rosenbaum had, along with other individuals, started a dumpster on fire. And when somebody put that dumpster that was very close to a gas station out, Mr. Rosenbaum became enraged. I'm going to go back. Is the sound on? That's just a brief snippet of that interaction. And he was upset, and he's yelling that he wants to be shot. And you'll see individuals in the full video, which you'll see in the course of trial, holding him back, trying to stop him from getting at an individual who is dressed with a baseball cap, an AR rifle, and short pants, who looks very much like Kyle Rittenhouse. Here's Mr. Rosenbaum during the evening. Him and his friend or associate, Joshua Zeminski, had just come from starting a trailer on fire. He arms himself with a chain and goes up and down Sheridan Road, carrying this rather heavy chain used to tie down equipment. Next is a still photograph taken from the Ultimate gas station where he was shouting, "Shoot me, nigger, shoot me, nigger," at a Black Lives rally. Who is that behind him? Joshua Zeminski. The evidence will show that Mr. Zeminski, also named as Alec Blaine, and Mr. Rosenbaum are together throughout the evening. And Joshua Zeminski plays a central role in this scenario on August 25th. One, creating chaos and havoc with Mr. Rosenbaum. And two, more importantly, when we finally get to car source number 3, Mr. Zeminski is the individual who fires the first shot that evening, behind Kyle Rittenhouse as he's being chased by Mr. Rosenbaum. Here's a picture with 2 circles. Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Zeminski starting the trailer on fire on Sheridan Road along with a dumpster. You see the photograph, the second one circled. The testimony will show that that is in fact Mr. Rosenbaum wearing a blue mask, not his shirt over his head, and carrying a bag, which I'm sure there will be much testimony about. Other individuals in this, once again, Mr. Zeminski. In the photograph taken at the Ultimate, this is a still from one of the videos you'll get to see, is Mr. Zeminski armed with the weapon that he ultimately fires at the car source 3. The individual with the red hair is Kelly Zeminski. She has a backpack and there's a circle on her hand with a big, heavy flashlight. As you can see, there was no need that evening for a flashlight other than it being a weapon. Count 2 is an individual by the name of Richard McGinnis. He was a reporter covering the riots in Kenosha. He had covered the riots in Portland, Minneapolis, and he will tell you, when he's called to the witness stand by either the state or myself, that he was dressed like this that night. the black t-shirt with the white back, the helmet on his head. And he had interviewed Kyle Rittenhouse and talked to him. And Mr. Balch and Rittenhouse were going to go out and see if anybody needed medical attention that evening. And Richie McGinnis was going to follow along. He will testify that he goes out with them, and eventually they have an interaction with the individual who we refer to as Yellow Pants Man. This is Gage Grosskreutz, the individual who is the victim, or excuse me, the complaining witness in count 5. I apologize. And in that photograph, you see that he's wearing a backpack and he has his cell phone in his hand, as he does throughout the evening, filming. Photograph 10, excuse me, the next photograph, is, the evidence will show Gage Grosskreutz running down Sheridan Road, and you see his hand going into the back of his waistband, pulling out a firearm to arm himself. The evidence will show, through testimony of an individual by the name of Nathan DeBrune, that that yellow dot right up there is where Kyle Rittenhouse is as they chase him down Sheridan Road. Mr. Grosskreutz is not in any danger. Kyle Rittenhouse has already told him that he's going to turn himself into the police, yet he arms and continues with the mob to attack. This is a picture of Anthony Huber, the individual who attacks my client as he's laying on the ground after being kicked in the head by Jump Kick Man with his skateboard. He hit him with the skateboard as he was running down Sheridan Road, and then as he's laying prone on the ground, he comes in for another hit on his head and then grabs Kyle Rittenhouse's firearm to try and take it away from him. The next photograph is a picture to look at the whole skateboard, the size of that skateboard, the trucks of that skateboard. Ladies and gentlemen, I would love to be able to hold up that skateboard in front of you as evidence today, because then you could see it. You could see the weight and the heft of what a skateboard is. And what that skateboard would do is somebody takes it in their hand and swings down on somebody's shoulder, head, and neck, trying to separate the head from the body, as Mr. Huber did. But
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the argument here, Your Honor. This is straying beyond a characterization of the evidence, and it's Mr. Richards' interpretation as an argument.
you'll see the photographs, you'll see the videos, and ultimately you'll get to make the decision of what Anthony Huber was trying to do. The skateboard doesn't exist because Ms. Giddings, his girlfriend, in spite of repeated requests by Detective Howard, refused to produce it. That's what the evidence will show. Mr. Huber, at the ultimate gas, holding back Mr. Rosenbaum, who is ultimately the individual who lit the fuse that night. Man I refer to as Jump Kick Man, or the non-complaining witness. Kyle is laying on the ground after being knocked to the ground by an individual hitting him in the head with a rock, Anthony Huber hitting him with the skateboard, and Jump Kick Man comes in, kicks him square in the face with his black boot. Close-ups of that. And as he's kicking him in the face, Kyle fires 2 shots at that individual. He's not hit. He gets up and he runs away into the night, never to be seen again, never coming forward to identify himself as a victim, complaining witness or otherwise, to law enforcement. We looked for him, the evidence will show. The state looked for him, the evidence will show. Those are the big players in this case. But ultimately, what you'll end up having to decide, looking at all the circumstances of that evening, are the events that occurred over really a brief 15-minute period, but more importantly, 3 minutes. The police spread or push people south to approximately 60th. That's something we can agree. There's no line set up to stop Kyle or anybody else going in a southerly direction down Sheridan Road. There's no statement that if you go in that direction, you can't come back if you have business in that direction. Kyle, an individual by the name of Ryan Balch, followed by Richard McGinnis, go down there, Sheridan Road. And at 11:40, they have a conversation yelling medic. And you'll see the videotape of this event. Kyle's got his medical bag, his gun, and he comes upon these three individuals. And the individual in the yellow pants accuses Kyle Rittenhouse of pointing a laser sight from a gun at him. Kyle shrugs it off, does not want confrontation with these individuals, does not point his firearm at them, and he leaves. Why does he leave? Because he doesn't want trouble. These are the three individuals who were with Yellow Pants. One individual is carrying a noose. I don't know what that's for. The other individual, the testimony will be from Kyle Rittenhouse and Richie McGinnis, had rocks in his hands. And then the blue-shirted individual was carrying a 9mm firearm. Richard McGinnis will tell you about the marauding nature of these individuals. He was so intimidated by them after Kyle walked away that he had to give up 2 White Claws to him to settle him down and some cigarettes so that he would be able to leave them. Kyle, from there, realizes he's been separated from Mr. Balch. He goes over to the Ultimate gas station looking for Mr. Balch and is unable to find him. What happens next is he attempts to get back to Car Source at 59th and Sheridan Road. This is Kyle on the right coming into the frame.
I work in that business. I am at that business.
They don't let him pass. He goes back to the Ultimate gas station, and a few minutes later, at approximately 11:45, he receives a phone call from Dominic Black. Dominic Black informs him, the evidence will show, that they're breaking windows and starting fires down at Car Source 3. Go and stop them. He asks an individual for a fire extinguisher and asks the individual to go down to Car Source 3 with him. The individual gives him the fire extinguisher but does not go with him. And Kyle heads down to Car Source 3. He doesn't know that Mr. Rosenbaum is down there. He's been asked to go down there by Nick Smith. He heads down Sheridan from 60th, walking to Sheridan and 63rd where the Car Source is. That's a picture of him from a video leaving the Car Source at 11:46 p.m. approximately. He has his firearm, and he has, as you can see in his other hand, a fire extinguisher to put out the fires and that are being started down there. This is an aerial photograph that the state had referred to in its opening, and it's actually started to roll, and you'll see circles in here. There's Kelly Zeminski in the green lettering, and that's a thermal image. Excuse me. I don't think I did start. It starts very slowly. You can see People are labeled Richie McGinnis, and they head down. You see Mr. Rosenbaum come around from hiding in the cars, beginning to chase my client. You'll see the flash of the firearm from Mr. Zabinski, and you'll see the flashes of his first shots. I'm not responsible for cutting this video. I don't know how it got the way it did chopped up. That's the FBI up in the plane that took this video. But it's very telling because you'll see this 100 times. I'm not going to go through it again for you in opening, but you'll see it that the individuals are heading down Sheridan Road, and you'll see this Mr. McGinnis is now over here go and hide right in this location. You'll see Kyle come into this area and pause where Mr. and Mrs. Zeminski are, and you'll see in this car is a fire that started. You'll see how it's bright. And they go, Kyle runs in this direction, trying to get away from Mr. Rosenbaum. Ladies and gentlemen, Kyle Rittenhouse is under no obligation whatsoever to retreat from Mr. Rosenbaum. He does. He runs away from him because he doesn't want a confrontation. He doesn't want trouble, which makes no sense with what the state says about him hunting or chasing him down. He's trying to get away from the individual. You'll hear testimony, not just from Kyle Rittenhouse, but Balch, Mr. Balch, about Joseph Rosenbaum stating to Kyle and to Ryan Balch in each other's presence, if I get either of you two alone, I'm going to kill you. Flat out threats to murder. When Mr. Rosenbaum is shot in the car source lot 3, there's been a gunshot behind Kyle. He turns to address Mr. Rosenbaum of his firearm. Mr. Rosenbaum is not deterred. He continues to run. And you'll see that on numerous videos, closing the distance. Mr. Rosenbaum could have stopped at any time. Mr. Rosenbaum is wearing that maroon shirt on his face as a mask, covering up his identity, because he wants to steal my client's firearm and use it against him to carry out the threat he had made earlier. That isn't just the word of Kyle Rittenhouse made up after the fact. You'll hear the testimony of Richie McGinnis, who was close that evening. He was following behind them. You'll see him on the video. He'll testify to you in court. He did not feel endangered. He was doing his job. He will testify that Joseph Rosenbaum let out, as he put it, one of the scariest screams I ever heard, yelling, "Fuck you," and dove for Kyle Rittenhouse's gun. Kyle Rittenhouse fires. He fires 4 shots at Joseph Rosenbaum. The state wishes to slow everything down into a microsecond. Those 4 shots, the evidence will show, took 0.76 of a second, 76 hundredths of a second from first shot to last shot. Those shots will be those measurements will be put forth by Dr. John Black, who's a certified video examiner. He breaks every frame down. He knows how much each frame takes. He counts the frames and he comes up with that time. Next photograph, 11:48. That's car source 3. You see an individual right here with his hand in the air. The evidence will show that's Mr. Zeminski. This is Mr. Rosenbaum in full stride running after Kyle Rittenhouse. This is a still from a video. And you'll see a lot of videos leading up to this. You'll see a video, I believe it's from Corey Elijah, where he's confronted by Mr. Rosenbaum. And he doesn't want a confrontation. And he goes, you'll hear it on the video. The video is not showing that confrontation, but you hear Kyle's voice. And he goes, friendly, friendly, friendly. He thinks, because he's giving medical attention and helping people out, that people don't have an animosity against him. He's wrong. But that's the belief in his head. And Mr. Rosenbaum chases after him. And I believe that the state will want to say, why did he go down there? He went down there because Nick Smith asked him to. Why didn't he keep running? One, you don't have to run. But two, I'll show you a video from 63rd looking back onto the car source lot, taken by an individual who will testify and his daughter. Next photograph, circled again, Zeminski with the arm up, Rosenbaum in full stride chasing and an arrow pointing to Kyle. This is the video from 63rd and Sheridan Road.
Oh shit. They shooting. Oh shit. Oh my god. I am.
You'll see that whole video during the trial. The individuals were at Car Source, the rioters, destroying all of those vehicles. And as Kyle was running from Mr. Rosenbaum, he did not want to run into those rioters who were destroying all of that property that did not belong to them. You hear the first gunshot, the evidence will show Mr. Zeminski. You hear 4 shots in quick succession. The evidence will show that is Kyle firing at Mr. Rosenbaum as he's trying to take Kyle's weapon from him to use against him. You hear 3 more shots in quick succession. I don't think the government will have any dispute. I don't think the evidence will dispute. Those 3 shots are from another person who's in the Car Source lot firing for some reason. He was never identified, never arrested. This will show Kyle running back to the scene of the shooting. And it will show, I think the evidence will show, why Kyle Rittenhouse didn't stay and render aid for Mr. Rosenbaum. Not that he's under any obligation to do that, but sometimes discretion is the better part of valor.
He shot him? He fucking shot him! Get him there! He fucking shot him! He fucking shot him! He fucking shot him! Take screenshots. That dude shot him. That nigga just shot that dude! Cranium that boy! He just shot him, man!
The individuals who are yelling, he just shot him, shoot him, and you can see one of them with a gun, Mr. and Mrs. Zeminski. He begins running down Sheridan Road. He's not taking his gun. He's not threatening anyone as he's running down Sheridan Road. He's running in a southerly, I always get my directions confused, a northerly direction from 63rd towards 60th. What is at 60th? The evidence will show that is where law enforcement is, and that's where somebody would run to be protected from a mob that wants to kill him. The evidence will show this next video taken from Gage Groskowitz. He runs up to Kyle. At this point, he is unarmed. Kyle does not point a firearm at him, does not do anything to dissuade him from approaching him. You'll hear on the video the exchange, and you'll see it.
Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot? Who shot? Hey, stop him!
You see him running with the gun at the ground away from Mr. Groskwitz. Mr. Groskwitz came up on Kyle, got very close. Did Kyle point a firearm at him? Did Kyle shoot at him? No. All he wanted to do was get to the police. But the mob is closing in, of which Mr. Groskwitz is a member. The first individual runs up behind Kyle and hits him in the head with his hand, or a hand with a rock in it. This yellow circle shows Kyle being knocked a bit askew, but more importantly, his hat being knocked off. He's run all this distance, his hat stayed on his head. The government doesn't want anyone to think that he's being attacked or hit. This still photograph shows that his hat is being knocked off. That's the first blow to Mr. Rittenhouse. He continues to run. The testimony will show that these individuals are running up on him. What's important in this photograph, the evidence will show, is on the left, the testimony will be that Mr. Huber is picking up his skateboard. Why is his skateboard on the ground? Because he has taken his skateboard and swung it at Kyle Rittenhouse's head for the first time, hitting him in the head. And you can see in the blue circle Kyle Rittenhouse beginning to fall down. The two red marks are one, the individual who struck him first, and Jump Kick Man closing in. Kyle goes to the ground. This is a still photo from a video you'll see. What's important here, the evidence will show, is an individual. Kyle's on the ground within 2 feet. Kyle points the firearm at him, does not fire. The individual backs up. He's no longer a threat. Kyle does not discharge his firearm. The next picture. The unidentified complaining witness, Jump Kick Man, kicking Kyle in the face. Behind Jump Kick Man is Huber. Now he's picked up his skateboard. This is a photograph from a different angle, a different individual. And you see him running in Kyle's direction. There's the boot right before contact. Those are the boots that struck Kyle Rittenhouse in the face. Here is the photograph. Mr. Huber's bare hand on the skateboard, holding the trucks, bringing it into contact with the back of Kyle Rittenhouse's head. Jump Kick Man still has not even gotten completely on the ground. And where is Mr. Huber's hand? And it's important here, ladies and gentlemen, it's a bare hand grabbing his gun. The state will produce evidence, I believe, that there's no DNA on the gun. He must not have touched it. Ladies and gentlemen, there's video photographic evidence of him touching the gun. Next, the bare hand pulling the gun towards him. Jump Kick Man getting up to run away. You can see a close-up, the bare hand on the gun. Kyle Rittenhouse flat on his back in the most vulnerable position one can be in. There, the strap is pulled tight. Mr. Huber's trying to pull the gun away from Kyle Rittenhouse as he's laying flat on his back. Kyle's afraid he's going to be disarmed and shot with his own weapon, the evidence will show. He fires one shot, striking Mr. Huber. In this photograph, just entering from the right, the evidence will show is Gage Groskwitz. One hand, a phone, one hand, a firearm. Here's Gage Groskwitz with his hands up. Kyle Rittenhouse does not fire. Look at the distance between them. Huber's skateboard has not even hit the ground yet. That's how fast all these things occur. Mr. Groskowitz does not stay in that position or back up. He moves in on Kyle, getting closer, pointing the gun almost directly at his head. As the state said, he's like this, but look at where the gun is going. The gun is in the circle. It hasn't got directly to pointing at Kyle's head, but it's going there. Kyle fires once, hitting him. Another individual approaches after Gage Groskowitz has been shot, puts his hands up. Kyle Rittenhouse does nothing. In that in event number 2, the whole event from first shot with Mr. Groskowitz, jump kick man coming in and getting the 2 shots, to the time Gage Groskowitz is shot in the arm is about 5 seconds. You'll have exact times of those shots, how fast it occurs. And after the shooting that evening, Mr. Groskowitz was interviewed. He told law enforcement his story of that evening. The one interesting detail he forgot to mention was that he was armed when he got shot. He told the police that he had lost his gun as he was running down Sheridan Avenue. He didn't know that there were people out there like him videotaping and photographing everything. He had a gun in his hand, and that's why he shot. His statement says that the reason he went into the fray was because he had to stop Anthony Huber from beating Kyle with the skateboard. At 11:51, Kyle has gotten up. There are individuals around who are in that area who've come at him. He's pointed his firearm, backed them off, and he continues in a northerly direction down Sheridan Road to 60th. See Kyle with his hands up approach the police car to turn himself in. The evidence will show that the police told him to get away from the car and go home. The police say that they peppered sprayed Kyle. Kyle didn't get hit with the pepper spray. He's not disputing that they might have shot pepper spray at him. That's why he backed up so quickly. He finally makes his way to Car Source 2 back at 59th. Meets up with Dominic Black, the individual who sent him down to Car Source 3, tells him about what had happened. Dominic Black, I believe, will testify that he saw him. He was white as a ghost, sweating like a pig, and he was explaining what happened, saying he had to do it. It was self-defense. They talk about going home to Antioch. Dominic Black takes him home. They leave about 10 to 12, and at 1:20, Kyle Rittenhouse and his mother are walking into the Antioch Police Department, turning themselves in to the police, which is what he wanted to do here in Kenosha, but the way Kenosha was that night, with the police department surrounded by fence and things like that, he couldn't. He turned himself into law enforcement. He said from that day what he did. He's made no bones about that. He acted in self-defense, ladies and gentlemen. The evidence will show that his actions on August 25th of 2020 were reasonable under the circumstances as they existed that night being attacked by Mr. Rosenbaum. The evidence will show, and the law is clear, he didn't endanger those other individuals. The government can refer to him all they wish as an active shooter. The only person he had shot was Joseph Rosenbaum, who had made threats to kill, had made numerous statements about ripping people's hearts out. He wasn't afraid to go back to jail. And Nathan DeBroom will testify to some of the actions of Mr. Rosenbaum that night. And he'll testify, and it was one of the more telling statements, I thought, in a statement. If there was trouble that night, Joseph Rosenbaum was there. And that's ultimately who visited himself upon Kyle Rittenhouse. The evidence will show he thought, probably, that he could get that gun from Kyle Rittenhouse. He was wrong. Kyle Rittenhouse protected himself, protected his firearm so it couldn't be taken, used against him or other people from Mr. Rosenbaum who'd made threats to kill, and the other individuals who didn't see that shooting attacked him in the street like an animal. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what the evidence will show. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Let's break for lunch, folks. I'm going to take a vote now, and I don't want to influence by phrasing it one way or another. Are you comfortable with the temperature here? I'm going to ask how many think it's too warm, just right, or too cool. So, how many think it is too warm in here? How many think it is just right in here? 2, 4, 6, pretty much everybody. How many think it's cold in here? All right. Well, the majority is going to rule, unfortunately. But okay, thank you. We have this blower up here, which on occasion I used to, and it's gotten progressively worse over the years in terms of its enormity and intensity, but it controls the entire building. So I can't shut it. I can't ask them to shut it down because it has control over the air throughout the entire building, and it's tied into what they did to the ceiling here in 1965 or so. All right. With that, please don't talk about the case during the break. And is it unrealistic to set a tentative start time of about 1:15? But if you folks want more. That's okay. Just let me know if you want more time, and then we'll use this as a trial for the future. If you decide you wanted to go less time too, we could do that. But right now we'll aim for 1:15. And any questions? Okay. Thank you very much.
Well, I've seen quite a bit already. I mean, right now it's their lunch break. I think he said 45 minutes. I don't know if I've ever been so like that was a pretty good opener for the defense. To be honest, after watching some of the videos and actually just looking up a couple of things myself, I don't understand why this guy's on trial. I really don't. Because if you have the grounds for self-defense, which pretty much all the videos show, and who is the other shooter? And why is the guy that kicked him in the face that's caught on photos kicking him in the face, why has he not been identified? How come he's not facing charges for his assault on Kyle Rittenhouse. He kicked him in the head. They're literally calling him the jump kicker or whatever they're calling him. Why they aren't doing that doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, personally. Because, well, that guy committed a crime too. And if you want to hold people accountable for their crimes, wouldn't you go after everybody that's responsible for their crimes? I really don't know. Someone said he's on trial for an agenda. I don't disagree at this point, because the videos that we saw and the videos that we all saw, we live streamed it. So we were live during the entirety of the event. I was live, or I've talked to people that were there on the ground in length about what they saw. You know, for this guy, the one victim who was shot in the arm, for him to even say to police that he didn't have a gun, which is very peculiar, because I talked to CJ myself, and I don't remember if it was during an interview or off air, but I talked to him, and he actually pointed out the gun when they were putting a tourniquet on the guy's arm. He pointed out the gun that was right there. So that guy knew damn well, or maybe it was even I don't remember, but he pointed it out and said that the guy had the gun, while CJ was rendering medical aid to the guy who was shot in the arm and putting the tourniquet on his arm. And I don't know if CJ's name was called as a list of potential witnesses, but he certainly should be for that point, because the Gage guy already said that he didn't think that he had the gun, that he dropped it somewhere on the way. Clearly he had the gun. Obviously, we just saw the photo where he had the gun. And we also saw that CJ rendered aid. That's why I'm curious that CJ isn't or hasn't been called as a witness. Now that Corey Elijah, or whatever his name is, he's already posted on Twitter, or he's posted on social media that he's going to be testifying today, saying, you know, the day that he's waited for a year is going to come. So I'm kind of curious as to what he's going to do. I've never really listened to his streams that much. I just know he reminded me a lot of the guy from Louisville that rode the bike around or whatever. He reminded me of him, except Corey Elijah has that little skateboard, I believe. But he's going to be testifying in this in a little bit. And someone said it was in his hand. He couldn't let it go. Yeah, because his arm was, shot. He couldn't let it go. It's really weird. Someone said he'll be called by the state. CJ and a snow shovel should be right there. Listen, I know a lot of people don't like CJ. I like CJ. And only for a couple of reasons. One, I've talked to him a ton off of air, not live. I've talked to him tons, spent hours on the phone with him, talking to him. Secondly, during the Kenosha riots, I don't know if it was the day before or the day after. I think it was the day after this. If nobody recalls, CJ, you can call him a lefty all you want, but there was an American flag that was burning in front of a building. CJ pulled down that American flag, folded up the American flag the appropriate way, and turned in that American flag so it didn't get burned down from that burning building. So anybody who wants to criticize him, that's your deal. You shouldn't be criticizing him, because at that point he saved an American burning flag, or an American flag from being burnt down. And that's about as American as you could get right there. Plus he rendered medical aid to someone in a shooting scenario. He was right there. He ran towards the gunfire and potentially helped him. People say he's a flip-flopper. He may be a flip-flopper because you don't understand that. Here's the thing. When you do the live streams and you're out on the ground, sometimes you have to be sympathetic, or you have to appear sympathetic to some of your people that you're out with. And I think that he kind of took that to a new level for a little bit. And there were times that I was like, man, I don't like this dude. But then when I talked to him the first time off air, and I've talked to him a lot, we've sent him to cover events for us before, or we've had him just go to cover the event so we could use his feed. He's someone that we've supported in his journalistic ventures, because I think he's all right. Mercado, on the other hand, no, Mercado is a commie, So, and he's probably pissed off if he hasn't been called as a witness yet. He's probably pissed off because I'm sure he would like to be. But I wonder what that's going to be when these live streams. So for anyone that's just tuning in and you don't know who I am, I guess I'll give a little bit of background. and how I got involved in all this stuff and how I started live streaming all these riots and protests. Because we actually covered this riot in Kenosha. All 3 days we covered it live. We covered on the 24th of August last year when they burned down. Remember, they were looting the I think it was a bar/liquor store. They were looting that. And then the man came out to stop them. He was an elderly man, to stop them from looting in a store. And one dude ran up and sucker punched the old man, broke his orbital bone, knocked him clean out on the floor. That was the night before when Jacob Blake was shot 7 times by the police officer, which is what kind of preempted all this stuff. That's what caused all this. Jacob Blake was at a home that he had a protective order against. He was at a home, and he had a protective order and a felony warrant out for sexual assault on the person that was at that home, because he apparently sexually assaulted this woman in her room, in her bedroom, while she was sleeping. He then tried to leave. He fought with the police. They tased him several times. Tasers were ineffective. He was getting into a car armed with a knife with 3 children that were in back of the car. He didn't have permission to use the car. It wasn't his car. And I believe I know he had a protective warrant and a felony arrest warrant for sexual assault. The police officer was cleared on the state level and a federal civil rights lawsuit as well. The police officer was cleared because, well, this guy was getting into a vehicle armed with a knife, fleeing the police during a federal or a felony traffic stop, getting into a vehicle with 3 kids. Of course, I would have done the same damn thing, to be completely honest. He was a threat to those kids. Anyway, after that shooting, within hours, protesters started going there. All the police were there, and you guys may remember this because we covered it live. The shooting happened around 6 o'clock or something like that, and by 9 o'clock, it was getting elevated. It was getting heated. The protesters had already lined up on the streets and were getting ready or starting to protest. And I may be confusing 2 places, but I don't think so, where the police were all parked on kind of a one-way road, or not a one-way road, but it was a narrow road. You guys remind me if this is the same place or this is a different one. But the cops are all kind of on this one road. All the protesters were there. Police at some point decided to move their vehicles, and they were definitely outnumbered by the protesters. And then one cop ended up getting hit. I remember seeing him down, and I lost my cool completely. I lost my cool completely because the one cop was walking. There was a female cop behind him, and all of a sudden you just saw the cop drop. He just dropped down. And then, all the rest of the police came, but that was kind of like the preempting, because then they smashed out some of the windows of those police cars, and then they started marching through there, and then, the rioting and looting and arson and all that stuff took place. The next day was the shooting, because I'm confused, because I think the arsons were all on that night on the 24th as well, right? I believe that's where I believe the arsons were all on the 24th as well. They burned down some of the car dealerships. They burned down buildings. They lit, what was it? The police association. They burnt down factories. They burnt down all this stuff. And then the next night, all these, and here's the thing, because, the prosecution said a lot of people were just coming into town. Remember? He called them tourists. Here's my question: is when you have people that have been watching for let's say 3 or 4 months, watching online of their communities being destroyed, and the police literally becoming the ones that are under attack for doing their job and protecting your community, what do? You know what I mean? What you end up doing, or what you're supposed to do, is what in America does, is you protect yourself. You protect your neighbor, you protect your family, you protect your state, you protect your city, you protect your country. That's what you protect. That's what these people ended up doing. All the patriots that ended up coming into town, or tourists, as this guy liked to say. Plus, there were tourists on the other side, as the prosecution said, where a lot of people from outside of the community came in to riot. Now, we've seen that in Minneapolis during the riots in Minneapolis, because those tourists would be in car caravans. We'd listen to the scanners before the riots even happened. We did this on this stream. Where we listened to the scanner traffic of the police announcing when these car caravans of looters and arsonists would be driving into towns. They would be forecasting it from 40 miles away from the city and being like, yeah, they're all coming in. None of them have headlights on. They're all driving in, probably about 40 vehicles. And they would get into the town, and then they would loot. And there's nothing police could do. There's nothing that anybody could do. So all these people, all these tourists, decided to come in and to try to protect businesses, which is something that we've all said. Here's a simple solution. Is there a single person? We have 1,320 people watching right now. Is there a single one of you that would not stop people from burning down your home? Is there a single person right here in this chat that if a mob of people decided to come to your home and you had the means to stop those people, would you stop them? I don't need a descriptor of what you would do, but would you stop them? If you say yes, then let me take that a step forward. If you say no, then you're not an American. That's firmly what I believe. If you believe, it's only property, that's not it, because that's not the American way. So let me take it a step further. All right. So say you're driving home from your work and you see a mob of people that are at the house next door to you, and you have the means to stop. If you have the means to stop them, would you go? Or here's a better solution. If you're walking down the street and you see two dudes beating the hell out of a woman, would you stop them from that action? Would you get involved and say, no, you can't do this? Or even better, would you think that it's your responsibility, even if you don't have the cojones to do it? I mean, let's be honest, some people don't. If you didn't have the cojones to actually step up and stop, would you feel that you should stop it? And if that's the case, and if you feel, even if you wouldn't do it yourself, but you think it's wrong and you think that it should be stopped, and you just don't want to be outnumbered or whatever, then there's no reason that you could find Kyle Rittenhouse guilty of that. And the reason behind that is because you believe the same thing he believed. He believed that he was doing something, going out there and protecting his community, which, because of all the media coverage, the judge talked about this, with all the media coverage and how the media shed this in a bad light and highlighted all the negative stuff all the time. The reason they did that is because of the coverage, because police were coming under attack, literally and financially. The police departments were coming under attack consistently. People felt, because here's the thing, I said it the other day and I was kind of joking about it on my show, but I'm like, listen, if Glenn Youngkin loses this election today or Glenn Youngkin wins this election today, and the Democrats now have a lot to fear going into the 2022 midterms, we are likely going to see within the next month, we will see protests start again. We will see the violence in the streets that we saw all of last year. Why? Because it worked. Even though they don't believe in it, even though they disagree with it, we will see that because it was a political tool, or it was used as a political tool, which helped them supposedly take the 2020 elections. I'm a firm believer that if Glenn Youngkin wins today in Virginia, that's going to be the telltale sign that 2024 midterms are going to go very bad for the Democrats, and they are going to need to do something. They are going to need to vilify, because they tried to do it with Trump. And if you live in this area, I'm in Virginia, we see constantly, constantly, the news is just using Trump. The McAuliffe campaign is using Trump. They're not even actually talking about anything they actually stand for. What they're talking about is just Trump. You know what I mean? And the fact that Glenn Youngkin is a Trump, he has a Trump endorsement and all that stuff. I'm worried that that what happened last year is going to happen again. But here's the difference. I firmly believe with 100% sincerity that the people's inaction to last year's events will not be the same this year. I firmly believe that a lot of people that sat silent just watching, saying this isn't in my community, those people have all been affected now by vaccine mandates, by vaccine requirements, by being basically discriminated against based on their vaccine status. Those people no longer are going to sit and allow this stuff to happen. And I think that is going to be how this all spins. And maybe I'm wrong, but that's just my forecast and what I think the next year is going to be like. I think they're going to have to pull out all these low down, dirty bull everywhere. They're going to have to, because they're not going to be able to win fairly. And the same thing, I was thinking about that during this trial, and I'm like, even just what we watched, okay, we only watched, an hour of prosecution, hour of defense, opening statements. Even just watching that hour and knowing how I feel about the Second Amendment, knowing how I feel about protecting yourself and protecting your community, because to me, it's not just about protecting myself, protecting my family, it's about protecting my community. If someone was trying to burn down the hospital across the street, you're damn right I'd be there and I'd be trying to stop them. If someone was trying to burn down a neighbor's yard, I'd be there. I'd be trying to stop it. And I think that a lot of America now, even though some people would be like, well, that doesn't affect me, they don't believe that anymore, because they saw how all the vaccine mandates and all that stuff kind of spiraled into something much, much bigger now. And so I don't think people will sit back. But I was watching this today and I was thinking to myself, like, okay, well, we saw what happened with some of the other trials recently, which, I was caught off guard. This one is not like the Derek Chauvin trial. This one isn't, because here's the thing is, just like the defense pointed out, he had an opportunity. He had a 30-round mag. He had an opportunity to kill people if that was his actual plan, but he didn't. His trigger control was on point, to be completely honest, and he made a lot of decisions to stop some of these things, or to not fire, I guess what I'm saying. And I did, while I was sitting here watching the live stream earlier, I was thinking to myself, and I'm like, my God, what is going to happen if they find him guilty? And because there's going to be a huge fraction of America that's pissed. And it's not going to be people that are, protesting last year. It's going to be, a lot of the people you don't necessarily want pissed, including me. I'll be pissed. Because I've seen all the videos. I've watched more video about this, and we've covered it. This is what I do for a living. I cover these events. We've covered this I've had phone conversations by the hour, or hours and hours of phone conversations talking about all this stuff. And it scares me a little bit to think about what the actual implications. And not like, okay, say he's acquitted. That doesn't scare me at all, because, we do have threats. Antifa people from Portland have already come out and said that if he's acquitted, they're going to burn down America. Who cares, dude? Those people would be crushed the second, America decides that enough is enough. That the only reason they succeeded so long in the Pacific Northwest is because I guess the people in the Pacific Northwest haven't reached that breaking point. Susie said, question, what about carrying the gun over state lines? Isn't that a crime? I don't know their laws. Yeah, but apparently he didn't carry the gun over state lines. The gun was in Wisconsin. I believe that's what was just said in Indiana as well, or in the beginning. Yeah, someone said an elderly man who owned a mattress shop told looters to go away, and that's when they hit him with bricks. Cops were being attacked. DJ Goldenheart said, this is just the start of what's to come. Well, hopefully not. I mean, I can be wishful and hope that it's not. But who knows? Yeah, his dad said he lived in Kenosha. Kenosha County Court dismissed charges for anyone breaking curfew. Yeah, but again, here's the question for me, is if you have a guy committing a crime and it's caught on tape, why isn't the jump kick guy, one, why isn't he named? I find that very odd. There must have been some sort of hearing on that where they didn't want to name him publicly. And secondly, the jump kick guy, the guy that literally you see his boot on Kyle's head, why that guy hasn't faced charges for that assault. You're literally charging Kyle Rittenhouse for shooting people in self-defense. You're charging him with that offense. So why aren't you charging someone else that was kicking him and using that same ground? Oh, Kyle Rittenhouse had a gun. That's why he chose to stomp on his head while he was on the ground. I don't know why they're not naming certain people and why those people haven't faced charges myself. That doesn't make any sense. Someone said no one could find him. I don't know about that. They could find anybody. The DA blocked him from being named, probably. I don't know it. I doubt that. I doubt that they can't find out who that guy is. FBI informants or what other people said. Who knows? They said he couldn't find him and could not identify himself. Yeah, well, then why are you using that video? They can't find the yellow pants guy. Someone else said, who knows? Maybe I should put a reward out for people that identify that if that is the case, anyone send me proof of the guy that kicked him in the head that's not, because I guarantee we could crowdsource an award, because that dude should face charges based on what he saw. Because in all reality, if he hadn't stomped on Kyle's head, maybe the other two people, or maybe the one guy that was shot in the chest and then the one guy that was shot in the arm, maybe they wouldn't have been charged. You know? Someone said same reason the drug dealer in George Floyd case wasn't charged for anything. Because they don't care. That's the thing. They were just trying to prove a point. I don't necessarily think you're going to get away with this, because this isn't a piece of viral video like in George Floyd's case. This isn't a viral video where it could be. You can't view these videos in a negative way. You can't. The only way I think you could view it in a negative way and say that he was maliciously going out trying to kill people, you can't even make that argument based on the video we saw, based on even what the prosecution said, that a guy jump kicked him in the head. You can't even make that argument that is actually that is the case. With at least with the George Floyd thing, you could make an argument and say, well, Derek Chauvin, and even I thought that. I still didn't think Derek Chauvin should have been, charged with murder. But I think Derek, and I said this and I maintained it the entire time, I think Derek Chauvin did something wrong. That was I've said that the entire time. I think he did something wrong. I just don't think it amounts to murder based on every other thing, especially what we heard in the trial. And I was very surprised. I was very surprised that the verdict came back that way. And that's the difference too with this one is just like someone just said, we all watch this live. The majority of the people that are in this now, if you weren't watching, you've seen it live. And you've seen the videos. The videos are out there. I know Jack Posovic or whatever just posted a video and said he has video that's never been seen before, which is weird because I watched it and I'm like, I've already seen that, but apparently it's never been seen before by him. So it's just a clickbait thing to get people out there, but cool. And, we know the FBI had the FLIR thing out there, so they're doing that. The whole thing is just weird. And who's the other shooter? We know that someone else shot before Kyle did. We already knew that too. I know I've got a writer right now that's sending me message after message because he thinks he knows who the other shooter is, a guy that's probably going to testify here, someone that's actually being charged, or someone there's charges against Kyle for this. And I forgot what the guy, Richie something, McGinnis. They're saying, or we have people that allege that Richie McGinnis was one of the shooters. I don't know. I just know he's a streamer or something like that. But his name has come up over the past year quite a lot. Someone said the first shooter is charged. I didn't hear. Zeminski was the first shooter. I don't know. Who is Zeminski? Zeminski, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Kyle would have been dead, yeah. So they charged someone else? Two people on different chats just said Zeminski and Rosenbaum addressed their first shooter is dead. Wednesday, Adam said, no, Steve, first time showing the FBI drone footage. That's incorrect, Wednesday, because I already saw it. So Zeminski and his wife were with Rosenbaum. The 6'5" guy who pulled the Glock on Kyle. Yeah, this whole thing. Zeminski shot in the air. Oh, and they dropped charges on him. Joshua Zeminski was the guy who shot first, went to court already. Oh, gotcha. But I have someone else that's just, sending me message after messages saying that he thinks he knows who shot Rosenbaum. The whole thing's just weird. Richie works for the Daily Caller. Zeminski and his wife were there with Rosenbaum. Gotcha. The victims are portrayed as good Samaritans trying to disarm a killer. That's why they weren't charged. Someone said the prosecution lied about a lot. Drone footage didn't help them at all. Yeah. There were 4 shots after. No, you got to watch a video again. I think there are 3. Richie McGinnis was interviewed on Elijah Schaefer's show, Slightly Offensive, not a bad guy. Yo, I don't even know who he is. I've never heard of him. I'm just saying the messages that I got. The only thing I know is he's a streamer, isn't he? I don't know anything else about Richie McGinnis. His name sounds familiar, but I think it's just from this whole scenario. But there were shots after, or there were shots before Kyle shots, not after, I don't believe. But here's the thing. If you watched with us that night, there were a shit ton of gunfire. It wasn't just those 8 shots from Kyle or 3 other shots from other people. We heard gunshots all over that area from maybe about 30 minutes before the shooting happened. Because remember, there were reports of 4 people that were killed, and then all of a sudden that disappeared and only were 2. There were a lot of shots. Someone said not shots, firearm discharges. I don't know what that means. Someone said, yeah, he live streamed riots in Minnesota, Portland, Seattle, and Kenosha. Oh, gotcha. But did they talk about the firebomb he tried to throw at them yet? Yeah, it was a plastic bag, according. Someone said we saw it live. But yeah, how many of you guys that watched with me live, because there are people in here that watched with me live when it was Freight Broker Live a year ago, how many of you guys remember hearing the shootings? There were so many shootings that night. And you know, we heard shootings before. And I think even if you listen to CJ's feed, because that's the feed we were watching, he kept saying there were the shootings. He hears gunshots. People are driving around shooting. I think we were listening to a scanner that night too. And people were saying they were driving around. Video from a car, and you could hear the first shot. Kyle shots and 4 more. Yeah, I don't know. There was a lot of gunfire as he walked by police. Yeah, there was. I was one of them, Steven, heard all the shots live. Yeah. But, yeah, there was a lot going on, man. A lot going on that night. And a lot of people just pretend like it didn't happen. Or I like to call it willful ignorance now. A lot of people just see things in a certain light. You know what I mean? They see things differently. But I don't. I see it for what it is. Someone said there are multiple gunshots. You're damn right there were. But yeah, someone said, I don't know how they got the guy's name in the shot first. Yeah, I don't know. I missed that one too. But that's one of the things that you could always count on. I guess Facebook deleted my video footage of that night, which is weird because they didn't delete the uploaded footage. So I wonder if they just did it right away. Or maybe I did. Maybe I deleted it. And I used to have everything saved, but we've since switched computers and all that stuff. So I don't know if I have that footage anymore. But it's crazy, man. The whole thing, when you actually think about everything that's happened over the past year, and you think about how much publicity this has, and here's another thing. How about the arguments after the prosecution rested their opening, and then the defense, they were going through all the motions, and maybe some of you guys missed this, but they were going through motions from the defense, and the defense wanted to use the opening that was provided for them by the prosecution to say that Rosenbaum had gotten out of a mental hospital that day. Because they said he was released from a hospital. He went to his girlfriend's house. He wasn't allowed to be there, so he left, and that's how he ended up at the soiree. The defense said, well, you opened it up saying it's a saying a hospital, that he was discharged from a hospital. He wasn't discharged just from a regular hospital. He was on a 5150 hold because he said he was going to try to kill himself. How is that, and how the defense didn't go at that point and saying, well, listen, we have video evidence of him taunting people to kill him when he was just released that day from a hospital on a 5150 hold for trying to kill himself. How is that not relevant? Or the fact that he couldn't stay at his girlfriend. That's what the prosecution said. He couldn't stay at his girlfriend's house. He couldn't stay at his girlfriend's house. The defense wanted to explain why he couldn't stay at his girlfriend's house. And it wasn't because he had somewhere else to be. It was because he has a protective order for beating the shit out of her, because he was facing charges for a domestic assault. So why that isn't being allowed to be introduced, I don't understand, because that all goes into the aggravating or why he was acting the way he was acting. You know? very odd. Court is not over. No, it's going to be back in 15 minutes. So I'm just kind of running through what we've watched so far. And I'm sick, if you can't tell. That's why I'm home. Plus, you probably heard the kids a second ago. So I'm working out of my house. The kids are here because it's election day. So once my wife gets done with her school, because she still had to go to school even though there are no kids there, which doesn't make any damn sense. What else do teachers do every day? Don't tell her I said that. But once she gets home, I'm going to go vote and go. CJ is showing videos from the shooting. Yeah. He's been doing that. He'll likely do it tonight as well. But some said because he beat her up and he's a serial pedophile. Yeah, I think 2 of the 3 people that were shot, didn't they have some sexual assault charges or lewd and lascivious or something like that? I think they did. Someone said, do they even need to make a motion on that? Yeah, because they had a previous motion that was denied by the judge to include Rosenbaum's stay and the fact that he had a protective order out against his girlfriend. So they already had a motion. They already tried to use that. The press squashed that motion. So then they said, well, they opened up the door for it. So we'll have to see. These prosecutors or these defense attorneys are pretty quick. I like them. They're pretty quick. Someone said the infrared footage is conclusive. Sorry for the caps. Yeah. What's the news sounding like on the Virginia election? So far, I think McAuliffe was winning he was up 17% for the absentee ballots. But a lot of the political forecasters right now are saying that's good news for Youngkin because going into the 2022 or 2020 election, Democrats were up 30%. So because that gap is a lot smaller, they think the day of voters, which I'm one, I vote on the day. They think the day of voters are going to be what pushes Youngkin over. Can you imagine if Loudoun County goes red? That would be amazing. I don't know if it's going to. I think a lot of voters are going to choose to vote for Youngkin over McAuliffe just because McAuliffe is an idiot. And he went out publicly and said that he doesn't believe teachers have or that parents don't have a right to have input into children's curriculum. And that would be good too, because the second Glenn Youngkin actually takes office, the whole mask mandates, all that stuff is all done. Vaccine requirements, he's going to ban. So there's a lot of stuff that's going to happen that's going to be quite impressive if Youngkin gets it. And if McAuliffe was winning, I told my wife this morning, I'm like, McAuliffe allegedly received $350,000 from the Chinese government. And his lawyers were working with the Loudoun County ones and all these stuff. And I'm like, we may have to move again. We really may. We may have to move again. Rollins says Republicans lean into cultural issues around families. Yeah. Is my wife voting for him? She said she was, but I don't know. McAuliffe made a statement yesterday, and I thought that would really throw my wife onto the Youngkin train. Because he made a statement that we need 50% minority teachers because right now there's an 80% white versus minority of educators in the state. And that McAuliffe said that's not right considering that the population is actually reversed. It's 50-50 in terms of minority versus white students. And therefore the teacher demographic should stay that way. And so I talked to my wife about that this morning, and I said that has to change your vote because if McAuliffe gets elected, that essentially means you're out of a job, or at least your job is going to be less competitive because instead of actually looking for good teachers that fill those roles, they're going to look for minority teachers just to push that quota that McAuliffe has set, not necessarily look at how good they are as teachers instead of how good they are at actually teaching. Blank Page said she likes teaching CRT. They don't teach CRT, so why don't you shut the hell up, Blank Page? And she wasn't licensed in the state. In order to get licensed in the state, you have to do some CRT training or some sort of form of CRT training in order to get your license in the state. But because she was already she was fully licensed in Florida, she had a lateral transfer here, so she didn't have to test or do anything else to be a teacher here. But she doesn't believe in CRT, but she also sees it differently because she's not as black and white as we are. with everything. I noticed that being a conservative, I'm far more black and white on what I think is right and wrong. If something hugs that line, it's wrong to me because it's not right. She is not necessarily that way. She's probably more of an independent than Democrat, but she has a lot more flex in that middle. So there's almost like three. It's hard to explain. Like, so for a conservative, we have our values and then everything else. I think for her as an independent, she has her values. She's got a middle ground of values, and then she has everything else. She hugs that middle ground quite a bit. And I think that's a lot of this CRT thing, because she sees a different way about it, like in terms of what they actually teach, far more than what you and I have knowledge about, because we're not teachers. She sees what's actually being taught. She taught civics. She taught U.S. history and English comp. Those are all, she's got 3 different professional licenses. And she sees, she says there's major gaps in the history that America teaches in terms of U.S. history. And in which I would agree with that too. I don't think we spend enough time talking about the bad part of our history as Americans. So, you know what I mean? So I think she hugs a line. But my wife is like me in the way that if she had something to teach that she disagreed with, she wouldn't teach. She would fight it. She would fight against it, because that's just who she is. I mean, I remember one time at a bar, she saw in my eyes that I was getting ready to beat the shit out of some guy for messing around with someone else. So she flipped the table to avoid me from getting in that confrontation. She flipped the table and kicked him out of his chair, stood over him and, threatened to, get him. And she did it. She cares about stuff. And I guess that she would never back down if there was something that she was opposed to. She would never agree with it, if that makes sense. Someone said, I didn't know there was a CRT certification. It's not. You got to do some CRT shit inside it's not a CRT certification. You got to do some CRT crap with your thing. Does she teach the Democrats were the slave owners? She doesn't teach any of that. And here's the thing. What the fuck does that matter? Someone said, does she teach the Democrats were slave owners? No. You know what she probably teaches them? Americans were slave owners. So were black people. So were Asian people and Spanish people. Everybody in history has owned slaves at some point, apparently. Every racial group. You know what I mean? It's not about Democrats or Republicans. It's about Americans. Whether or not you like to admit that. But someone said, I let my wife fight my battles too. Yeah. You probably would if it was if you were facing down the barrel of Steve sitting on the other side of you, Terry. Because I also had a problem where I wouldn't shut it off. So once I usually made connection with someone with a hand, I'd have a hard time stopping myself. I was a different person then. But you know what I mean? You said she taught history. She does, or she used to. She doesn't anymore. Someone said, do you got the coof? No, I got like a sinus thing going on. She's a wife and the mother of 2 boys. She's got my vote. Oh, she's great. And here's the thing. If she agreed with everything I said, it would never work. The reason why we work is because we're different. We're opposites. We listen to different music. We like different foods. She likes wine and Sublime. I like beer and heavy metal. You know what I mean? And to be honest, she was way more conservative before she started going to school, and that's my fault because I signed her up for school so she could do something other than waitress years ago. You know what I mean? But she's a great gal, And I have confidence in her teaching, because she's not going to teach anything she feels wrongly about. I remember in Florida last year, there was this weird survey that she had to do, and she even asked me about it. She asked me how I thought about the survey, because she's like, I think that this may be a little bit controversial. And it was something, it very loosely could be connected to privilege talk. But I mean, you'd really have to make a stretch. Even I said that. I'm like, yeah, I mean, I could see, would I be uncomfortable if our kids came home with a worksheet that said this? No, but I could see how people would. And she literally went to the school and, started a whole campaign basically to change that. And it's not necessarily because she disagrees, because she does believe that some people have a lot more privilege based on their socioeconomical upbringings, which is kind of different because we both were brought up in a different kind of thing. We were, poor. We didn't have a lot. We went to shitty schools and all that. And we both do really well. She's got a master's degree and teaches, and she could do whatever she wanted. She was dean's list for 6 years in college. She could do whatever the hell she wanted, but we have a lot, and we disagree on a lot of things too. She votes blue. I'll be honest, and this pisses her off all the time. I think she votes that way just to spite me. Because I think a lot of the time, especially a lot of the things we talk about, she agrees with me, or she won't ever lead on to it, but she agrees. But I don't know what people are talking. Someone said, pretty sure I wouldn't enjoy fighting Steve. Doesn't sound fun at all. No, it's fun for me. And I'm not some sort of badass. I've gotten my ass beat a couple of times. There's nothing quite like connecting with someone's face. It is a good feeling. It always has. It's been like my therapy. When I left the fire department, before I got my shit together, that's literally what I did for a living. I went and bounced because I could punch people. And it's just something else. But yeah. But I've gotten my butt kicked, like when I was in 5th grade or something. I'm just reading the chat, seeing what else. Someone said, heck yeah, a teacher that flips tables. She did that once. We told our son about that the other day. He was like, what? Mom, you're badass. But I'm sure everyone would, They would obviously think I would do it, but they were surprised that she would. Someone said, you make 0 cents Fed guy. Those are D Live. And you got a name like Lunch. That's stupid because you sound like a goat. And goat sounds stupid. That's why I said that. Someone said, I would hate being married to a liberal, nothing in common. It's good to be opposite, but Dems are nowhere close to my values. It would never work. Well, that's just a stupid way of thinking, to be completely honest and to be blunt, because you need that opposing view. You know what I mean? You do. And if you value who a person is, like, would you not be friends with a Democrat because of the way they vote? Oh, I don't know if I would either now, to be completely honest, because they're destroying our country, but it's not American to be biased against somebody for their political view. And that's essentially what that comment was a minute ago. Someone said, conservatives know the difference between right and wrong, something Democrats have no concept of. But you spelt it wrong. So, if you're going to write a comment like that, Bambi Rose, no, they have no concept of. It would be N-O, not K-N-O-W. But here's the thing. That statement's wrong, too, because Democrats do know right and wrong. They just don't care. So they will do something wrong because, they just don't care. Do you know what I mean? Someone said, my spouse is more compassionate than I am, for sure. Air signs. Yeah. But trolls are deep. Yeah, we're covering Kyle Rittenhouse today, so trolls on Twitch. Plus, Twitch we don't have blocked up to supporter only. So maybe that's what we should do, is block it up, supporter only. April, if you're watching, can you do that? Just lock up supporter only on Twitch. That'll get rid of some of these Twitch, or not supporter, whatever it is, subscriber only on Twitch. I don't even know how to do that. Hammer Guy on D Live said, curious what's going on with the vax in Israel. Seems not to be working very well. Yeah, it never is. The vax isn't working anywhere really well. That's why they keep adding all these boosters. Let's go, Brandon. All right, this thing should be coming back now. So what I'm going to do is just get this. I'm tired of talking. I got to go blow my nose again. This thing should be coming back any minute. And look at that. just for you, I talked through their whole lunch break. That was pretty impressive. Sorry, Adam, you were supposed to come on with me. I don't know where the hell you were. But sub only. Yeah, thank you. But your T-shirt was a hit this weekend in Vegas. Y'all said, oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we've got a lot of good stuff. We have the December Patriot boxes that are going to come out. Those are all going to have, or they're for pre-order right now, they're all going to have a special Christmas ornament design. All the October boxes went out. I'm glad that you guys are so happy with them. And then the November boxes, just waiting for the challenge coins for those, and then those will go out. And but you can go to puretruthclothing.com and search December Patriot box and buy that. It's $90. Shipping is included in that, which is different than what I've done before. Someone said, come on, I'm getting punished for others arguing. Actually, no, it should have already been on subscriber only anyway, because one, it keeps the trolls out. That's what we're doing on Facebook as well. Facebook's chat right now is supporter only. And the reason is two reasons. One, it keeps the trolls off of the main page. So, and most of the people that have been watching my show for a long time, they understand the things we value and the things we said. So we don't like hate speech, that kind of shit. And secondly, Facebook is actually running a promotion now where if you sign up and become a supporter, in addition to the subscription fee, which I think is like $4.99 or $5.99 a month, they're also giving $20 up to $10,000 for new members. So it actually makes it so I can actually make money off Facebook, which is different than what it typically is on Facebook. So I'm pretty stoked about that. We also have our own live streaming platform as well. You can go to citizenstringer.tv. Also, starting tomorrow, I can't do it today because I'm here, but starting tomorrow, what I'm going to be doing is running two separate feeds, so they're not going to be in sync. So Rumble and Citizen Stringer feeds are going to stay 24/7, and there'll be the unedited raw footage from the court. What I'm going to do on social media is I'm going to have a placeholder video or a placeholder that I'm going to put over the videos. So if it does show videos of like gruesome that Facebook will obviously take me down from, I'll throw something, I'll block it off so you can't see. You'll be able to hear it, but you won't be able to see it until that's done, and then I'll switch back. So if you want to watch the unedited ones, you can watch for free at Rumble. Just look up Citizen Stringer TV, or if you want to be able to chat with all the people that chat all the time on Citizen Stringer and watch on your Roku, your Amazon Fire, your Google TV, your Apple TV, or a smart device with our app, you can do so by signing up for Citizen Stringer, citizenstringer.tv. So I hope that makes sense. And it looks like we have a hype train going on on Twitch, which is pretty awesome considering we just went to subscription only. And again, guys, if you like the stream and you like watching what I have to say, you shouldn't be pissed if it's on supporter only or subscriber only or whatever in terms of the chat, because this is literally, you're the reason why we can do this. But ultimately, we have to make money some way. We try to plug our merch more than doing anything else. But, you know, it is what it is. We got to pay to do this. We've got some big stuff going on, but we're not telling you. We may have a couple of documentaries coming out in the next month or two. So stay tuned for that. But I'm going to put on this trial, and we're just going to wait for it to start again. So we'll see you tonight. I'll probably be at the office the next break because it's 2 o'clock. My wife will get home in like 2 hours, and then I'll go to the office and wait for the stream to end there. After my show is over at 6 o'clock, Pete Santilli is going to be on with his evening show on Citizen Stringer until 9 o'clock, and then we will replay this entire feed. We'll replay this tonight overnight, so if you can watch it live and interact with the chat. It'll also be on demand shortly after it's done broadcasting. It takes a little bit for that, but it will be on demand for everybody to watch. You don't need an account on citizenstringer.com or citizenstringer.tv. We will see you in a little bit. Just in case anyone's aware, there is no sound right now. They will turn on the sound as soon as it begins. There is no sound.
All right, now we're set. All right, good afternoon, folks. Is that time? And of course, we overshot it a little. But is that about right? 45 minutes, or would you like it less or more? Let's take a vote. How many are comfortable with 45 minutes? Oh, that's overwhelming. How many? 30. How many? 2 hours. Okay. All right. Let's proceed with the state's case.
Your Honor, the state calls Dominic Black to the witness stand.
It might be easier to go around that way because there's a cord here.
Stand, please. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Turn it towards you.
Could you state your name for the record, spelling your first and last name?
Dominic Black, Dominick Black.
And do you live here in Kenosha currently?
Yes, I do.
What part of town do you live in?
I would say the middle of the town, 5 minutes away from here.
Who do you live with?
My stepfather.
How long have you lived in Kenosha?
Practically my whole life.
Did you go to school here?
Yes, I did.
How old are you?
I just turned 20.
Did there come a time in which you got to know an individual by the name of Kyle Rittenhouse?
Yes.
Do you see him here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you point him out by where he's seated and what he's wearing?
Right there, in the suit.
Indicating the accused.
How did you come to know him?
Through his sister, Mackenzie.
Can you tell us more about that?
I dated his sister. I would frequently go over to their house, and from there forth, I became friends with Kyle.
When you say you go to their house, where was their house located?
Antioch, Illinois.
Now, we're going to talk about the night of August 25th, 2020, so I want to use that as a frame of reference. How long before that date had you known the defendant?
Roughly 9 months.
Was that the same period of time that you were dating his sister?
Yes.
And how frequently would you see the defendant during those 9 or so months?
About every day.
You mentioned there were times when you would go down to his residence in Antioch, is that right?
Yes.
Were there times when he would come to your stepfather's residence here in Kenosha?
Yes.
How often would that occur?
Weekly.
What sort of things did the two of you like to do together?
Everything as a kid. Hanging out, going to the lake, hunting, going up north, just everything you would do growing up.
You mentioned hunting. Is that something that you and your family are interested in?
Yes.
Tell us more about that.
We own property in Ladysmith. Every year growing up, I would go there with my stepdad and my brother and go hunt ever since I was a little kid.
When you say hunt, what sort of things would you hunt?
Deer, turkey, pheasant, rabbit.
Can you describe your family's property in Ladysmith for us?
Yeah, it's about, I want to say 13 acres of land with somewhat we would call a shooting range, which is like a big open gravel pit, and it's pretty secluded and private in the woods.
Now you mentioned that the defendant was interested in hunting. Did you ever bring him along hunting up in Ladysmith?
I wouldn't say hunting. We did bring him once to go kind of just get a feel for hunting and shoot guns and just kind of get away for the weekend.
Do you remember when that was?
I would like to say a few months before everything happened.
If I said it was in early May, around May 1st of 2020, would that sound right to you?
Yes.
Now, do you remember a time in which you and the defendant were up in Ladysmith and there was some discussion about purchasing a gun?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
We were going up and we had stopped at a store that was local, to buy like clay pigeons and ammo. Kyle had also wanted a gun similar to the one I had. He did not, or I did not have the money for it, so he said he would pay for it. I told him that wasn't a good idea. He wasn't 18, but we came to an agreement to where he could have it once he is 18. It would be kept at my house until then. So it kind of went on from there.
What kind of gun was this?
An AR-15.
Did you have one of those already?
Yes.
Did the defendant see that gun that you had?
Yes.
How did it come to be that he saw that gun?
Just from when I bought it, he had saw it at my house, or, just me opening it from the box.
And he indicated to you that he wanted a similar type gun?
Yes.
Did the defendant say anything to you about why he wanted such a gun?
No.
Now, you just mentioned the fact that the defendant was not 18. How old was he in May to August of 2020?
17.
And you discussed that he couldn't have a gun because he was 18. Is that something that you and the defendant actually talked about?
Yes.
Can you tell us about those discussions?
It was more along the lines of he would be 18 soon. I told him I didn't want to do it because I knew it wasn't, obviously he can't buy it legally. We did agree that it wouldn't be his until he was 18, and he was aware of that. And from then on, it did stay at my house.
So when you were up in Ladysmith, I think you said you went to a local store to purchase the gun. Is that correct?
Yes.
In whose name was the gun purchased?
Mine.
So you were the legal registered owner of the gun?
Yes.
Where did the money come from to get that gun?
Kyle.
After the gun was purchased in Ladysmith, did the defendant use it?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
We just target practiced. We bought a pretty good amount of ammo and just shot clay pigeons, and just went into the woods on our property.
Now, you mentioned earlier there was some sort of, I think you said a shooting range on the property. Is
Yes.
that right? Can you describe that for us, please?
It's about 250 yards long. It's an old gravel pit that they used to use to obviously get gravel. It kind of just turned into the shooting range for us. Is a big open field.
Did you and the defendant shoot your AR-15s on that shooting range?
Yes.
You mentioned it was about 250 yards long. Did you have targets that far away?
Not entirely. It was, more at the time it was just like iron sights, so that wasn't a realistic range to shoot. We would set up clay pigeons hanging on trees at the end of the range and just kind of walk a certain amount of distance until we felt comfortable it was the right spot.
What would you say the farthest distance away would be that you shot targets at with your guns?
Say about 75 yards.
Were you successful in hitting what you were shooting at?
Not all the time.
I'm going to ask the detectives here to show you a couple of exhibits that have been marked as exhibits 27 and 28. And I'm going to have them handle them for safety purposes, but I'm going to have them hold them up and show them to you, and I'm going to ask you if you can identify them for us, okay?
Okay.
And I want to represent to everyone that these items are not loaded. There are no bullets or anything like that. I believe that Detective Antaramian is holding up what is been marked as exhibit number 27. Detective, is that right? That's number 27? 27. Okay. Do you recognize that item, Mr. Black?
Yes.
What is that?
One of the AR-15s.
Do you know which one that is?
I believe it's Kyle's. I'm not too sure.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that yours and the defendant's look very similar to one another?
Yes.
Do you remember if there are any particular markings on one or the other that would help you to identify them?
The only difference was the sights.
What was the difference in the sights?
One of us had a bigger one. I don't remember which one it was.
Okay. I'll have the detective now show you the next exhibit, which is exhibit number 28. Detective Antaramian is now showing you another item, which is exhibit number 28. Do you recognize that?
Not from the last time I've seen both of them, no.
Okay. And I noticed that the gun that he's holding up doesn't appear to have a scope on it. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Are AR-15s the type of weapon where a scope could be added to them if need be?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Detective. Okay. Could you grab that, please? Detective Antaramian indicates there's a scope in the box, so we're going to show that to you as well. Maybe we could show Mr. Black both of the scopes, and you could tell us if you recognize which one might be yours. So, I believe Detective Antaramian is showing you one of the scopes. Are you able to recognize if that's yours or the defendant's?
That is not mine.
Okay. So that scope came, you believe, from the defendant's gun?
Yes.
Okay. And if you recall, thank you, Detective, the other weapon that we had that had a scope on it, now that you've seen this other scope, does that help you remember which gun was which?
Yes.
Okay. The other gun that we showed you, which is Exhibit 27 with the scope attached on it, was that your gun?
Yes.
Okay. So these two exhibits, 27 and 28, are, 27 is the first one is your AR-15, and the second one is the defendant's. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move exhibits 27 and 28 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Can you help us understand, Mr. Black, why you were interested in having an AR-15?
I kind of wanted like a personal project. I had mostly only had hunting guns, and I wanted to try something new to target shoot. I have a lot of family with guns like that. They kind of find it a hobby to build them up and put different attachments on them, so I figured I would try and get into it as well.
How long had you owned that AR-15?
I want to say 2-3 months.
Before May or before August?
Before May.
Okay. And in that time period, had you made any modifications or additions to the gun?
Just the scope.
I assume if life had kept going forward like normal, you would have continued to do so?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to talk a little bit in a few minutes about the night of August 25th. Other than that night, was there ever a time in which you went out in Kenosha holding or carrying that AR-15?
No.
How would you normally store or carry around that weapon if you did?
In my arms. I mean, if I'm driving, it would be, disassembled in the back of the car, unloaded.
Maybe I was not clear on my question. I believe you said that up until the night of August 25th, you hadn't went out armed with that AR-15 in Kenosha. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
When you did have it with you in Kenosha, was it disassembled in the trunk of your car?
On the way there, yes, but once we had arrived, no.
Where did you normally keep your gun on a daily basis?
Locked up inside the house.
Whereabouts inside the house?
In the safe.
Where was that safe located?
In my dad's room.
Did you have a key to that safe?
No.
Who did?
My dad.
When you wanted to get your AR-15, did you have to get your dad's permission?
Yes.
And just so we're clear, when you say dad, that's technically your stepdad?
Yes.
Okay. So, for example, in May when you went up to Ladysmith with the defendant, who all came along with you?
It was me, Kyle, my brother Ray, my friend Cody, and Kyle's sister.
Do you remember approximately how long you spent up there?
I want to say it was the weekend.
When you went up there, I assume you brought your AR-15.
Yes.
Did anyone else bring any other guns along with them?
Yes. We also brought like a 12-gauge hunting shotgun, and then I think my friend brought his little .22 pistol.
And I think you said earlier that your dad, your stepdad, and your brother were also interested in hunting?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how many rounds you and the defendant would have fired off at that firing range up at the property in Ladysmith when you were there that weekend?
A lot. I would say 100, 200.
May I approach, Your Honor? Mr. Black, I'm going to show you a document which has been marked as exhibit number 7. Do you recognize the photograph on that document?
Yes.
Who is shown in that photograph?
Kyle?
Was that a photograph that was taken when you and the defendant were up in Ladysmith around May 1st of 2020?
Yes.
Does that photograph show the defendant holding his AR-15?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move exhibit number 7 into evidence.
Is there objection?
No.
Received.
May I publish that to the jury, Your Honor, on the screens?
You may.
Sometimes these TVs are too smart for us. Could you turn that one on too, Natalie? Turn itself off. And then could you input for number 1, please? Sorry, I'll do that. Mr. Black, do you recall what day that photograph was taken when you were up there?
I want to say the same day we arrived.
Does that photograph show in the background there the property that your family had up in Ladysmith?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember who it was who actually took that photograph?
Yes.
Who was it?
My friend Cody.
Do you remember if that was before or after you and the defendant went to the firing range and
This is before.
practiced? Okay. All right. Thank you. Now, after you and the defendant returned to Kenosha from Ladysmith, and the defendant, that you purchased this gun for the defendant, what happened to the gun after that?
It was locked up in the safe.
Which safe is that?
The one in the garage. It was the one that required a code to open.
That's the garage at your father's place?
Yes.
Here in Kenosha?
Yes.
Stepfather? I'm going to use that interchangeably, but technically that's your stepfather, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. Did you have a code to open that safe?
No.
Who did?
Only my stepdad.
So the defendant didn't either?
No.
Why didn't the defendant take that AR-15 back to Antioch with him?
Because we had an agreement that he wouldn't do that.
What was the reason why?
He was 17.
Was the defendant accepting of that? Did he understand that?
Yes.
Do you recall having any discussions with his mom about that?
Not me personally.
I want to talk about the time period between when you came back from Ladysmith in early May and the night of August 25th, 2020. In that period of time, did the defendant ever possess that AR-15?
No.
On the day of August 25th, 2020, the day when all this stuff happened, did he possess that gun?
Yes.
How did it come to be that he gained possession of that gun on August 25th?
My dad had took a lot of the weapons we had out of the safe due to all the rioting and stashed them inside the house in case somebody were to come break into our house. And that gun happened to be one of those weapons.
Do you know how the defendant took possession of it that day?
I do not. All I'm aware of is that it was downstairs.
When did you first see the defendant with that weapon that day?
When I was in the kitchen. So about, I want to say, a few hours before we left.
And tell us what you saw when you were in the kitchen.
I saw him coming up the stairs with it.
With the AR-15?
Yes.
Did you hear him ask you permission to take that gun?
No.
Did you hear him ask permission from your father?
No.
When the defendant came upstairs with that gun, what, if anything, did he do with it?
I believe he set it down on the table and started looking for medical supplies.
What do you mean by medical supplies?
Like bandages, rubbing alcohol, certain things like that.
Do you know why he was doing that?
Yes, in case somebody was hurt downtown.
We've seen some photographs that night of the defendant with a bag that looks like a medic bag. Do you remember him having that night?
Yes.
On that night? Do you know what was in that bag?
All of the medical supplies that he was gathering.
Were those medical supplies gathered from your house?
Yes.
Do you know if the defendant got any medical supplies from Walgreens or any other store or anything like that, or was it just all from your house?
I know there wasn't any from any store, but I'm unaware of anything that happened after we had got to the lake.
Okay. So I believe you described that the defendant took the gun into the kitchen, put it on the table. He was gathering some medical supplies. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
What happened after that?
We proceeded to get ready, and then we went down to the lake.
When you say we, who do you mean?
Me and Kyle.
Where did you go when you went down by the lake?
At first we had parked by a friend's house, and then we walked to, I want to say, the back parking lot of Ruther.
And what did you do there?
We met up with our friend Nick, and then we proceeded to go to the car source locations.
When you say Nick, do you mean Nick Smith?
Yes.
When you say car source locations, we've heard some testimony about 3 different locations. Can you help us to understand which one you're talking about?
The first one we went to was the one that would be closest to us right now, so further south.
I apologize, I was a little distracted there. Can you tell me again, which was the first one you went to?
The one that was further south.
63rd and Sheridan? Does that sound right? And when you say we went there, was that the defendant, you and Nick Smith?
Yes.
What happened then?
Then we met the owner once again, and he gave us a ride to the north location and dropped us off.
Okay, I'm sorry. You say you met the owner once again. When was the first time that you met him?
Previously in the day, I want to say it was around morning time when we were cleaning up all the graffiti.
So maybe I've jumped around a little bit, so I want to make things clear. If I could have just 1 second.
Go ahead. Is it marked?
It's not yet. Let's start. I apologize, it's my fault. I kind of jumped in the middle of the day. So I want to start at the beginning of that day. That was Tuesday, August 25th, 2020, the day that all these things happened. So let me back up for a little bit so we can kind of go in chronological order. I think it's easier for everybody to follow. The night, Monday night into Tuesday, did you stay at your own home?
Yes.
Did the defendant stay there as well?
I do not recall.
Do you remember when the first time would have been that you would have seen him on Tuesday morning?
I don't know specifically what time, but it was before noon.
When you saw him, was it at your house?
Yes.
What happened when you first saw him? What did the two of you do?
Me, him, and my brother Ray decided to go down to the lake and kind of just look at how things were, and then from there on we decided to help clean.
When you say you went down to the lake, do you mean the actual beach lakefront, or do you mean downtown?
Downtown.
Where did you go when you went downtown the first time?
We parked right next to the car source location that had already been burnt down, and then we walked across Sheridan to Ruther.
I'm gonna, may I approach, Your Honor? I have a map here of the area, and I'm going to try and prop it in such a way that we can all see it. I wish I had an easel, but I don't right now. Mr. Black, I'll be a human easel for a moment. This shows the area of downtown beginning on the north at 58th Street and going down to the south at 63rd Street. Sorry, Karen. And the area along Sheridan Road there. Do you see that, Mr. Black?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
I'm going to ask you that, what happened to our easel, do we know?
Well, maybe
Back here?
upstairs.
Okay, and then put it, because right now the defendant can't see it, and I'm required to ensure that he does, and also I can't see it either. Now, and then also, once we get that, then
okay. We'll just wait. Is that okay? Can we
we're
wait
waiting
that?
for the easel.
Yeah.
You can continue with examination on something else,
It's
or you
right
can
here.
wait. There we are. Put it back so that the defendant can see it.
Or up there.
Can we maybe
Or up
angle
there.
it up there?
That's
Would that
actually
be
what
okay?
we use.
Yeah.
Yeah, use that.
There's a button here to push, so maybe do some marking here in a sec.
Okay, thank you, Judge. This makes it a lot easier. Mr. Black, I put a little laser pointer right in front of you there. Could you use that and show us on this map? I'm going to focus in on the first time you say you came down with the defendant. And I think you said, was there anyone else with you the first time, or was it just the two of you?
No, it was me, him, and my brother.
Okay.
There's another if you like. No, then you could if you want.
Yeah.
Or you can use the one Sister Mercy Ann gave me.
I don't want to be accused of using a dangerous weapon, so I'll use just the laser pointer. So, thank you. Sure, I know how to turn it on now. Oh, there's the button. Okay. Could you please use that laser pointer and show us on this map? You said you parked near one of the car source locations when you first came down.
Yes.
Can you point out where that was?
About right. I would say right here.
And for the record, you are pointing to an area that is, I believe, on 59th Street, just east of Sheridan Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on this map, there's a label there of one of the car source locations at that intersection, at that corner. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. You described one of the car source locations as one that had been affected by the events of the previous night. And I'm not sure what word you exactly used, but can you describe for us when you were at that particular car source location, which is on the northeast corner of 59th and Sheridan, what did you observe?
Every car was burnt to ash. There was a lot of garbage and graffiti everywhere.
Now, there's a structure on that property, an office of some sort. Did you observe that office as well?
Yes, it was burnt down.
Did you look inside?
No.
Is it fair to say that every car in that lot was burned to the chassis almost?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you indicated you parked near there and looked at that location. Is that correct?
Yes.
What did you do next?
From then we walked to, which is now Harborside.
And on that map, can you show us where that would be?
I don't know if it's on the map exactly, but it would be more south up there.
And when you say south, you mean actually north?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So you're talking about the area near Ruther High School?
Yes.
Which would be right across the square from where we're at right now?
Yes.
And why was it that you walked in that direction?
We noticed there was people cleaning the graffiti, and that was my old school, so we decided to go help.
Did you help?
Yes.
And what did you do to help?
Scrub the walls.
Did the defendant help as well?
Yes.
And how much time did you spend doing that?
I want to say 2 hours, about 2.5 hours.
Did you have any supplies on your own to use to clean, or did people already have some?
They had some. I personally left by myself to go get sandpaper, and then I came back to try it.
I've never tried to clean graffiti off a wall. How does it work?
Not very well.
Well, I appreciate your efforts. What happened then after that?
From then we went back to the house and went home.
So you got back in your car and drove back to your house?
Yes.
And your brother came along?
Yes.
What happened then?
From then, that's when we ended up getting the guns.
Now, we talked earlier about a time in which the defendant came upstairs into the kitchen with his gun. He started to gather some medical supplies. Are we at that point in the chronology?
Yes.
Okay, good. Just want to make sure I've got everything in order. Then let's go forward from there. What happened after the defendant was gathering medical supplies? He had the gun in the kitchen. What happened then?
As soon as we were ready, we went down to the lake, and that's when we parked at Nick Smith's house.
And I don't know if it is on that map or not. Is his house located somewhere in that area?
Yeah, it's not on the map, but it would be if the map was up more.
Okay.
Can I hear you, sir?
If the map was up
If
more?
the map were up more, yes.
Okay. So your friend Nick Smith lives somewhere near this area. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, behind Ruther.
Okay. And you went to his house. Is that right?
Yes.
Who came with you?
Just me and Kyle.
Did you have your guns?
Yes.
Did you have any ammunition for your gun?
Yes.
You personally?
Yes.
Do you know if the defendant did?
Yes.
We've had some discussions at various points already in this case about a strap or some sort of device for retaining the gun. Did you have that type of item with you?
Yes.
And did the defendant?
Yes.
Do you know how those were, how you acquired those?
Yes, from Jelinski's.
When did you do that?
I want to say the middle of that day, in between us getting back from cleaning up graffiti and before we left.
So earlier you described coming down, looking at the burnt out car source location, going over to Harborside or Ruther and cleaning up some graffiti, and then leaving the downtown area. Is
Yes.
that right? Is that when you went to Jelinski's?
We did stop at the house first, and then I believe it was like an hour until we did go to Jelinski's.
When you say we, who all went to Jelinski's?
Just me and Kyle.
What was your purpose in going there?
To get a sling,
Why did you want a sling?
so we didn't have to hold it the entire time we were walking.
Do you recall if you and the defendant both got the same kind of sling?
Yes, we did.
Who actually went in and purchased the sling?
Kyle.
And after that, leaving Jelinski's, did you then go back home again?
Yes.
And that's when you acquired, or the defendant acquired the gun and the medical supplies?
Yes.
Okay. And then after that, you said you came back down to the lakefront. Is that right?
Yes.
Where did you go when you came back?
We went to Nick Smith's, and then we met him at the Ruther parking lot, and from then on we walked to the Cars First location.
Now, I want to stop you for a second because you made a mention earlier of the owner of Car Source. Do you know that person's name?
I believe his name was Sam.
When, if at all, did you encounter him on that particular day?
We encountered him twice that day. The first time when we were cleaning graffiti, on our way back to the car, when we were leaving, we stopped and talked to him. And then after we had met with Nick later that day, he had brought us to Car Source to meet with him again.
So let's talk about the first time. You described cleaning graffiti at Ruther, which is kind of at the north end of this map. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And then you encountered this Sam on your way back to your car, which I believe you said was parked at 58th and Sheridan by that first Car Source location.
Yes.
Where in that process did you physically meet Sam?
On the corner next to Car Source, not the one that had originally got burned down, but the next one over across the street.
Can you please use your pointer to show us where that was?
About right at the corner right there.
You're pointing to the southwest corner of the intersection of 59th and Sheridan. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, did you, at this particular moment when you were meeting with Sam that day, did you observe the condition of that particular Car Source location?
Yes.
How did it appear to you?
It wasn't entirely destroyed, but there were some cars that were damaged.
When you say damaged, what did the damage look like?
Like kicked in doors and hoods and shattered windshields.
Did there appear to be any fire damage?
No.
What about the building? Did you make any observations of that?
It was just boarded up.
Okay. And when you talked to Sam that first time, this first conversation, what did you talk about?
We basically just talked about the defamation that he had in his the one that had actually burned down, and how much money he lost, and how deeply he would be in case all his other buildings did burn down.
And was there anything more that you talked about with him?
We did exchange phone numbers in case he needed any help.
Did you feel at that point like you wanted to help him?
I mean, my help was definitely there, but I didn't offer any help at that point.
Do you know if the defendant did?
I'm unaware.
And when you say exchange phone numbers with Sam, did you personally give him your number?
Yes.
Do you know if the defendant did?
Yes.
And then you said, we're going to fast forward a little bit because we've covered some of the intervening time period. You said at some point you came back down later, you parked at Nick Smith's house, and I think you said you went to the Ruther parking lot?
Yes.
And then at some point you said you went down to Car Source, is that right?
Yes.
Which Car Source did you go to after you left the Ruther parking lot?
The one that would be closest to Ruther, on the same side of Sheridan.
Is it that same one we were just talking about on the southwest corner of 59th and Sheridan?
Yes.
Now, do you recall approximately what time of day it was that you came back downtown?
I'd say around 5 p.m.
And you and the defendant both had your guns with you?
Yes.
And those straps?
Yes.
And I believe you said you had ammo too?
Yes.
Okay. When you met with Nick Smith in the Ruther parking lot, was there anyone else there besides the three of you?
There was some other people that we didn't know that had also showed up.
And from there, you said you walked to the Car Source at 59th and Sheridan?
Yes.
Why did you go there?
We were kind of just following Nick. about halfway there, we found out that we were meeting the owner Sam again.
Did you actually meet the owner Sam again?
We met his brother, so the other owner.
Where physically on that map, can you use the pointer to show us where you actually met with the brother?
Right there.
So you're pointing again to that same car source at 59th and Sheridan?
Yes.
On the southwest corner?
Yes.
Was, when you met with him, do you remember, were you in the building? Were you outside?
We were outside.
Okay. Do you remember what you talked about?
We just talked about pretty much how to get in if we needed to, and then Nick had brought up if there was any way to get on the roof, and if there was any keys we needed to get inside.
Why were you having this discussion with the brother at that time?
Pretty much just to know where to stand, to make sure that a lot of us were safe and what we were allowed to do, and if we were allowed to go inside the building in case something happened.
So it sounds like there was some discussion of physically staying at that location.
Yes.
Why?
That's one of the locations we didn't want to end up burning down.
Was it your intention then to stay and protect that car source location?
Yes.
Was that something that the defendant was also planning to do, as far as you know?
Yes.
What about Nick Smith? Him too?
Yes.
Now, when the three of you, the defendant, and Nick Smith meet with this brother at that car source at that time, was there anyone else involved in protecting that location at that time?
Just the people we had previously met with at Ruther. They weren't exactly in the conversation with who was going where at the time.
What happened after you met with the brother at that car source?
Me, Kyle, and Nick had got a ride from the brother to the, I want to say, south location, and then he had dropped us off there.
Could you please use your laser pointer to show us on the map where the south location is that you're talking about? And you're pointing to the car source location that is at the northwest corner of 63rd and Sheridan, is that right?
Yes.
And you said the brother gave you a ride in his car down there?
Yes.
When you got down there, did the brother stick around or did he leave?
He stayed for about 30 minutes and then he left.
Did you meet with anyone else down there?
Yeah, that's when a lot of people that we didn't really know had came from out of town and other cities to come help.
Do you, as you sit here today, do you remember the names of any of those people?
Very few.
What was going to be the plan for that night?
The plan was to have a decent amount of us split up between the two locations and then kind of stay there to make sure nothing bad happened.
Which location were you going to go to?
The one closest to Ruther.
The one up at 59th?
Yes.
What about the defendant?
He was going with me.
So the two of you were going to be assigned to protect the 59th Street car source?
Yes.
Was there another group that was going to be assigned to guard the 63rd Street car source?
Yes.
Do you know who any of those people were?
No.
Were those people there in person when you guys were making these plans?
Yes.
So as far as you could tell, everybody understood who was going to be at one location and who was going to be at the other?
Yes.
What did you do next?
Then we walked to the car source location closest to Ruther.
Once you got there, is that where you personally stayed for the rest of the night?
Yes.
And again, you had your gun?
Yes.
And the defendant had his as well?
Yes.
Tell us about what you did when you were at 59th Street car source.
I had climbed the ladder and got on the roof of the building to kind of just watch out for people, and that's kind of where I stayed all night.
Why did you decide to go up on the roof?
I kind of didn't want to be in the mix of a lot of problems. I didn't want to, I didn't want to get hurt. I didn't want to cause any problems. I figured it would be a lot safer up on top.
Why did you bring your gun?
In case something bad did happen and I needed to protect myself.
When you say something bad happened, what were you worried about happening?
Anything. Being shot at, somebody coming up on the roof. I mean, there's a ladder in the back, so anybody could get up. Anything,
So if someone climbed up on the roof, were you going to use that gun?
Not really. I mean, it depends what they were doing.
You talked about not wanting to be on the ground because of your concern about things happening on the ground. Did you feel that if you stayed on the ground, you would be in greater danger?
Yes.
Why was that?
People could easily get access to hurting me or coming up closer to me.
When you say people, who
anyone,
are you worried about?
anyone rioting, anybody that was there for the wrong intentions.
So, what got it in your mind that night that you felt there would be people out on the street that would want to hurt you if you were down on the ground?
I had heard about the previous night and how it was, and I knew that there was a lot of people fighting each other and a lot of violence. So I felt it would be best that I went there, if I was going to go there, making sure that I could protect myself if I needed to.
But you were also there to protect the car source location.
Yes.
How were you going to do that from up on the roof?
I'm helping anybody else that was there. I'm spotting people that were throwing things.
And then what? If you see somebody throwing something, you had a gun, were you planning on shooting them?
No. When somebody sees a weapon, they're not going to want to start any problems, obviously. If I see somebody with a weapon, I'm not going to want to initiate a problem.
Was it part of your thought process that night that by having the type of weapon you did, that it would deter others from attacking you?
That's fair to say.
Were there others in your group at 59th Street Car Source besides the defendant who were similarly armed?
Yes.
How many?
Everybody except for one person.
And when you say everybody, how many people are we talking about?
6 or 7.
So it's fair to say that there were, other than you and the defendant, there were another 6 or 7 people that were all carrying AR-15 type weapons.
Yes.
When you were up on the roof that night, what observations, if any, did you make about the crowd and what was going on the ground?
There's a lot of violence, a lot of screaming, a lot of people throwing things. You could definitely tell that people weren't just there for the reason they were. It wasn't a safe place to be at all.
Now, I'm going to ask you a little bit about the timing of that evening. I'll represent to you that at some point in the evening there were crowds right out front of this courthouse, and then there were crowds that were pushed south on Sheridan. Do you remember anything like that?
Yes.
Can you tell us in your own words, when you first got to Car Source at 59th Street, was there a lot of people out in front of the building on the street?
No.
Did that change?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Later through on the night, the crowd got pushed back closer and closer to us.
And we say pushed back. Who was pushing them back?
The police.
And how were they doing that?
With the big trucks and a lot of rubber bullets and.
The crowd that was being pushed back, what was their behavior like when they passed in front of your location?
Very violent. Very upset.
When you say violent, can you give us examples of the type of violence you saw?
Saying a lot of threats, throwing a lot of things, a lot of things along the lines of that.
And when you say they would say a lot of threats, who were those threats directed at?
Us, the police, sometimes even people in the crowd.
Do you have any idea why the people out on the street would make any threats to your group?
I have no idea.
Did you ever see anyone actually injured as a result of any of this violence that you've talked about?
No.
Did you see anyone shoot at anyone else?
No.
Did you ever consider using your gun to shoot at anyone?
No.
Was there a time in which you and the other members of your group observed people on the lot to the north of that location, which is marked on that map as St. James Church? Was there a time when you saw that?
Yes.
Okay. And could you just use your laser pointer and point at that St. James Church for us, please? Okay, and that's on the north side of 59th, on the northwest corner of 59th and Sheridan. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes, 59th. Now, in this map, which is a printout from a satellite, there's a structure there next to St. James Church. Was that structure standing on the night of August 25th, 2020?
No.
What was the condition of that lot?
A bunch of rubble and concrete blocks.
Now, I asked you about whether you saw folks on that lot, and I believe you said you did. Is that right?
Yes.
What did you observe about those people?
They were obviously hiding. It was pitch black outside. We couldn't see anything besides a lot of shadows hiding behind the rocks.
What action, if any, did you and the other members of your group take as a result of seeing those people hiding?
We all started yelling, telling them to stop hiding and to go away.
Did you take any physical action with your gun towards them?
We were ready in case they did have guns.
And when you say you were ready, what exactly did you do with your gun?
We had aimed them.
You would point your gun at those people?
In the direction.
Did the defendant do that?
I am unaware.
You didn't see the defendant point his gun at those people?
No, I was looking at the construction site.
And you said you saw people hiding and you didn't know whether they had guns or not?
Not until the very end.
What did you see in the very end?
As soon as they did come from hiding, they started running, and I noticed one of the people did have a gun.
What type of gun?
It looks like a similar weapon to the one me and Kyle had.
When you say you saw them running, where were they running?
They were running, I want to say west towards the lake across Sheridan.
And you said it was dark. You said you eventually saw them with a gun. When they were in that lot north of you, did you see anyone point a gun at you?
No.
Did you see anyone with a gun at that particular moment?
No.
Did anyone fire any shots?
No.
And I believe you said earlier, during this entire evening, you stayed up on the roof the whole time.
Yes.
Did you ever get down and wander off that 59th Street lot to go anywhere else?
No.
We have heard in this case, after the fact, that there were some individuals out on the street that night whose names are Anthony Huber, Joseph Rosenbaum, Gage Grosskreutz. I assume as you sit here today, you're familiar with those names.
Yes.
On that particular night, had you ever met any of those people before?
No.
Did you know any of their names?
No.
Have you since seen photographs of those people so you know what they look like?
Yes.
Thinking back to that night, did you see any of them?
No.
Do you have any memory of seeing Joseph Rosenbaum that night?
No.
Do you have any memory of seeing Anthony Huber that night?
No.
Do you have any memory of seeing Gage Grosskreutz that night?
No.
Now, I asked you a little bit about what you observed of the crowd on the street in front of this location. Where was the defendant when that crowd was going by? Do you know?
Around the Ultimate gas station.
Was there a time in which the defendant was at 59th Street when there were protesters out in front of that location?
59th Street.
Your car source location?
I want to say previously right before.
Right before what?
Right before they had got to us.
Okay. What, if anything, did you observe the defendant doing during that time?
I noticed that as soon as they did get to us, there was somebody that was hurt, and he went and helped them and brought them back into the building. And then as soon as they were all like bandaged up, he brought them out.
Do you know what sort of injury they had suffered?
I do not.
And when you say you saw them go into the building, did you actually see with your own eyes them enter the building?
Yes.
Okay. And the supplies that the defendant had in his medic bag or something, did those all come from your residence?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there came a time in which the defendant was involved in some shootings that night, and we know that. What I want to ask is, what do you remember about that time period that we now know was the time of the shootings?
I remember that one of us had received information that one of the car source dealerships was being vandalized, or people were trying to burn it down. Kyle was not able to make it back to us, our location, so either me or Nick called him and told him about what was happening, and then the last I saw of him was him running towards that direction, and then from then on I just heard gunshots.
Now, you said you heard some information about the 63rd Street car source. Where did that information come from?
I'm unaware of that.
And you said somebody received that information. Do you recall if that was you personally who received that information?
I don't exactly know if it was me or Nick.
And you said somebody contacted the defendant. Was that over the phone?
Yes.
Do you recall who that was?
I do not.
You've given a statement about this night already to the police, is that right?
Yes.
And you and I have talked previously with your attorney, Mr. Cotton, who's in the second row with the purple tie, about this situation, right?
Yes.
At no point did you mention to the police that you were the one who called the defendant, is that correct?
Yes.
And at no point have you mentioned in our meetings that you were the one who called the defendant, is that correct?
Yes.
You said you saw the defendant heading down and then you heard some gunshots. What is the next thing you remember about the defendant after that?
I didn't believe the gunshots were actually his until I got a phone call. And I answered it, and he just said, I shot somebody, and then hung up right away.
When did you see him next after that?
I want to say just a few minutes right after that.
Was that back at 59th Street?
Yeah, that was at the original location.
What observations, if any, did you make about the defendant when you saw him?
He was freaking out. He was really scared. He was pale, sweating a lot. You could tell he was just scared.
Did he say anything?
He wasn't really talking. He just said he had to do it. It was self-defense. People were trying to hurt him.
Did he ever say to you that someone was trying to attack him with a gun?
No.
Did he ever say to you that someone was trying to attack him with a knife?
No.
Did he ever say to you that anyone was trying to attack him with any sort of weapon?
No.
What happened after that?
After that, we kind of all tried to calm him down. There was some people yelling, but we kind of made the idea that he should turn himself in, but we couldn't do it in the one in Kenosha because there's people rioting at the front doors. So I took him home, and then we decided he should go turn himself in at the nearest police department.
When you say you took him home, did that mean you drove back down to Antioch?
Yes.
When you got down there, was anyone else at the defendant's residence?
No.
How long was it before anyone came back?
I want to say 5 to 10 minutes.
And who all came back at that point?
The rest of his family.
And that would be his mother and his two sisters?
Yes.
Was there any discussion at that time about what the defendant should do?
Leave. Get out of town.
To where?
One of their family's properties in either Michigan or West Virginia.
What was your reaction to that?
Said no, he should turn himself in.
Were you urging the defendant to not flee, but instead to go turn himself in?
Yes.
Did he follow your advice?
Yes.
A couple more things, Mr. Black. Do you know what the defendant's occupation was around the time of August of 2020?
A lifeguard at the Rexplex.
We've seen some videos. I'll represent to you that at various points on that evening, the defendant tells people that he is an EMT. Do you know anything about that?
I know he has some training in that type of field, but that's kind of the most of my knowledge.
Do you know whether he had ever worked as a paramedic?
No.
Do you know whether he'd ever worked as an EMT?
No.
Now, you have talked about the fact that there was an understanding between you and the defendant that because he was 17 years old, he could not legally possess a firearm. Is that correct?
Yes.
The jury has been told, I'll represent to you, that there's a charge against the defendant in this case for possession of a weapon by someone under the age of 18. Has the person who provided the gun to the defendant, which was used to kill other people, are you facing criminal charges?
Yes.
In fact, have I not personally drafted a criminal complaint against you, charging you with 2 felony counts of providing that gun to the defendant, which were used to kill 2 separate people? Is that correct?
Yes.
And that is a case, a criminal case, that I'm prosecuting that is still pending. Is that right?
Yes.
As a criminal defendant in that case, are you aware of the fact that you have a Fifth Amendment right to remain silent and not answer any questions about any of that?
Yes.
Have you decided today to come in front of this jury and tell us the truth about everything?
Yes.
Despite your Fifth Amendment right?
Yes.
Have I made any promises to you about what might happen in your criminal case in exchange for your testimony today?
No.
You have an attorney here, Mr. Cotton, who is your attorney in that case. Is that right?
Yes.
I wanted to confer, see if there's anything else I wanted to cover. Just a couple more things, Mr. Black, that I've neglected to mention. You mentioned that you observed that the defendant was pale and sweaty, I think you said freaking out when he came back from the shootings that night. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see any injuries on him?
There was some red marks on his head, but besides that, no.
Did he say anything to you about any injuries that he suffered?
Just that his head hurt.
Finally, at one point in the evening, there's some indication on some videos that there might have been some folks behind the 59th Street car source, maybe throwing some rocks or something like that. Do you remember anything about that?
Yes.
What do you remember about that?
Out of nowhere, there's like people behind us in the neighborhood throwing rocks at us on top of the roof.
What, if anything, did you do about that?
I tried to dodge them.
You had a gun, correct?
Yes.
Did you think about using that to defend yourself?
No.
Why not?
So they were just rocks. I mean, they were throwing them from a distance, so I didn't really feel like I was in like great bodily harm or being hurt.
Do you remember if the defendant said or did anything in reaction to those folks?
No.
I have nothing further.
No,
Thank you.
he didn't, or no, I don't remember.
No, he didn't.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Cross-examine?
Yes, please. We need a bigger podium. Space. Dominic, excuse me, Mr. Black, I apologize. You knew Kyle Rittenhouse through his sister, Mackenzie.
Yes.
And when you were 18, 19, you were dating Mackenzie.
Yes.
And you and Kyle were good friends.
Yes.
And you referred to each other as brothers.
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about Kyle taking the gun out of your father's basement without permission. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And so up until that point, according to your testimony, you knew nothing about Kyle taking the gun down to Car Source that night.
No, I was definitely aware of it. I kind of never really went into the inside my mind. I never really clicked that, you know, like, hey, he shouldn't have that.
No, what I'm getting at is whether it clicked at that point or not, it's your testimony to these 20 people from Kenosha County that you didn't know about it until he brought it up from the basement on August 25th.
Oh, yes.
You agree with that statement?
Yes.
Okay. Then, can you tell me why earlier in the date you guys did go to Jelensky's, correct?
Yes.
You drove to Jelensky's.
Well, this was after he had brought the gun up.
That's not what your testimony was on direct examination.
That's how it went.
Okay, so he brings the gun up, you go to Jelensky's, and then go right downtown. That's what your testimony is on cross-examination.
Yes.
Okay. Whose idea was it to go to Jelensky's?
I don't recall.
But you said Kyle went into Jelensky's alone.
Yes.
And you don't know why he was going into Jelensky's?
I knew why he was going in there.
Okay, why?
To get a sling.
Okay. And then out of the goodness of his heart, he bought you one?
The plan was for both of us to get one.
Okay. So you knew he was going there to get slings, correct?
Yes.
You didn't tell him not to bring the gun, correct?
No.
Now, Kyle Rittenhouse's gun this is your gun, correct?
Legally, yes.
And this is an optic on the top of that gun, correct?
Yes.
This optic, does it shoot a laser beam out of it?
Not out of it. I mean, it projects one inside of it, yes.
Right. But if I were to point this gun, and obviously I can't do it here in a courtroom, but if I were to point this gun at you from here, there would be no red or green dot on your chest.
No.
This is the optic from Kyle Rittenhouse's gun. Do you need to see it?
No.
Do you agree that this is?
Yes.
This does not project a laser dot on you either, correct?
No.
So if someone said Kyle Rittenhouse put a laser from his weapon on their chest, that's impossible, correct?
Correct.
Now, Mr. Binger asked you about the charges that you currently have pending against you, correct?
Yes.
And those charges are a result of you providing the gun to my client.
Yes.
And each of those is punishable by 6 years in the Wisconsin State Prison, correct?
Yes.
And you're testifying here today, hoping that Mr. Binger will give you consideration on those charges and not send you to prison, correct?
Yes.
And you just...
Well, to be precise, Mr. Binger can't send him to prison. Mr. Binger can prosecute him, and a judge could send him to prison if he's found guilty.
Mr. Binger can make a recommendation of prison.
True. And yes.
Mr. Binger can make a recommendation of prison, correct?
Yes.
And you're hoping that by you testifying, he doesn't make a recommendation of prison, correct?
Yes.
Probation.
There's no really assuming what I get out of this.
There haven't been any promises made. I'm asking you what you're hoping.
I'm hoping for whatever the best is I get. I don't know what it is.
Okay. Your attorney, Mr. Cotton, he's met with you and Mr. Binger and the detectives?
Yes.
When's the last time you guys met?
I want to say a few days before this date.
You didn't meet today?
Oh, I mean, yeah, we did meet today.
When's the last time before today? Last week sometime?
Yeah.
Okay. You're aware that I asked your attorney if you'd be willing to meet with me, correct?
No.
No? On August 26th of 2020, you were at the Antioch Police Department when Kyle turned himself in, correct?
Yes.
And you were interviewed in the early morning hours of August 26th by, I'm fine, Detective Antaramian.
Yes.
And he's the individual who's the second from closest to the jury, correct?
Yes.
You met with him for a little over an hour?
Yeah, it was well over an hour.
And that was when everything was fresh in your memory, correct?
Somewhat. I was very tired.
But it's much nearer in time than it is today, correct?
Yes.
And you told him on that date, it was audio and videotaped, what you remember, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember talking to Detective Antaramian and telling him whose idea it was to go to Car Source to protect the property?
Yes.
Was it, I'm going to give you three choices. Yours, Kyle's, or Nick Smith's?
Nick Smith's.
When you got to Car Source, after you'd stopped at Jelinski's, you meet with Nick Smith?
Yes.
And you knew that Nick had worked at Car Source?
Yeah.
And he introduced you guys to Sam and to his brother?
I wouldn't say introduced. We had met Sam previously that day, but his brother we had not met.
Sir, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit Defendants 30. Can you tell me what that is?
This is the second location we went to when Sam, I don't remember if it was Sam or his brother, had given us a ride, me, Kyle, and Nick, to the location that would be more north. And that's where we met up with a lot of people that we really didn't know.
Okay, that would be Car Source at 63rd and Sheridan.
The one right down here.
Right here.
Yes.
Sheridan and 63rd.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
The far right of that photograph, who is that depicted in the photo?
The far right?
Far left, where I'm pointing, I'm sorry.
The co-owner of Car Source?
So is that Sam or is that his brother?
I believe that's his brother.
Okay. Where are you in this picture?
The far right.
The far right?
Yes.
Who's standing next to you?
Kyle.
And what's in front of Kyle's feet?
A first aid box?
Okay. That's a first aid box that is different from his first aid pack that he wears on his side, correct?
Yes.
Where is Nick Smith in this photograph?
He is two people to the left of Kyle wearing the white hat.
Okay, so he's got a white hat with a cross on it? Yes?
Yes.
Now, you know the owner, you know Nick, and you know Kyle. Everybody else in that photograph, had you ever seen them before that day?
No.
Did you have any plan of ever meeting up with those individuals to help protect Car Source?
No.
They just came along when you were at Car Source and offered their services to help, correct?
Yes.
Does the name Ryan Balch mean anything to you?
Yes, it's somewhat clear.
Okay. And who is Ryan Balch today to you?
I never really got to meet him a whole lot. He is one of the people that showed up randomly or unexpectedly.
And you talk about you wanting to be on the roof, correct?
Yes.
You told Nick Smith you wanted Kyle to be on the roof, correct?
Yes.
And Nick Smith said, no, he wanted Kyle on the ground.
Yes.
Because he's a medic and he can provide services, correct?
Yes.
You saw Kyle fix somebody's hand who had a big gash in it.
Yes.
You saw him give aid to a woman who had been shot by a gas ball.
I'm unaware of that.
Okay. You saw Kyle going out with other individuals in that picture, Exhibit 30, and put out some fires, correct?
Yes.
And did you see anybody that evening starting any fires?
Plenty of people.
Plenty of people starting fires?
Yes.
Did you see the individuals who took the trailer from the lot of rubble, put it out in the street, and started on fire?
I did not see that.
You didn't watch that?
No.
You weren't paying attention?
I don't know if I don't remember or if I missed it.
Okay. What about the porta potty?
Yes, I saw that.
Okay. Describe that.
People were tipping over a porta potty and lighting it on fire.
Okay. And you can't, as you sit here today, say who did that, but you know what happened.
Yes.
Okay. And you don't know what Mr. Rosenbaum did or didn't do because you weren't paying attention to him.
Yes.
You don't know whether Mr. Rosenbaum let me ask it this way, simpler. You know of nothing that happened down at the 63rd Street and Sheridan Road car source?
No.
Couldn't see it?
No.
Even though you're on the roof?
Yep.
Now, I'll answer it this way. Kyle's phone records have you calling him and sending him down to car source 3. You don't dispute that, do you?
I don't remember it.
I'm not, if his phone records say he got a phone call from Nick Smith, you don't dispute that?
Not exactly, no.
Okay. And the whole idea was to send Kyle down to car source 3, the 63rd Street car source, because you guys had received a report that the people who were supposed to be protecting it had left, correct?
Yes.
And the property was being destroyed.
Yes.
You didn't know that Kyle had been separated from Mr. Balch at that point.
I did not.
So you tell him to go down there and protect that property because the cars are being bashed in, correct?
Yes.
It was either you or Nick Smith.
Yes.
And from where you were, you could see Kyle going down in that direction.
Yes.
And it wasn't the second he goes down there you hear shots. He goes out of your view, there's a fairly lengthy period of time, you hear a gunshot, and then you hear a series of more gunshots, correct?
Yes.
And you, from where you were, could not see what happened to Kyle at the second incident, correct?
Yes.
Did not see.
I did not see.
And eventually Kyle comes back in to your vision, correct?
Yes.
What did you observe Kyle doing as he approached? Well, let me ask you this. Where was he first?
Where I first saw him was kind of against a tree line. It was more in front of the Ultimate gas station. And I saw him walking with his gun hanging down and he had his hands up. And then I watched him walk up to a police car and then step away.
Okay.
And then...
Describe what he's doing as he's going up to that police car.
I can't hear anything, but I could tell he was yelling.
Okay.
I don't know what he was yelling.
Where were his hands?
In the air.
Okay. And you saw him walk up to the police car.
Yes.
You don't hear anything, but does Kyle stay and go up to the car? What's his next movement?
He walks up to the car and very quickly he jumps back.
Okay, like somebody told him to get back?
Yeah.
Because he walked up there voluntarily, correct?
Yes.
And then he quickly steps back.
Yes.
And he then makes his way back to car source number 2, correct?
Yes.
And he goes to that location, you guys meet up outside, you come down the ladder.
Yes, I come down the ladder. By the time I had got inside the building, he was already sitting in there.
Okay.
So they had to open the doors for him and let him in.
Okay. And you described him on August 25th, the morning of the 26th, I apologize, to Detective Antaramian as sweating like a pig. Do you remember using those words?
Yes.
White as a ghost?
Yes.
And hysterical?
Yes.
He told you he shot somebody?
Yes.
Told you he had to shoot somebody?
Yes.
With self-defense?
Yes.
Hadn't met with a lawyer, correct?
Correct.
Hadn't talked with anybody about his story. He's telling you right that day what happened.
Yes.
And you don't want to take him to the Kenosha Police Department, correct?
Yes.
Why not?
It's impossible.
You can't get to it, correct?
Yeah, you can't.
And if you guys walked up there with guns, you'd be a target, correct?
Yeah.
And you agree to go home to Kyle's residence, and he'll turn himself into the police there.
Yes.
And he did turn himself into the police.
Yes.
An hour and a half after you finally saw him at the car source, correct?
About that time, yes.
1:20 a.m. That's what the video shows. You don't dispute that.
No.
And you talk about discussions whether or not he should leave. That was his mother who was making those discussions, correct?
Yes.
Kyle wanted to turn himself in, correct?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And he did.
Yes, he did.
And eventually you were asked to come down to the police department, correct?
Yes.
And when you were asked to come down to the police department, you brought the guns?
No. The police had met us there at the apartment, and then they took them.
Okay. And then you drive then down to the police department
Yes.
with Kyle's two sisters.
Yes. No. Yeah. Yeah, I believe so.
And shortly after you get there, that's when that first interview happens with you, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you are worried about the fact that you had given Kyle the gun, correct?
Yes.
And you talked to your girlfriend, his sister, at the police department and asked about coming up with a story to protect you regarding the guns, correct?
I do not remember that.
If she said it happened, you wouldn't disagree, correct?
I would disagree.
Okay. And Detective Antaramian asking you a question on the morning of the 26th. So when did you first see the gun? You. About when we were getting into the car, when we walked outside the house. Detective Antaramian. Okay. Did you talk to him about it at all? No. I had a lot of stuff on my mind. Do you remember that exchange?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing bad had happened at that point, correct?
Correct.
So what did you have on your mind that was interfering with you saying, hey, Kyle, don't take the gun?
Kind of scared to go down there, not knowing what to expect.
Just, you wanted Kyle to have the gun, correct?
That wasn't really an opinion in my mind at all.
You wanted a gun.
Personally, for myself, yes.
You had no objection or voiced no objection to Kyle, your brother, having the gun, correct?
It wasn't a thought in my mind.
Well, he walks out of the house with an AR-15 and you don't say boo, correct?
I didn't say anything, correct?
And you had the ability to speak.
Yes.
If you wanted to object, you could have said something to Kyle, correct?
Yes, I could have.
And you didn't.
No.
Because you wanted him to have the gun for protection.
Not that reason exactly.
You wanted a gun for protection.
Yes.
This is a statement that you made to Detective Antaramian on the morning of the 26th. But that's what I knew of it. Basically, we go down there and we walk up, and it's coincidental. We walk up and there's Sam, and I'm like, oh, Sam, I just met you not long ago or whatever. And he gives Nick keys to the building and showed him where the ladder was, correct?
Yes.
You guys had permission to be there.
Yes.
He wanted you to protect his property.
Yes.
And he wanted protection at the 59th Street address and the 63rd Street address.
Yes.
And once you found out there wasn't any protection at the 63rd Street address, you sent Kyle down there, correct?
Yes.
And initially, Nick was acting like he was in control of everything, correct?
Yes.
And he was leading the people from the West Bend area who you didn't know, like he was even the owner of Car Source, correct?
Yes.
He wasn't, correct?
No.
Do you remember telling Detective Antaramian the only person I saw actually help people was Kyle?
Yes.
Because he was, correct?
Yes.
He might not have been a trained EMT, but he was providing first aid.
Yes.
And that big orange box in Exhibit 30 that I showed you, that was the stuff he brought from either his house or his employment, correct?
I'm not too sure where that came from, if I'm being honest.
Okay. But he didn't get all of his medical supplies from you, correct?
From what I saw, that's what to the best of my memory, yes. I'm not 100% certain on.
Your family didn't provide that big orange box in front of Kyle Rittenhouse in the photograph up on the screen, did they?
No.
Do you remember telling Detective Antaramian on the 26th, they just threw the water bottle and then poof? Detective Antaramian, what hurt? Did the bottle hit you? You, no. It was actually, I was on the roof, but the wind was blowing towards me, so it was a bunch of just like a tear gas bomb. Just a bunch of smoke in the air. It came towards me, and my eyes started to burn. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So they were throwing gas bombs at you on the roof.
Yes.
There were gas bombs on the ground.
Yes.
Now, do you remember talking to Detective Antaramian about somebody on the roof who was upsetting you because he was taking a laser pointer, not on a gun, but a laser pointer and pointing it at people?
Yes, I do remember.
Okay, that wasn't Kyle, correct? Because he was never on the roof.
Correct.
Now, who was that?
One of the people that came from out of town. He was about in mid-30s, I want to say mid-40s. He was on the...
Is he depicted in Exhibit 30? If you have to walk closer, go ahead.
I don't think I see him. No, I don't believe so.
But it was a laser pointer, and the individual would point to demonstrators, rioters, correct?
Yes.
That upset them?
Yes.
Because it was pointing them out?
Yes.
And it also upset them because they could have thought it was a weapon?
Yes.
And you told him to stop?
Yes.
And he just kept laughing about it?
Yes.
Detective Antaramian asking you on the 26th, okay, anyone have inaudible? Kyle, he disappears out of view. You. Nick somehow finds out that there's nobody there and there's people trying to break cars. And he tells Kyle and the other dude that he was on the ground with to go over there. So did he tell him this in person or on the phone? Phone. Do you remember that?
It was on the phone.
But you're not sure who called?
Yes, I'm not sure.
Later on in that same interview, you speaking. He was actually on the roof at that point. Nick kept on going up and down, up and down. He called Kyle. Before he called Kyle, he told me, like, there's nobody there. They're trying to set cars on fire. I was like, oh crap, oh crap. And he called Kyle and he tells him, and then Kyle starts running and he bolts for it. Do you remember telling the detective that?
Yes, no, I do.
And you stated you saw him run from the gas station, correct?
Yes.
Could you see the fire extinguisher in his hands?
Yes.
Because you're only, if you're on the roof of the car source number 2, you're like one block from 60, not one block, less than a half a block from 60th and Sheridan Road, correct?
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
You had a clear line of sight directly to the ultimate gas station.
Yes.
Detective Howard, to you on the 26th. What makes Ryan supposed to be with Kyle? Why do you say that? I wouldn't say supposed to, but they were with each other the entire night. Every time Kyle left, so did he. So they were always together.
Yes.
And when they're going out to provide medical attention to people, they're going out with the buddy system. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, that's fair.
And when Kyle would go out and put out fires that were going on, he would go with somebody else, the buddy system, correct?
Yes.
There was a time where he left with the female Joanne Fiedler with the white helmet and went and put out a fire by the church. Do you remember that?
I believe so.
And you stated, so I figured they wanted to team up and go out and help people,
Yes.
telling the detective. This is Detective Antaramian questioning you on the 26th, asking you if you remember this. Okay, so then at some point you guys, so I guess, and I'm not trying to make you look worse, but I want to make sure I'm factually accurate here. I mean, the fact that he buys this sling for his gun, it's likely he's going out to take it with him that night. Well, the intent was to buy a sling for me. Do you remember that exchange?
I do not.
But even Detective Antaramian questioned you about the sling and the timing of it, correct?
Yes.
And how hard was it to attach those slings?
I don't really recall.
Do you remember the detectives wanting your telephone?
My phone?
Yeah.
No, I don't believe so.
Didn't they talk to you? And I'm reading from Detective Howard at that same interview. So we're just going to apply for a search warrant. But absolutely, as it's laid out in that form, you have the right to refuse. Dominic Black. Okay, so I'm not understanding as far as what I believe. I believe I'm going to be here for a while. Okay? And I have not talked to the authorities yet, so I don't know. Do you remember the discussion about that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and they wanted to download your phone, correct?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And eventually you said to him, fine, you can download my phone, I don't have anything to hide.
Yes.
Now, yeah. And that interview regarding the incident regarding your phone, and I'm sorry if I misled you, that was the November 6th incident, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and at that point, you were already under arrest.
Yes.
And the detective, both detectives interviewed you that night.
Yes.
And when you were in that interview, as it was wrapping up, they told you to have your lawyer, who was a different lawyer than Mr. Cotton at the time, reach out to Mr. Binger. He needed to talk to him about working something out.
Yes.
Okay? And from that day, they wanted you as a witness, correct?
I wouldn't necessarily say from that day, no.
Okay. Your trial on your charges was set back in September, correct?
I don't exactly recall.
Let me ask it this way, not trying to trip you up on dates. Your trial on these charges, which Mr. Binger is prosecuting you for, was before today.
Yes.
Okay, about a month and a half ago?
Yes.
Okay. And you, your lawyer, and Mr. Binger walked into this courtroom and asked that the matter be set over until January of 2022.
Yes.
After you testified here today, correct?
Yes.
August 25th, 2020, that gun that Kyle Rittenhouse possessed on the night in question had never left the state of Wisconsin, correct?
Correct.
And you guys had the gun and you took it to Illinois so he could turn himself into the police.
Yes.
Okay. And you and Kyle did the taking off graffiti, correct?
Yes.
And that was in the late morning, right around lunchtime of the 25th, correct?
Correct.
And in that photograph is you, your stepfather, and your girlfriend, Mackenzie, correct?
Which photograph?
The photograph of this photograph right here.
My stepfather isn't in that picture.
He's not in that one?
No, it'd be my brother, and then Kyle and Mackenzie.
Okay, so you are where?
That might have been when I left to go get like the sandpaper.
Okay. And Kyle's wearing the olive green shirt with his hat turned backwards?
Yes.
And who's that standing next to him?
Mackenzie?
Okay. And you guys had spent the night before at your dad's house, correct?
I'm not aware of where he slept. I don't really remember.
Could have slept at your house?
He could have.
Okay. And Mackenzie slept at your house that night?
I'm not aware. I can't remember.
Do you remember watching live streams of the riots?
No, I do not.
Did your dad talk to you about the riots and that's the reason he got the guns out?
He did previously that night, yes.
Do you remember him talking to you as you told the detectives that there was a plan to board up the windows if the rioters came?
Yes.
Okay. So all that was going on, you're aware of it?
Yes.
And when you guys are target shooting up north, there was nothing strange about that, correct?
No.
Kyle handled the gun appropriately?
Yes.
And he shot at those small little, you're saying clay pigeons?
Yes.
About 4 inches in diameter?
Yep.
You shot at the same things?
Yes.
Nothing out of the ordinary?
No.
I have nothing further, sir. Thank you.
Redirect.
I want to pick up where that left off there. It sounds like there was a plan with your father to have the guns available, board up windows to protect the house that you live in. Is that right?
Yes.
But you decided on the night of the 25th to leave home and go downtown to protect Car Source. Is that right?
Yes.
Why didn't you stay home? Protect your house.
The riots had been going on for a while. The house had been ready to be boarded up. All the guns have been out for, I want to say, ever since the riots started, and nothing happened. I felt that the house would be safe.
The timing of all of this, if I understand you correctly, is on Tuesday afternoon, late afternoon, 4 o'clock or so about, is when you and the defendant take the guns from your house and come downtown.
Yes.
Is that about right?
Yes.
You were somehow aware of stuff that had happened on Monday night and on Sunday night, right?
Yes.
That's part of the reason why you went downtown.
Yes.
But you decided at 4 o'clock on Tuesday afternoon there was no danger to your house that night?
I mean, I kind of figured, it's not just me that would be staying at the house. I have a lot of brothers that live there. It wasn't entirely my responsibility to make sure that the house was safe. I felt that it was safe. Nobody was going to harm the house. Nothing in the area had happened.
Okay. On this particular evening, when you're at the Car Source at 59th and you're up on the roof, where was Nick Smith during that evening?
He was up and down. So he was on the ground, he was on the roof, he was inside the building.
Did he ever have a gun that night?
I believe so. To the best of my memory, I think he did.
Do you remember if he had it the whole evening or just a short period of time?
I don't remember.
Is it fair to say that Nick Smith stayed at that location physically the whole night?
Yes.
And you did too?
Yes.
You've been asked by me, you've been asked by Attorney Richards several variations of the same question, and I don't know that we've I think we've done some.
Don't comment on the witness's answer.
Who told the defendant to go to 63rd Street car source?
I'm not 100% certain.
At any point that evening, did you personally receive information from any other person that there were problems at the 63rd Street car source?
The only person I figured that out from was Nick Smith.
Do you know where he got that information?
I do not.
To your knowledge, did he physically ever go down to 63rd Street after you got to 59th, when you finally got all set up? Did he ever leave later in the evening to go check and see what was happening at 63rd Street car source in person?
No.
You said at some point in the evening someone up on the roof was using a laser pointer to aim at the crowd. Is that right?
Yes.
I said it right.
Okay, thank you. So we're talking about something like this, shining it on a person. Is that right?
Yes, but a lot bigger.
Okay. Was it your understanding that the people who had this pointed at him felt like that was a gun
Yes.
pointed at him? You're telling us that it wasn't actually a gun, but the people on the ground thought it was.
Yes.
And you were upset by that.
Yes.
Why?
Because he shouldn't be doing that. There's no reason for it. And it's drawing attention towards us.
Did you feel that it wasn't appropriate for anyone on the roof or on the ground to be pointing a gun at anyone?
No, I didn't really feel like that was necessary at all.
Maybe I misstated my question. Let me just make sure I'm clear on that. Would you agree with me that it was not appropriate for the members in your group to be pointing their guns at people?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned earlier, when I was asking you questions, that someone was throwing rocks. You said in response to Mr. Richards' questions that someone was throwing some sort of water bottle or gas bomb up on the roof. Is that right?
Yes.
When these folks were doing these things to you and the other members of your group, did you point a gun at anyone?
No.
Did you fire at anyone?
No.
Why not?
Because there's no need to. I mean,
Did you feel that by these people throwing rocks at you or throwing a gas bomb at you, that you were in danger?
I mean, pain, yes, but not danger. I knew it wasn't going to kill me.
So you felt like it wasn't enough to use deadly force?
Correct.
You were asked some questions about the discussions that you and I have had during the lead up to this case. Have I ever put any words in your mouth?
No.
What was the number one rule that I told you that I wanted from you when you testified?
Nothing but the truth.
Final question I have for you. Those slings, you were asked about how hard those slings were to attach to your body, and I forget, what did you say about that?
I don't truly remember.
Once they were attached to your body, did they hold that gun sort of dangling in front of you?
Yes.
Could we show that photograph of them? I think it's number 30, the one you just used. Okay. Yeah, I'll hold it. That's okay. I'm going to show you, Mr. May I approach on it? I've got this photograph that you've already seen. It's exhibit number 30, and it's showing you and the other individuals at the 63rd Street car source. Is that right?
Yes.
Are you wearing the sling in that photograph?
Yes, it appears.
And is that sling holding that gun in the front portion of your body?
Yes.
Does the defendant have his sling on with his gun being held similar to you?
Yes.
Was that sling strong enough to hold the weight of that gun?
Yes.
Was that sling strong enough so that if someone tried to pull that gun away, the gun would be held to your body?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Can you redirect or recross rather?
I would move Exhibit 30 into evidence.
Is there an objection?
No.
Received. You may step down, sir. Let's take a break. Let's aim for about 20 after. Please don't talk about the case during the break. And, there's an issue. What's up?
Judge, the only issue is that we are intending to call a witness this afternoon who has a criminal record. That would be Corey Washington. I believe he'll be the witness after this next witness, who shall be relatively brief, so I thought we should bring it up now. Mr. Washington does have 3 adult criminal convictions. In 2008, CF 262, it's a 2008 case, criminal damage to property misdemeanor and a disorderly conduct misdemeanor. And then in another 2008 case, CF 1409, he has possession of THC. I had disclosed to the defense that there is a juvenile arrest in 2004. I spoke with Mr. Washington, and he indicated that it's anything ever went to court for. It seems that it was an ordinance, so I do not believe there are any actual juvenile delinquencies. It's the state's position that given that these cases are 13 years old, given the nature of them, that they should not be counted as priors. I believe the defense feels otherwise.
Mr. Richards.
Judge, I don't know if you have a 10-year rule on that. I don't know. I'm sorry?
No, because it's not been adopted in Wisconsin, which tells me it's not the rule here. And my rule is that, I don't have a rule, but my guiding principle is that if there's a lifetime history of lawlessness, I'm more likely to consider more remote convictions. And of course, the nature of the offense enters into it. I will tell you that, did I hear a couple of 2008 misdemeanors not related to truthfulness? And another, was that also in 2008?
There's a possession of THC 2008.
Yeah, okay.
And then a disorderly conduct and criminal damage to property in 2008.
Yeah, I don't have a 10-year rule. On the other hand, I don't think I would consider those.
If I don't have a strong, I just wanted the court's final ruling on it.
Okay, well,
if you're not going to let him in, then you're not going to let him in?
yeah, I don't think so.
Very good.
Okay. Ready to go?
Yes.
Judge, I'm sorry.
Before we begin, the next witness that I am going to be calling is the one I discussed earlier about photos and video.
Oh.
And I don't believe there's a defense objection on that. I don't want to speak for them, but if we're going to do something different, we need to do it now because this is the time.
This has been discussed, and there are valid reasons for it, which I'm not going to take the time to go into right now. But there will be no photographs or motion or video of any kind during the testimony of the next witness. Any question?
How can you... What? How can you have a witness, but you're not... Oh, my God. How can you have a witness? Hold on, I'm hearing my echo. So they have a witness in a trial, but they're not broadcasting it out to everybody so you can even hear. You can hide the witness's face and have them up. I don't understand that. I really don't understand that. This is day 2 of the trial. Hold on. What is going on? I think Adam's switching buttons. Or this thing hasn't updated. I don't know what the hell's going on. This is weird. Because so I don't know how long they're doing it. If they're gonna have multiple witnesses or they're only gonna have one witness. It doesn't make any sense. So is that it for the day? And why would you hold a trial and not see? Isn't this trial supposed to be televised? Isn't that the I wonder if Corey Elijah is the one testifying right now, because he tweeted out, he was a streamer out there. He tweeted out that he was going to that he was going to be live out here. He was going to be testifying today. And I wonder if if that's the plan. If he's the one that's testifying. I really don't understand how that even works. Well, I just voted, so that's good. So I just went into vote. Reminded Adam that he had to vote. I'm trying to wait and see, because that sucks. And how long is this witness going to last? It's very perplexing to me. Sound like you just said this witness. Trying to see, because why would there be a witness that isn't having their video up? That's really confusing to me. That's really confusing. Man. Sorry, guys. Anyone that is tuning in, I am also fighting off a cold right now. And so I kind of feel like crap. So I'm kind of trying to figure out what's going on. I haven't paid attention to any news except this. All day I've actually just been watching from my couch. So I haven't been doing anything. Except this. I don't have a lot. Someone said little sister. I don't know. The only thing I think is weird is that Corey Elijah, but see, and even someone said maybe he would give a testimony that would be damning, and the mob would attack him. Someone just wrote that if it was him. And I follow him, but I don't know where this damn page is anymore. And I'm wearing like sweatpants now. It's cold up here. It's 50 degrees. It was a high of 50 today where I live, which is what I wanted anyway. But we're having stuffed peppers tonight for dinner, so I'm not going to stay too long. We'll leave the live stream up because who knows when they're actually going to come back. CJTV is just watching Court TV. He has that up. No videos allowed for state's witness. Very odd. Very peculiar to me. I wonder who the witness is. That's what I really want to know. I want to know who the witness is and why they're not showing it. Hold on 1 second. Adam, if you're still listening, dude, we got to figure out some other thing other than TeamViewer. This thing sucks. I hate TeamViewer. All right, so tell you what I'm going to do. I casted my vote. I am going to watch the elections, and probably tomorrow I'll be back in the office. Everything that was supposed to be shipped today, I'm not going to do it because I am sick, so I'm not going to print stuff. But I'll be back in here printing tomorrow morning. and go from there. Hell is this? Forgot what I was gonna say. Corey probably testifying right now. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's very peculiar to me. Excuse me. Look at Corey Elijah's Facebook page and see, because I know, yeah, he said, today's the day I have to testify at the Rittenhouse trial. I'll be live later to unpack my thoughts. So I wonder if he's the one testifying and if he's going to be honest. And maybe they're worried that he's going to be honest. Oh, man, you lose a lot of clout if you're like on the BLM side, and then you have a chance to testify, but you ask that your identity be withheld so that people don't know. And especially you're testifying on behalf of the state as well. It's very peculiar because this is a Virginia Young Democrats, which is the same group that was involved with that, apparently, same group that was allegedly involved with that hoax where people dressed up like the Charlottesville white nationalists at Glenn Youngkin's campaign last week. They've tweeted out that statewide turnout is on pace to break 3 million votes. All of the volunteer hours, all of the voting legislation we passed, all of the time spent advocating for issues we care about, Dems did that. Gosh, man, I hope Glenn Youngkin actually pulls through on this one, because that will be amazing, and I will laugh hysterically over and over. I really hope. I mean, there's a lot of big elections. I wonder if our viewer Kate, who's running for school board up in Jersey, I wonder if your election is today. I'm not sure if it is. I wonder. April, can you find that out? If you're still listening. It's been a long day. So just so everyone knows what the schedule is going to be, in a few minutes, I'm actually just going to throw up the video again. We'll wait for it to resume. It'll have a message on it that either Adam and I will catch when we have to take off that message, but it's just going to say no video allowed for a state's witness. Video will resume after with a spelling error, so let me fix that. But I'm going to go home and eat and then assume my position in bed for the night to try to get over this cold that I have, because I got some boxes to get out. I've got a bunch of stuff I got to do, so I just gotta do it. Here's a guy. Guys, if you place orders for the Patriot boxes, please make sure you have your correct addresses, because if you have to change your address, it's a huge pain in the ass. I would just assume just cancel your order, which is probably what I'm going to do to Mark. I'll probably just cancel it because I can't go in and alter the address. Basically, I have to create the new order and all that stuff. So when you place an order in our store, just make sure you have the correct address. That would be best if you could. Okay, Pope said, not sure if this is the right email to contact you, but me and my grandma want to thank you so much for the Patriot box. We loved everything inside of it, and my grandma laughed at the F. Biden shot glass. She's making the coffee as we speak. Can't wait to try it. Love the shirts as well. Excited to try the jerky. Thank you so much. Oh, you're welcome. Those are the emails I like when I get to read when people do buy something and they're happy with it. Occasionally we get an email where someone's like, oh, I don't like the shirts, or I don't like this, or I ordered large and you sent me large, but your large are too small. I need a double XL. I hate those. Serious question, was CJ ever on 60 Days In a few years ago? I have no idea. Someone said, got mine yesterday. Coffee and the jerky bacon are off the hook. Nice. Someone said someone is going to have the worst if Kyle is acquitted. Everybody's going to have the worst if Kyle is acquitted, except Justice. Justice won't. Justice will be served at that point. My eyes hurt. Someone said, whoever's running the Kenosha County Courthouse stream just ran their copy of this while court was on break. Yeah, I don't know what the big deal is. Jack Posobiec on Twitter, it's Jack, Posobiec. I know I'm saying his name wrong. But he posted a video and he said it's never been seen footage, FBI footage. I don't know. He's just talking about this aerial drone footage, which it's already been released. I've already seen this. Maybe it wasn't released. I don't know how I've seen it, but I've already seen this. I've already seen the photo, and everyone's like, oh, it's so damning. So maybe I just saw it and thought it was just something that we've seen already. Someone asked, why will there be no video of the next state witness? That's a question we'd all like to know. That's a question I would like to know, too. I don't know why there isn't and why they don't have that person up. This is not just, a murder trial. This is a national issue. This is, I don't know. This is a American issue on whether or not you have the right to defend yourself while you're getting an attack, or while you're getting attacked during a BLM riot. I mean, this sets precedent for a lot of things. Do you no longer have the right to protect yourself in the name of social justice? Is that what the gimmick is now? Is that you can't protect yourself anymore? I don't know. And a lot of people may say, well, that's a stretch, Steve. Well, how is this guy even on trial? Have you seen the video? If you've seen the video, then you're probably wondering the same thing I am. Because that's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering how the hell this is even going on. How is there even a trial going on right now? We've all seen the damn video. Yes, her election is today. So I want everyone right now. All right, sorry, Mark. All right, if your address is good, whatever address you placed it on, that's the address we'll send it. I apologize. It's just a pain in the ass, and could just be because I'm a jerk right now because I'm tired. Tired and sick. What the hell was I talking about? All right, so what I need everyone to do, and then I'll put back on this window. We have 1,100 people watching on social media and dozens. The FBI, I just saw a comment. I'm losing focus. I'm on Dayquil. Sorry. The FBI goes to all these protests. We've heard this already. The FBI was flying flights over Kenosha. They were flying flights over Los Angeles. There fly flights all over these riots and things like that. We've seen that and have known that that's going on. But yeah, someone said that you're right, Steve. This trial sets a stage for self-defense cases. It absolutely does, because this is an open case, or open and shut case of self-defense. He was getting attacked. Gunshots went off. He heard the gunshots, thought the guy chasing after him had a gun. He turned and fired. And then he was clobbered in the head with a skateboard. He fired. He was kicked in the head. He fired. A guy was pointing a pistol at him. He fired. Like any single scenario, any individual scenario, you would think it was a justified shoot. The only difference is this was a social justice thing. And that's what they're doing. But what I want everyone to do, we have someone that is a viewer, longtime viewer, Kate, and I can't say your last name. It's like D. Francisco or something like that. Sorry, I'm horrible with last names, horrible with names in general. But Kate is running for school board today. Her election is today. I would like everyone to, whether you pray or what not to do, pray that she gets it, because she is a longtime viewer of our show, and school boards need good people. So everyone cross your fingers and hope that she gets that. Her race is today in New Jersey. And so let's cross your fingers. And I think I know we have a viewer from Pennsylvania that was running for mayor, and we have another viewer. Oh, where were you? You were running for Senate or something, right? State Senate. And then I think we had a viewer that was running for like a board supervisor or a county supervisor as well. All you guys, I hope you win. I hope everyone wins. Maybe we should make Wake Up America a political party. I don't know. Someone said maybe it's Mercado Media testifying. I don't know. Eden's Vision said, I got my box today. I'm on the phone. I can't do email, but I left a message to your website. Love it. Husband loves the jerky and the coffee, and I get the coffee in the morning. Thank you very much. Oh, you're so welcome. Someone else said something. I don't know. Try using steam to help with your stuffy nose. It always helps me. I have horrible allergies. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do. It'll go away. I mean, this I get it. Mercado is streaming live. Cool. Yeah, he has been for a while. He's been covering this trial. Him, CJ, BCP. They're all live covering this trial as well. They said Rosenbaum was shot in the back, but Kyle was facing him. There were 2 shots before Kyle started shooting. Yeah, that's a conspiracy. I don't think we've actually heard it yet. Anything different. What else? What time is it in Kenosha? It is 3:50, I believe. So here's the thing. You had Corey Elijah, who was supposed to testify. He posted on his Twitter page or on his Facebook page that he was going to be testifying today. We now have a closed door session, essentially, where they cut the they cut the video and audio so that you can't watch what's going on inside the hearing, which is so crazy because it leaves it's like the what the fuck is going on, dude? I gotta get these things. I got these little ants. Every now and then I see like 4 of them on my desk, and I have no food on my desk, so I don't know why there's a little ants annoying me. Who is Corey? He's a streamer. Amanda said the coffee is amazing. I'm glad you guys like it. I'm glad you like it. I think that was a wise investment for us, because it helps support our channel. We've launched, for anyone that doesn't know, we've launched our own coffee. It's called Pure Truth Coffee. You can find it at puretruthcoffee.com. And we do have it in stock. I will be shipping it out today. Just so everyone knows, the Question Everything blend is now called Awake Not Woke, and it's got a new design. So when you get it and it says Awake Not Woke, what the fuck? I'm either tripping or there's little tiny ants all over my fucking desk. But why, dude? There's no food in here. It's very annoying. But yeah, coffee's great. French vanilla is the bomb. You know what? It smells really good. I don't like flavored coffee much, but we have French vanilla and we got Trumpkin, which is like a nice pumpkin spice blend. And we're going to carry Trumpkin. I'm going to order another 50 pounds of it. So we'll have that probably through Thanksgiving because it's good. And and then I'll probably do like an eggnog one or something for the month of December. Someone said, why did they shut the stream down? Because they have a witness testifying now for the state that they've locked down the video and they're not going to be showing video. They're not showing the audio testimony. So it's like a secret, super special witness testimony, which is weird. Caddy Fuller said all 3 shirts smelled like the coffee. Yeah, that's what happens when you ship a shirt with coffee. So maybe wash them. You should be washing the shirts before you wear them anyway, just as you would if you go to a store and you buy t-shirts. You should always wash them. Wash them inside out on low heat. Make sure it's on low heat to start. Someone said, I'm a lefty, you're a righty. How do we fix this? Divide Citizen Stringer, otherwise the country will burn. No, it won't. Lefties got to wake up. And some righties do too. Let's be honest. Everybody. Someone said it's getting cold outside. That's why the ants are inside. I don't know. Someone said it's probably an undercover FBI agent. I don't know. Corey has a video that just came out. Supposedly it's never been seen. Yeah, but it's already been seen. So that's cool. Someone said maybe a juvenile. That could be, but they didn't say it because they would have said it was a juvenile. It probably is an undercover FBI agent because they did say they were going to hear testimony from an FBI agent. Remember, the prosecutor did say that they would hear testimony from an FBI agent. So that could be it. That could be why, but maybe the FBI, but they said the FBI agent works on the plane and that's why he was going to be providing testimony because he was on. But maybe he was on the plane that night, but he's infiltrated all these BLM squads out there. DePrimo said not coffee drinkers here. Well, you should buy it anyway. Give it to people. CFC troll on YouTube said, were you storming the Capitol? I've seen that beard somewhere before. You probably saw the beard up in Portland, Oregon. There was this billboard that burned down. It was an awesome billboard, right? It said, thank you, Portland Police Bureau officers, or thank you, Portland Police. And then had a big smiling picture of my face. And Antifa climbed up on top of the building and lit it on fire one night during their riots. Yeah, that was me. But no, I wasn't in DC on January 6th. Nice try, though. You probably all think we look alike, which is ironic because that's what everybody says of everybody else. Someone said those ants want your Mountain Dew. No, it's an unopened can, so they don't want that. Or that can's open, but it's empty. Someone said you have carpenter ants. They like wood. They're not carpenter ants either. They're tiny little suckers. They're tiny. They're the little fruit ants. I just got to put a little thing up there. An FBI agent testifying for the state trying to prosecute in a political trial would be sketchy. That's very true. Alaskan She-Wolf said that was a great billboard. You're right. It was a great billboard. And that, ironically, which was what? That was like a year ago that my billboard burnt down. Actually, it was probably over a year ago now. But when they burnt that thing down, I forgot where I was going. Fucking Dayquil, bro. Has it been raining a lot? Yeah, and it's cold. It's dropped down to 50. An undercover Fed makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you're right. It does, right? Because they didn't even like hint who he was. They're just like, Congratulations to Ron. You bought a December Patriot box, and Josh, you guys both bought a December Patriot box. I'm glad. Thank you so much for your patronage in our store. You guys can find that by going to Pure Truth Clothing and scroll down the page a little bit. You'll see it. They ship out December 1st. They are chock full of a bunch of Patriot stuff. We've got another jerky company coming for the December boxes, not January or not November boxes, but the December boxes will have another veteran-owned jerky company that is going to be providing some stickers and jerky with it. So I'm excited about that because I like beef jerky, and so far it's such a big hit that you guys like it as well. So I'm glad. And again, if it's not our product, it'll be a veteran-owned product that we include in the boxes. I've got a lot of sweatshirts, so depending on how many I print up, some of the boxes may be a little bit larger for the December Patriot boxes because you guys may get some sweatshirts in there just so I can get rid of the stock a little bit because I ordered too many. But yeah. All right, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put over this placeholder. I think that they are going to come back because my guess is that they're going to have another witness because they must. John said, did I just order a box? I don't know. How many ants are needed to fill an apartment? Well, this isn't an apartment. It's a 2,500 square foot retail store and office/studio. So no idea. A lot, if that was the case. Logging in late. Will there be election coverage tonight? No, I'm sick as a dog. So, but I'll probably tweet. I'll probably watch I'm definitely going to watch the election results because, well, it's good. Like I already said, I firmly believe if Glenn Youngkin wins and we pull that out of our butts and we have a lot of flip-flopping going on, it's going to be interesting to see what kind of strategy the left has to go to try to win everything. So I'll have to see that. How long have I been live, guys? Can someone tell me? Because 9 o'clock, right? Or I went live at like 9:50, so 9 to 5 is 8 hours, right? Oh shit, did Facebook already drop off? No, it's live. Facebook drops off after 8 hours, so I may have to restart Facebook's live. Let's see what time I started. I started at 9:50, I think. I'm at 7 hours now. Should I just stop Facebook and start it again? I think I should. Because then I don't have to worry about it, because everywhere else will go. Can't afford a Patriot box, I wish. Yeah, they're expensive, but that is one of the ways that we stay open. 7 hours and 4 minutes, April. All right, so YouTube is good for 10 hours, so I'm not going to pull that. I think right now, everyone that's watching on Facebook, we have 2 Facebook pages where it live streams. We've got the Citizen Stringer app page, which only has 10 viewers. I just cut you off, and I'll restart it in a second. And then we also have Citizen Stringer news page, which has 202 live viewers. I've just shut you off as well. I've just turned on. See, I just announced it. I just turned on Citizen Stringer app, and I'll turn on the Facebook one. And then we should be good. I'm just going to throw up a placeholder. And the trial is going to come back live. As soon as it does come back live, I'll be watching it from my home in bed because I'm tired and sick. And we'll try to go. If I feel like this tomorrow, I will try to print sweatshirts with gloves and shit on. But if I feel any worse than this, then obviously I'm not printing any sweatshirts, and I'll just be working from home again, because I'm not going to kill myself doing that. But, oh yeah, Shelly had a picture of her at the billboard. You guys want to see that billboard? How do I do this? Let me open a new tab. This was a billboard I put up in Portland. Drag this some bitch over her. See if you guys can't see this. Where's this? Is this one? Yeah, that was my big old face. Thank you, Portland Police Bureau. That was a viewer that just sent me that video, which is cool, or that picture. And I've got a ton of other ones. I got a bunch of the Portland police that took pictures in front of a bunch of the 3%ers out there that took pictures out there. A bunch of fans and viewers that all took pictures. I probably have a couple hundred pictures because they actually kept it up for about a week, and then the Antifa vandalized it, throwing some paint balloons at it. And then I know that the police nearly caught 2 people that were throwing balloons at it live, or in action, the Portland police, but the people got away, but the officers actually messaged me about it, which was kind of cool. And yeah, I just gotta find out what's going on. Hold on one second. if anyone's curious, I'm on the phone with Adam working out some technical difficulties on my side so I can go home. As soon as he works his technical magic. Oh, wait, now I hear myself. Server does this, dude. I hate this server. Not the server. I hate the team viewer. I think it may need to be. Yeah, I think it may need to be reset. All right. So that's it. So just throw the overlay and then throw that text graphic over it. And then once you close that big preview screen and have, or yeah. All right. I got it from here. If I can't switch it, I'll call you right back. All right. All right. All right. All right. Sorry, we're getting everything back. So a news reporter, actually, Kristen Barassi, who I don't really know, she's a verified account on Twitter, investigative reporter, Boston born, Minnesota raised, blah, blah, blah. Her response is, they said 20 minutes ago, she said court is back in session, but the judge has ordered the next witness not to be shown. So all video and audio from inside court has been cut. Someone said a minor. She said not entirely sure. She was recording her 5 p.m. story when it was discussed. Other journalists are saying they think it's someone with the FBI testifying, but then again, not positive. That makes sense. It could potentially be a confidential informant, which is why... or an FBI agent, which is why they're not releasing the information. So what I'm going to do, well, in a minute, what we'll do is we'll switch this feed over. Adam's just fixing something. What we'll do is we'll switch this over. I'm going to go home, and then I'll monitor it, and I'll be back like I was before. You know, so if there's something I feel like saying, I'll just chirp in. Otherwise, you guys are just going to watch a hold screen for a little bit because, well, I need to go to bed. And Kate Dia I don't know how you say your name. Agostino. Good luck today, Kate. She's in the chat. So good luck today, Kate. Good luck. Someone said, I thought it was, they said it was going to be a brief testimony. Yeah. I mean, it's probably got to be the FBI agent. What the hell did you just do? But all right, guys, we'll see you in a little bit.
Okay, folks, this is this last witness. We're going to leave that right where it is right now because there's some technical matters that have to be worked out, communication issues, and that should be easily resolved, and we'll get that taken care of. And then, in the meantime, we're going to bring another witness up so as not to waste the time. Okay.
The state calls Corey Washington. Good afternoon.
How's it going?
Could you make sure you pull that microphone really close so we can hear you well?
Sure.
Could you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Corey Washington. Corey spelled Koeerri. Washington is Washington.
Are you, what is your current employment?
I'm self-employed.
What kind of work do you do?
I'm a social media influencer.
And would that include doing live streams on Facebook?
Yes.
Now, do you live here in Kenosha?
Yeah.
How long have you lived here?
My entire life. I was born and raised here.
And did you go to school here?
Yes.
Whereabouts?
Starting from elementary school.
Middle school and high school.
I went to Washington Middle School, Lutheran ITA.
And you mentioned that you do some work on social media. Were you involved in doing some live streaming on the night of August 25th, 2020?
Yes.
Why were you out there doing that on that particular night?
There was a lot happening in the city.
What was your purpose in trying to document that?
Just create transparency.
What do you mean by that?
When things are going on, there's a bunch of opinions. You never know, what really might happen. So people like myself tend to go out and document situations just so there's a record of things. A lot of the time, especially, the media, there's sound bites and things that can be utilized. And in my opinion, people like myself make things better for everyone because it helps show at least another side of the full picture.
Now, tell us what was going on in Kenosha around the time period of August 25th, 2020, in your own words.
There was a lot of protesting. There was a lot of property damage that ended up happening throughout the week. Some would say riots, civil unrest. Some would say uprising.
Would it be fair to say that began after the shooting of Jacob Blake on Sunday night, August 23rd?
It definitely began after the shooting of Jacob Blake.
When did you personally begin your process of live streaming or documenting what was going on?
The night the shooting of Jacob Blake took place.
Sunday night?
Yes, Sunday night.
Tell us about what you did.
Starting from the beginning.
On that particular night after the shooting, I assume you made some sort of decision, I need to be out there taking video?
I mean, it was a Sunday night. Typically, I try not to work on Sundays. I had just taken a lady friend of mine to dinner. We got back, received a phone call, received a message with a video, saw the video. They said, hey, we're probably going to need you to come document. And I was like, of course. So I just went out, went to the location where the shooting took place, kind of just watched and documented as people kind of gathered onto the scene and as things kind of progressed throughout the night.
Do you recall approximately how long you spent out there that night?
Several hours.
All in the area near where the shooting occurred?
No. So, I mean, the shooting occurred. There was, bedlam took place. The police ended up leaving. A march ensued. I followed the protesters to the courthouse here and the safety center and kind of just followed along wherever everything was kind of taking place.
Tell us in your own words what you observed about what was going on with the protests and things like that.
I mean, from that point,
let's start with that first evening, Sunday night. You said there was a march from the site of the shooting to this area. What did you observe?
So, well, when I arrived on the scene, there was a crowd already there. It wasn't too large of a crowd, but over a period of a few hours, the crowd began getting larger and larger and larger. You could start seeing license plates and people from out of town showing up on the scene. Once there was, I'd say, too many people, I guess, for the sheriff's department to handle in that location. They spoke with the gentleman. After they spoke with him, I guess they decided to leave. They came back to the police station, and then afterwards, the crowd was there, and they're like, all right, let's head to the courthouse. So I just followed along the way.
By the time the crowd got to this area, by the courthouse, can you give us an estimate of how many people were involved?
A few hundred people, maybe. It's hard to say. It was, by that time, it's incredibly dark outside. There was a heavy police presence. I believe by the time the protesters got to the location, there was already, I believe, police from neighboring counties and cities already here to help. So to me, maybe 500 people. I'm not sure off top. There was definitely a lot of people over time, and it kind of seemed to just kind of keep growing as things progressed throughout the night.
Now, once the crowd got into this area by the courthouse, did they primarily stay here, or did the action move elsewhere?
So as far as I could tell, initially things kind of remained outside of the safety center building. There was a lot of, sheriffs and police in riot gear kind of lined up. There were protesters kind of going back and forth with police officers, things of that nature. At a certain point, I don't know what happened. There was like tear gas deployed. People kind of started, spreading out. People were getting shot with rubber bullets. I had got shot and stuff like that too at the time of all of the disbursement. Took a few minutes to kind of, gather myself, got some attention, someone kind of patched me up or whatever. Get out, out here to face Civic Center Park, right out in front of the courthouse here. And that's when I kind of noticed things were, I guess you could say, out of control. Throughout the entire summer, there had been a lot of protests going on. Activists kind of going out, peacefully protesting, letting their voices be heard. So I was out, documenting all of that. But the moment when I came out and we had the roads blocked off with the garbage trucks or whatever, kind of to, I guess, contain the crowd or whatnot. But when I came out, I noticed all of the garbage trucks were on fire. That was kind of the point where I was like, oh, all right, this is not like anything that's been going on all summer. So,
did you see other incidences of property damage after that?
Yeah.
What can you tell us about that?
There was a lot that was kind of going on. There was people, of course, the trucks were on fire. I filmed someone going into the back of a truck probably a few minutes after it had exploded from the gasoline catching fire, going to the back trying to find debris or something to, break windows or whatever it may be. Captured someone throw, it seemed like a napalm or something, onto the courthouse. That got extinguished. And then there was another point where, some masked individuals in black were trying to burn down the dinosaur museum. So, for the most part, I try to not involve myself. The situation with the dinosaur museum, I involved myself in the situation just because, we don't have much stuff around here, And I'm a father, I have kids, I've grown up, I've gone to the dinosaur museum. So at that point, I kind of realized, I suppose, it was not like, this is getting way too out of hand, Not saying that I condone people, being aggressive towards police or the courthouse or anything like that. But I could understand their grievances, I suppose, in the situation. But when it started leaking out to other stuff, like the dinosaur museum and stuff like that, that's when I was like, okay, well, this is...
The dinosaurs didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with anything that was going on.
What did you do to involve yourself in that situation? You said you did with the Dinosaur Museum?
I mean, I stepped up, I kind of shouted at the crowd, like, hey, like, what are you doing? Kind of slightly interrogated one of the people that I assumed was involved. He seemed pretty passionate about burning it down or whatever it may be. And from there, kind of people in the crowd, I guess, I don't know, kind of were like, hey, yeah, he's kind of making a point or whatever. And then from there was kind of a dispute, and I kind of found a way to kind of get myself out of the situation because it seemed to be getting pretty heated. So.
Did you observe any property damage that first night, Sunday night, in any other parts of Kenosha?
What's your response?
Well, I think first of all, it lays sort of the context of the whole situation. But second of all, there's been a lot of allusion to the fact that the defendant was motivated to come down here in response to this. So I think it's important that we get evidence about what it was that was going on. You may continue.
So for the most part, of course, there was people that kind of trickled into other areas. But as far as I was able to see and document, and for the time that I was out there, which was quite a while, most people were kind of staying together in the same group, in the larger group. But of course, in a hot situation like that, of course, there's going to be people with their own motives and objectives that may go out and do other things as well. So
I guess my question was, did you personally witness property damage along, say, 22nd Avenue, for example, or 60th Street, or any other parts of town that night?
No, not that I recall. Of course, when the march was happening from the location of the shooting to the courthouse, I mean, there was, traffic stoppages and things of that nature, but people weren't being violent with random pedestrians or anything like that. It was really just like a march to this area.
Okay.
And until we got over here, that's when actual damage started taking place.
Now, I believe you indicated that there were times during the summer where you were out recording people who were letting their voices be heard here in Kenosha. Is that fair to say?
Yep, multiple times a week.
Did you kind of get an idea of who kind of the main people were involved in those sorts of events?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
On this Sunday night, after Jacob Blake was shot,
right,
did there appear to be a different type of crowd to you?
Yes. So in my opinion, initially, the people that were on the scene are familiar faces. As things got more and more heated and more people started showing up, faces started to become more unfamiliar. I noticed at a certain point, I know for a fact the gentleman that talked to the sheriff before the sheriff's department and the police department ended up leaving was a gentleman, I believe, from Black Lives Matter Milwaukee. But I had not seen him before, and I mean, if you review some of my footage, I recall saying several times, like, who is this guy? Why are they talking to this guy, to kind of figure out what's going on? Because at the end of the day, most of these people seem to just be people that are passionate about what happened, but not organized at all. So. And
when you were out on that Sunday night, were you live streaming on Facebook?
Hmm? Yes.
Is it possible for folks to still go up and see that on your Facebook page?
Everything that I've ever recorded, unless it was taken down by Facebook, I haven't received any notice that anything has been pulled, it's all live on my Facebook.
So let's fast forward to the next night, Monday night, the second night of protests and whatnot. Were you out live streaming that night?
Yes.
How would you characterize the events of Monday night as compared to Sunday night?
I would. So at nighttime, I would say it's worse because there was more people here. It seemed, in my opinion, it just seemed that it was, I guess, the best case scenario for something like this to happen, just with everything that was going on in the nation. There was a giant migration from the west headed to Washington. The situation with George Floyd was hot in Minnesota, and people were kind of close to get here. I'm sure everyone knows there's plenty of people from Minnesota that ended up in Kenosha that night and the following nights. The next night, that Monday night, there was protests and things throughout the day. As far as I recall and remember, during the day everything was peaceful. There was talks of, hey, like, we can't allow stuff like that went on before to go on again. But as nightfall comes, there's more mysterious people in the city. You don't really know, everybody, and again, everybody has their own motives really in a situation like that. So you definitely could tell that there was plenty of people being, I suppose, opportunistic about the situation.
Some of the more noteworthy instances of property damage during all this, I don't know if you're familiar with them or not. The Car Source lot over on the east side of Sheridan burned one of these nights. Are you personally familiar with that?
Yes.
Did you witness any of that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
What night was that? Do you recall?
I believe it was Monday night.
There was also a lot of damage to the uptown area along 22nd Avenue.
Yes.
Did you witness any of that?
Yes.
Do you remember which night that was?
I believe that was Monday night as well.
And then I know the probation and parole office on 60th Street burned down. Do you remember if that was Monday night as well?
I believe it was. Again, I'm sorry, I don't, it's not something that I necessarily really wanted to go back and review several hours of, with everything that kind of transpired. So I believe it was more than likely that Monday night. I know for sure when the parole office burned down, I was there. I saw people go into it. I heard people say, let's burn down the parole office, and witnessed it on fire.
So I didn't realize you witnessed it on fire.
Witnessed it on fire.
So let's go to the night of Tuesday night, August 25th, 2020, the night when the events of this case occurred. Were you out live streaming that night as well?
Yes, I was.
And how would you compare Tuesday night to the previous couple of nights?
I would say it was calmer, much calmer. The crowd was more contained. There was a march that happened. That kind of ended towards the end of the night, maybe around 6:30 or 7 or so. That ended at Civic Center Park. The conversation that was had at the end of the march was, hey, everybody remain peaceful. Go home after this if if you're seriously about wanting change and wanting justice, to go home. After that was said, people dispersed. A lot of people did go home, but there was people that didn't go home, of course. And those people that didn't go home, they kind of stayed there at Civic Center Park there until at a certain point they were kind of driven out of the park.
Were you there to witness the interactions between those people in Civic Center Park and the police at this particular scene?
Yes.
On that night?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that there were some fairly violent confrontations between the protesters and the police right outside of this courthouse that night? Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Other than that, were you checking around the area to see whether there was property damage in other parts of the downtown area that night?
Yes, so I generally what I would do, I would always kind of survey the area to see what was kind of going on. I'd find the crowd, figure out where the crowd was, see what they're doing, kind of go in the general area around, a couple block radius or whatever it may be.
So when you were watching the crowd that Tuesday night, other than the demonstrations out in front of the courthouse, did you witness a lot of other arson, looting, property damage, that sort of thing on that particular night?
No, not on Tuesday night.
Now, there came a time in which you were recording your live stream along Sheridan Avenue, is that right?
Yes, Sheridan Road, yeah.
And are you familiar with the Ultimate gas station?
Yes.
Okay. And that's at 60th and Sheridan, is that right?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you spent some time that night recording some video?
Yes, yeah.
We're going to play a portion of your live stream. Could we begin at 18 minutes, please? And this has been marked as exhibit number 11. And I hope so. Let me just make sure that the power's on and everything. No, that doesn't work. I want to pause for 1 second before we continue. Mr. Washington, what we're seeing on that screen, is that the live stream that you recorded on the night of August 25th?
Yes.
And do you recognize the location that's being shown in that video?
Yes, that's the at the Ultimate gas station facing west,
Okay,
kind of looking at the church. I believe it's a church right there.
All right, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I meant to turn the power on, but it may not have kicked up. Oh, I got to hit the button. Sorry, thank you. Go ahead.
They're about to light up this garbage can. So we got a fire in the street. I got the dumpster, excuse me. So that dumpster's
I'm going to pause 1 more second just to help everybody understand what we're looking at here. First of all, we just heard someone's voice. Was that your voice?
Yeah.
Okay.
Muffled because I had a mask on.
Sure, I
don't know
understand.
what sound like that.
Do you have that easel still? I'm just going to have you show us on this map so everybody's oriented to where we're at. I've got a map here of the city, so I just want to have you point out where we're at so that everybody can kind of put it into context.
Okay.
Oh, yes, right here. We'll have you use this.
Okay.
This little button here.
The pointer will not, okay.
All right, Mr. Washington, I've got a map up of the downtown area of Kenosha. Can you please point out where the Ultimate gas station is? Okay. And that is at the intersection of the southeast corner of 60th and Sheridan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The video we were just watching, which disappeared for a second, but is back.
Hold on. Is that where the Methodist church is?
I was just going to ask that question.
No. Southeast of 60th and Sheridan. At least when I went past it on my way here this morning, I thought that was the Methodist church.
So, Judge, the southeast corner is Ultimate Gas. The southwest corner is First United. On this map, north is up.
Did you see 60th and Sheridan?
I did.
What am I doing wrong?
I agree, Your Honor, that the Ultimate's the southeast. I don't want to disagree with you, but the Ultimate is the southeast corner.
Where the Methodists been going to church?
That's across the street, Judge.
All right, I'm going to accept the correction.
So, Mr. Washington, just so we understand, you had described in your video that at one point, and I think at this point as we look, is that video now pointed west?
Yes.
And on the map there, it indicates that the Methodist Church is across the street to the west of Ultimate Gas. Is that right?
Yep, right there.
Okay.
That's what I said, isn't it?
Of course, Your Honor, of course. Please continue. Thank you.
Yeah, that dumpster is about to be lit up. What the fuck is he doing? It's not working. Why you do that? Why you do that? Why you do that?
pause for a second here because we're going to be viewing someone that I want to talk a little bit about. I assume since the night of August 25th, 2020, you're aware of who Joseph Rosenbaum is. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And let me just put you back in the state of mind of that particular night. As of August 25th, 2020, did you know who he was?
No.
To your knowledge, had you ever encountered him before in your life?
No.
Okay. I don't know if you're familiar with this video or not, but for the benefit of the jury, do you know? Are you able to recognize Mr. Rosenbaum in this video? He's not shown on the screen at this very moment because we paused a little bit. I didn't call timeout until it was a little later. But let me just ask generally, are you able to recognize him if you see him on the screen?
Yeah, I would know what he looks like, yes.
And that's based on what you've learned since all this happened?
Yes.
Okay. And just, I don't think there'll be any dispute about this. I'll represent for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that Mr. Rosenbaum is wearing a red shirt. He's got some, I think they're jean shorts, aren't they? And I don't think he's got anything. I don't think he's got anything on his head at this point, does he? Okay. So he's kind of a shorter gentleman with nothing on his head, a red shirt. And you've got some video of him that we're going to see momentarily, so I wanted to let the jury know that so as we're watching, you know what to look for. So go ahead. Thank you.
Probably not the smartest. Yo, don't throw shit over here, bro. They about to... Bro. I'm not trying to get fucking shot. Yeah, bro. Yeah, people ready to fire on people, bro. We got people in position.
He's so happy with that gun. Take that motherfucking gun from him. Take that gun from him. Fuck, he look like he want to shoot somebody. Fuck, anybody good?
No, he's gonna shoot them. He ain't gonna shoot them.
Pause for a second there, Mr. Washington. What you're seeing on the screen there, with all the people and all the action on that screen, at any point during this particular incident that we're watching, did anyone fire a gun?
No.
Did you see anyone get physically injured in any way?
No.
Please continue.
Asshole. You too excited. You too happy, motherfucker. You too happy. You too happy with a motherfucker.
Yeah, they're not about to just let you just...
Them streets too happy. Please, let's get your son.
So it looks like the cops are leaving now. Looks like the cops are now leaving. Yo, don't. Come on, bro. What are y'all doing, bro? Yo, bro. Come on, bro. Shit is fucking... Come on, bro.
I gotta start like too. I'm just ain't carrying mine.
Exactly.
Damn, dude.
I'm gonna shoot mine. If I bring mine now, we're gonna get shot.
Cops left, and as soon as they left, things just got heated. I'm not about to stand fire at all. That's not going to be good. No, I'm good, man. Yeah, there's rocks. So they headed back. Definitely people throwing rocks. Be careful. Careful, because they're throwing rocks. Hey, how's it going? Good. It says
Taking in his boots right now, ready to pull up his gun and shoot.
Corey, how long have you been here? For a bit.
Tony, hey! Yo, they trying to circle us in! They trying to circle us in! Cops right there, they're circling us in! Y'all worried about the riots? Y'all worried about the riots right now?
competition all the time, so hopefully it'll be fun. This is where I get cash out of the ATM, because across the street it's more expensive. Indeed, bro.
I was literally saying that, and bitches got in my face. I'm like, bro, I was the one saying everyone calm down.
Everybody's just gonna have to agree to disagree, I think, man.
Mr. Washington, in that excerpt we just watched, I saw a number of individuals that were armed. Did you see that as well?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of what their purpose was out there that evening? If you have one.
I mean, honestly, I didn't talk to everyone individually, so, I mean, it's
If you
hard
don't know,
to
that's
really
fine.
answer that.
Sure. It appeared to me that there were folks that had long rifles like AR-15s. Are you familiar with those at all?
Yeah.
Did you see folks at the Ultimate gas station armed with that type of rifle?
Yes.
How many would you estimate you saw?
Consistently at like one time or throughout a period of time?
At one time, that were all there.
Maybe,
One time.
Maybe like 24, maybe a little more, something like that. Anywhere, but I'd say between 15 to 25 people.
And in the videos we saw there, or the section we just saw, it appeared that there were people kind of getting in the face or getting aggressive with some of those folks that were armed. Did you see that?
Yes. So as far as I recall, there was a lot of discourse happening, heated discourse, but conversations being had.
Did you see that lead to any violence? Anybody punch one another, shoving each other, shooting at one another, anything along those lines?
No, maybe there may have been nudging or something, not that I recall seeing, but nothing that would make you stop and direct your attention to it.
And I believe in that section we just watched, I saw two separate instances of dumpsters being set on fire. Did you see those as well?
Yes.
I don't know if that was the same dumpster twice or two
I
separate.
believe it may have been the same dumpster.
Okay. And other than that being a perfect metaphor for the year 2020, did you see any property damage as a result of the dumpster fires?
No. As far as I recall, the dumpster was lit on fire because the police pulled up in an MRAP, and it seemed like protesters were like shoving it towards the police. It didn't seem like they were trying to destroy buildings with it or blow up the gas station or anything like that. There was a lot of people there. I don't know if people would let them do that.
And I want to ask that specifically because you're standing right next to the gas pumps in the video. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you feel like that was an unsafe place based on the dumpster fire and anything like that?
No.
Did you see anyone ever push those anything on fire towards the gas pumps?
No.
Okay. When you were doing your live stream, were there folks watching that you were aware of?
Yes.
Were you able to respond to them or communicate with them as the live stream was going on?
Yes.
Okay.
Throughout, I'm sorry to cut you off. That's why throughout like the live stream, I mentioned like going to the ultimate gas station to get cash out of the ATM. There's always viewers, some people from town, some people from out of town, some people with questions and stuff like that. There was a lot of when we had protests for, I guess, the big protest for George Floyd earlier in, I believe, May of 2020, there was a lot of disinformation that was going on. So what I generally do with my live streams is I look to the chat to see if there's things going on in certain areas, to see if people are spilling out somewhere, to see if things are actually happening somewhere, or to kind of quash false rumors or whatever.
Your Honor, I do have an excerpt that I'm going to play next that's probably going to be about 12 or 13 minutes long. I don't know if you want to take a break now and continue in the morning.
Are we going to... Will we end up breaking afterwards and without this witness being complete?
Well, I may be done with my direct at that point. I'm not sure.
Well, we have to have him back for cross anyway. So
Yeah.
let's break for the day. And please don't talk about the case overnight. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. We'll start again tomorrow at 9 and hopefully get right at it. And what? The clerk will talk to you about tomorrow arrangements. And I'm sorry, Mr. Washington, you can step down. Thank you. Anything else? Okay, I'm going to ask that everybody leave the room right away, except for, pardon me? Well, or they can stay here. These people have to, all right, whatever you say. I'm going to turn it over to you. All right, thank you. The jurors, the clerk wants to talk to them.
Oh.